So hang on. We're gonna do the routine sound check at the start.
Aren't we gonna transition to your server?
We can. I need to change permissions for this.
To the particular room?
Oh, yeah, let's go to streaming, and I hope no one can join. I think I've cut everyone off from it at this point.
I can't even see it. Where is it?
It's at the top. I wanna... So go to TSR, and I'll get you in. I'll also do my little sound check here.
Like, where the fuck is it? Like, it said it's at the top.
Just, it's hidden. That's the point. You're not supposed to be able to see it. So go into the general one, and I'll move you in.
Okay.
How do I even get him in here? Wait, what the hell? Oh my lord, okay. Okay, there it is. That was really, really annoying. You hear me? Wilson, my dear boy? Yes. We're still not public. I want to do the sound check, and then we'll go public. Let's go to streaming and cut every TSR, and I'll... Okay, sound is fine. Vibes are immaculate. Let's do this.
The vibes are immaculate, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. We are live from New York. It's Tuesday night.
We actually properly live. You need to send me that link, that linkity link.
I'm gonna post it in the announcements, and you can.
I'm so ready. I'm vibrating back and forward. I have people to send this to. Also, I will be eating on stream. Fuck you. It took me 12 hours to make this roast.
That's fine. Send. I hope that link works. It does. Hooray!
Yeah!
Okay.
Hell yeah.
I need to send
We're
that.
live.
I need to send that to a few people, so I gotta send that to.
Before we do the proper introductions.
My mom asked me to send it to her, so.
I should send it to my mom.
Hi, Mom.
I'll send it to Belle. Hi, Mom.
She's not watching yet. She hasn't read the message on WhatsApp yet, but she will.
Alright, hold on.
Although she's still at work. It's 5:30, so she isn't home yet. Alright, let me make sure my sound is off, and make sure my ringtone is off, and we are fully prepared to do this shit. Welcome aboard. We have quite a starting lineup here. We got, what is this, 10 people? That's in the first minute? That's insane.
Jesus Christ. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is pandemonium. It is utter pandemonium here, ladies and gentlemen. It is our race. What do you mean, wrong one, dumbass? Who just said wrong one, dumbass, to me?
Wait, what?
Oh, never mind. No, this is a... No. Don't worry about it. We're good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you all for coming down. I don't mean to steal Arkin's intro, as this is literally his channel, but it is the thing that we Americans do once every 4 years, isn't it? This would be my second general election that I voted in now. This is your first, isn't it?
Yeah, I did 2022, but that's not a general election. That was a midterm, and that was a very weird election.
Yeah, my first was also a midterm. Mine was the 2018 election, actually. Isn't that great? I turned 18, and I was able to vote in November. Because my birthday's in January
Yeah,
or June.
my birthday is in the middle of October, and I believe in 2022 the registration deadline was the day after my birthday, which I did not know. So I had to go and register conditionally, which, funny enough, I had to do this time as well, even though I went to all the trouble of re-registering in the new county that I live in, because I input my address wrong, and they mailed it to my fucking leasing office. So that's awesome.
Around your leasing office?
Yeah, like, because I live at 106 on my street, right? But I put it as 1 because I thought it was 1 and then my building number and then my apartment number. Instead, it was my apartment number, my street name, and then my unit number. Stupid technicality. It pissed me off. I know.
Shame. Well, hello to everybody in the chat. We've got 20 people watching us. This is one of the most popular streams we've ever done.
Yeah, it's always the election. This is my 3rd election stream now.
Third?
Well, 2020, 2022, and now this. But so, like, in 2022, we got... I'm actually looking at the analytics right now. We got a maximum of... Actually, it was pretty small. Only 12 people total. No. We got 30. That's more what I remembered. Yeah, we got maximum of 32 concurrent viewers, and then for 2020 it was more like 40, I think. Let me check. So
while he's checking, real quick, I wanna set the expectation for the stream to everybody.
Oh wait, I'm wrong. I got more in the midterms than I did in 2020. In 2020, I only got 21 concurrent viewers.
Oh yeah.
Huh. Okay. Anyway.
But ladies and gentlemen, so for the stream this evening, it's 7:30 in Central Standard Time right now. It's 5:33 for Arken here. And basically for the stream this evening, we're going to be doing a couple things. Both Arken and I have like 4 to 5 different news live streams that we have open to check. He might show portions of them as they become relevant. We've also got the election map on Google that we're going to be keeping tabs on. We're just going to talk about the election a little bit, talk about how it impacted us, what's on our ballot measures for stuff like that. We're also probably going to provide a little bit of an update to the channel.
Yeah, we'll get to
projects that are going on.
We'll get to that.
We may also play...
I'm going to do a big community post on Friday. I was ready to do it yesterday, but I wanted to wait until after all the election craziness. I mean, the election craziness won't be done until January, but close enough.
And on top of that, so on top of talking all things election related, we may play some Liberty-centric games, perhaps. There's a possibility. No promises. But there are 2 main events this evening, ladies and gentlemen. The first one is that we both have alcohol.
Not yet. I'm starting. I am starting. No federal agents in the audience heard that. Anyway, I am not legally allowed to drink. I'm gonna go start with tea. Actually, Wilson, you have the floor, so I'm gonna let you keep the floor for like 15 seconds while I go make tea.
Yeah, with his kettle powered by the sun. Yeah, no, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having some alcoholic beverages this evening. Drinking game, yes, agreed. We do have predictions ready. We've got media bingo cards we're going to be talking about.
You do? I don't have no bingo cards.
I will send you a fucking bingo card here in a minute, my friend.
Yes.
We're going to be doing that.
Bingo. I like bingo.
We've got, I don't have any hard liquor, but I have a shitload of Moscato and some Miller Ponies. He totally legally acquired some Modelo's, I think, among other things. But yes.
Guinness, and then Angry Orchard if it's a good night.
There it is.
The thing is, I can't really do a drinking game because that would require liquor, or at least vodka, which I don't have and don't like. I don't get it either. If I had vodka, Kahlua, and well, I have milk that can stand in for half and half. or whipping cream. If I had those things, I could do White Russians, and I could just be chugging those the whole time. But
yeah. But so the drinking game is the first thing that we're drinking game. We will be partaking throughout the events of the stream.
Hang on,
but other thing that we were going to do.
I want to point this out. There is a guy in the chat, Alinus10. I have known him for 6 or 7 years, and apparently he still watches my shit. We used to do Lord of the Rings mod Minecraft videos together when I was like 13, and that is insane to me that he's still here. Hello, Linus, I miss you. We haven't talked in a million years.
We're at 31 viewers now.
Right, I see 29 on my phone, but it doesn't update very quickly.
I've got it on the
since 2017, yeah, so 7 years. Jesus Christ.
Well, welcome, Elanius. He's going to try to rope me into playing your beloved mod at some point. I might make a personal server.
What are you mentioning we're going to play, by the way? Because we might.
I've got 3 things on the table, but firstly, I wanted to address the other major thing that we are going to be doing this evening. As some of you may know, Arken and I are volunteers for a pack, and we might have the opportunity to speak to our good friends, the co-owners, or the co-organizers, whatever. We might have the opportunity to speak with them, share their thoughts on the situation that's going on, and generally just kind of talk politics throughout this delectable stream. But as for games, a couple are coming to mind. Helldivers, of course.
Well, if you
because
want.
It's fucking Helldivers.
Hell yeah.
Rise of Nations is an opportunity.
Oh.
I might finagle live on stream the Wi-Fi of my current location to throw up the stone contest.
That'll be fun. By the way, because I have the feeling we're going to be going all night, or at least as long as I can stay awake. I'm skipping class tomorrow, so I don't care how late I stay up. So around 9 p.m. PST, which is midnight Eastern.
I think my mom is actually watching. I sent her the link, and she sent back a thing from our local news, which is Donald Trump wins Arkansas.
Well,
I'm going to shit it.
So around midnight Eastern time, I'm going to disappear for like 10, 15 minutes. If we're still going that long, I think we will be.
If we're going to play Helldivers, I should set it to install.
Probably.
77 gigabytes.
Oh wow, it's grown, I guess, with the updates.
We're like a child. It's like our child. But yeah, no. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you're going to have a good time. We're going to get right into it right now. So first on the docket, we're going to review the map situation at present. Let's have a little look.
The map situation at present is kind of apocalyptic because most of the red states are in the Eastern time zone, so it looks like a Trump wipeout.
Yeah, it's like 71 for Harris, 101 for Trump, with like 15 to 18 million votes. Trump's ahead by 3 million, give or take. States that have been called consist of Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida. Florida was the first one to be called. My home state of Arkansas, Oklahoma, and South Carolina, with Ohio leading Trump. The furious battleground state of Michigan, 7% is reporting it's leading for the vice president. Illinois has already been called. Most of New England, with the exception of Maine, has been called, and New Hampshire is leaning. But it looks like it's probably going to be a Harris wipeout there.
Of course. New Hampshire is the one state that broke for Haley in the primary, so it's undoubtedly. I would be more surprised by New Hampshire going red than Iowa going blue.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Look, the last time New Hampshire, I believe it was 2012, or even before that. No, every single election since 2000.
Yeah, Green's right. It says AP says
the last
Arkansas
time, dude. Okay, so the last time that New Hampshire went for a Republican was the year of your birth. It's very, very blue for presidential.
What? When fucking when Bill Clinton, they didn't want to vote for Clinton.
No, they did go for Clinton both times.
Oh, right. It was what, Al Gore versus Bush?
Yeah, and they went for Bush. But since then, they went for Kerry, they went for Obama, they went for Obama, they went for Clinton, they went for Biden. They're gonna go for Harris. Come on.
Green's right, blue sweep, hopefully. Cross fingers. For everybody in the chat, we're gonna be entirely candid with all of you. We are not fans of the Republican candidate for president. Yeah. Not by a long shot.
Neither of us are undecided in any sense. I posted my ballot online earlier, so you know.
Yeah. No. Right. They're calling Alabama with less than 1% reporting. Are you shitting me?
They are. Well, that's what I said earlier. They're calling a bunch of states with 0%, like Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama were all 0%, and they called them for Trump, and then like New Hampshire and Vermont and Massachusetts and Rhode Island and Connecticut were all 0%, and they called them for Kamala. Like I don't like that they do this, because yes, obviously that is where it's gonna go, but at least let like 25% of the vote come in. Some kind of a trend is established. Yeah. Anything.
I want to know where they're getting their trend from, right? Like this is what I was talking about previously. So the chat may or may not be aware of a phenomenon that has been persistent in American politics, specifically reporting about American politics for a very long time. It's called horse race journalism. It is, that's the new buzzword for the night, ladies and gentlemen. The very concept and idea that the media is portraying a very, facts and figures based thing, a situation with like a race is like it's too close to call, it's down to the wire, like it's some kind of sport. And I get it; it makes it entertaining. We're going to be doing that all night, but our senses may be tempered by some ethanol in our bloodstreams. But on a more serious note, like it almost gamifies our politics, which is ridiculous if you sit and think about it. We live in a country and we live in a time where it is cognisant to us, right, that our decisions finally are having an impact on the real world. And not approaching that with an emotionless, very demure, very rational thing, letting our emotions, which are egged on by this pervasive myth, is bad. It's destructive almost. Why did you send me that?
Because it's where we're gonna be in 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, lol. Or thereabouts.
We already mentioned that we're going to be on the Project Liberal stream, right?
I didn't say it was Project Liberal, but I alluded to it. But yeah, there you go, everybody. Surprise! Things ruined. We're going to be on Project Liberal here in a minute. It's
pretty obvious. I made a big announcement about it like 3 months ago of what I'm doing politically.
3 months ago, Jesus.
Yeah, I like screened it through you and everything. Here, I'll go and find it for you.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It was the immunity ruling that sent me over.
Let's see. Checking the chat real quick. We have the choice between either a standard Democrat or a felon who literally said he'd be cool with being a dictator, even for just a day. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. There's already a lot of gambling whenever it comes to politics. Very true. Democracy becomes a mimetic game. I like that.
It's true.
It strikes to the heart. It strikes to the heart. Jenny, I know vaguely who you are. We've had our disagreements in TSR previously, but you have hit the nail on the head. You're absolutely right. Democracy.
Might this
be?
Oh, that fell.
The best, worst form of collective societal decision-making. Democracy. Popular sovereignty is being twisted and warped by this instantaneous communication device that we have, and it is being jokified. And to some degree, not only am I culpable, I don't ultimately think that it is bad, but it is when individuals, and specifically groups of individuals like corporations who have financial incentive or even just power incentive to use these emotions that we would use to cope with a real life situation here, right? To influence and inform our decision making, it's disgraceful. It strikes to the heart of where our politics are broken. Let's see what else we got in here.
I like
Love putting the future of people I care about in the hands of people who have no care for them. Fun? Absolutely. 100%. You get it. First time voter here? Congratulations!
Mazel tov.
I mean, hey, it might be the only election you ever get to vote in.
Yep. If Trump wins, may well turn out that way. Let's see. They're calling Illinois.
Yeah, speaking of... They're calling Illinois already? I thought they already said that they were.
I don't know. All of the maps look different right now. Like the AP live stream still has it at 35.95. The
Kansas is leaning blue with like 30% reporting.
Oh, it's quite possible that it will go blue. I don't put my money on it, but it's certainly there is a possibility.
Texas leaned blue earlier, but now Trump's ahead by.
Texas is a forlorn dream. We can hope that the
our brothers in Austin. We know you're there.
We can hope that Colin Allred wins, but the Democrats are not going to win the state, which sucks because if they did, this would be it. That would be it. That'll be the end of the election. And I really wish that could be what happens, but alas.
Virginia with 43% reporting. Trump is only ahead by like 20,000 votes.
Currently, it looks really skewed. I wonder what kind of dumb shit is being said on Twitter right now.
No idea. Are you gonna check Twitter?
Biden is getting close.
Maine is leading red.
Who?
With 1% reporting.
Maine I see it. Red. Yeah, I see it. Biden is getting close to 0 votes. This is the biggest blowout of a sitting president in American history.
I'm gonna shit.
It's funny.
Oh, Lord. Oh, man. Only by 500,000 it could happen. AP says Cruz is ahead in Texas for some godforsaken reason. I see a blue Illinois on my map. Yeah, good. I mean, fuck, Illinois has... When was the last time that Illinois went red? I legitimately don't remember.
It's happened, but it would have been a very long time ago. Well, I always have this stuff open in Wikipedia. Let's see. It definitely... Oh, 1988, yeah. Because if you remember, in the 60s through the 80s, there were a ton of blowout elections. So, like, states that you do not expect to be red were red, and states you don't expect to be blue were blue. So it went for Bush in 88. Which is such
big question.
Such a bizarre thing to think about now.
Somebody in the chat has asked, okay, big question. Who will restore sanity to our republic?
Neither of these chuckle fucks.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, no, okay, look.
Vote Arkin Wilson ticket, 2028.
That would be nice, but I'm not old enough, and neither's he. No, like, okay, here's... Kamala Harris is not a bad candidate. She's not amazing, she's not great, she has her flaws, but she's a fine candidate. She is... I read something once about Xi Jinping, about how he is this, like, middle management, corporate executive type who's forced to cosplay with the aesthetics of a communist revolution, which is totally true. Because he is a managerial capitalist. That is what he is, but China. So you need to have the aesthetic of a communist revolution, which has long since faded into the past and has no real relevance in the modern day. Kamala Harris, I view her in a similar light. She is a 2000s politician who is running in 1933. She is this boring... not boring like personally. She seems personable. She seems decent enough. But like this boring middle of the road centrist politician who is forced to grapple with the concept of democracy itself because that is what the Republican Party has forced us all into. She, like, I'm telling you, she's gonna govern from the center if she wins. She's gonna be boring as shit, and it's gonna be wonderful because you'll be able to forget about the president for a few days at a time, and I want that so badly. She's not going to fix all of the problems because ultimately the problems were not caused by the executive branch. They were just exacerbated by it. But she will restore some sanity. She will allow an opening that I don't think we as a country are ready to take, unfortunately. But she will allow that opening of sanity and reconciliation, which, of course, the Republicans, with their total collapse into insanity, will not take. They're going to do what they did with Biden. It's going to be 24/7 round-the-clock coverage. She's a communist. She's a Marxist. She's a radical leftist. She's destroying our country. Millions of illegal immigrants are coming in and raping our daughters and our dogs and our cats and our squirrels. Like, that's not going to change overnight. But she allows an opening, and I hope she wins, and I hope in 2026, because it doesn't look like Democrats are going to win both chambers of Congress. I hope they sweep everything in 26. I want the Republican Party to be buried. Not destroyed, not necessarily. It can come back, that's fine. There were Dixiecrats too once. But they need to be annihilated. Their power, their political power, nationally at least, federally, needs to be dismantled. Congressional seat by congressional seat, state by state. They need to be annihilated. They need to see, and their strongest supporters need to see, and the children of their strongest supporters who will go on to shape the future of the party need to see, that this style of populist, boorish, barbaric politics cannot go on, cannot continue, cannot get anywhere in the United States. Like in 1964, Barry Goldwater, who was this big war hawk and pretty radical for the standards of the time, he was annihilated. It was the single biggest Democratic Party sweep that was not FDR. Like, he was destroyed, and the Republican Party swept the next two elections, the next 68 and 72, they totally swept. But it was a totally different style of politics. Not necessarily a better style, but different, because they saw that they couldn't go on with the Barry Goldwater style of politics or they would just lose.
Mm-hmm.
What will you do if Trump gets to be president again?
This is a conversation that he and I have already had.
I will eagerly await the day that I can legally own a firearm.
I thought you were going to move to Prague.
Well, realistically, here's what's going to happen. Because Trump and Stephen Miller and all his inner circle keep talking about denaturalizing immigrants who are citizens to the United States. That includes both my parents, my sister, most of my friends, most of my friends' parents, most of my parents' friends, most people that I know are immigrants. I am a second-generation immigrant. I don't know what they'd do with that. So if my parents get denaturalized and everyone else I know, as well, we can't keep living in this country, so we're going to have to leave. Which I hope doesn't happen, and I'm not even convinced that if Trump wins that will actually happen. But I don't know, and that's the scary part. I don't know what's going to happen.
It's the not knowing.
It's, yeah.
It's we've got 5 minutes until the polls close for anybody. Who are the next polls to close? Arizona in them?
6 p.m. Well, if the polls close at 8... Yeah, no, Arizona's not going to be for another hour.
Mm. And the polls close at 8. Then in 4 minutes, my polls are gonna close.
Gosh.
What?
What's up?
Associated Press is saying that Missouri, which was called as Trump earlier in the night by ABC, is leaning blue.
Well, 6% reporting.
Yeah, which is... Huh? How's Pennsylvania looking? 14% reporting. Yikes. Looking at the election boundaries, looking at the South, and seeing a very familiar pattern emerge.
I'm just saying, if Missouri goes blue, I know it won't. I know. But if it does, that would be really funny. That would be like the surprise that absolutely nobody expects. Missouri and... okay, picture this. I'm looking at the map. Picture this.
Uh-huh.
New Mexico, Colorado,
Uh-huh.
Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. A solid line of blue states on the map. Let me actually go and pull up paint.net and show you what that would look like. Because I have a blank US map sitting in here somewhere. That would actually be so incredible.
While you're doing that, so something that I kind of want to bring up to chat that I don't know if anybody has noticed is interesting or not, but has anybody noticed that, like, during COVID, Republicans were diehard anti-mail-in vote, right? Like, they hated it. They hated early voting. They hated this. They hated that. It was politically convenient to be against it. And yet, as we are seeing, at the very least with the Associated Press right now, right, as we are seeing, Republicans overwhelmingly during this election early voted. Did you notice that?
Yep.
Utterly wild to think about. Like, I mean, utterly wild.
What else is
We
new?
hate this thing.
What else is
What
new?
else is new?
They don't have any
Cows
beliefs.
and-
They don't have any principles. And for the record, people, this is what I'm like without any alcohol in my system.
I've been sipping down some red Moscato and a roast, and I'm going to go get more in a minute. I've loaded up on snacks, but all right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you how little control I have for my life right now. I was up at 1 o'clock in the morning, searing a roast, putting it in the crock pot, and that bitch had been going for a while. That has almost been cooking. That thing will be cooking for 24 hours before I put that thing in the refrigerator. It is the best roast I have ever made, and it's still mid because I'm not a fan of roast.
So here, I didn't do the one district for Maine and one for Nebraska because I'm lazy, but
let me see this. Also, fucking the party of personal convenience. I like that.
Picture this. This is an electoral map that absolutely no one predicted. But imagine this actually. I know it won't. I know it's pure fantasy. But imagine this.
Looking. Oh, do you have it on the stream?
It's not updated yet on the stream, but
I'm waiting.
I'm
waiting.
letting it sit there.
I am gripping. I'm white knuckling. One side's right, one side... What? We put what in big caps? You question... Detroit being red? What? Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way.
I think it should be visible on the stream now.
It's 8% reporting. There's no way. It's not visible to me. Oh, it doesn't say live anymore. Oh, there it is. The blue line.
In fact, just to make it more fun.
The only blue line I support. Yeah.
No, can you imagine having all the Republican states boxed off this way? We have them surrounded, Chief.
Also, Arizona being red, not in a million years. Ain't no way.
Oh, it could happen.
Arizona.
It's leaning that way. It's been leaning that way in every poll. I don't know.
Polls are just bad looks into the past with some really smudgy goggles. Right? I'm not gonna say that on live stream. I don't know who's listening.
Post it in our DMs and I'll screen it.
Okay.
They called New York for Harris, so now it's looking more even. Holy shit! 31% reporting Kansas still leaning blue.
Christ.
That would be so goddamn funny. Well, no, because that's actually pretty significant. If Iowa, Missouri, and Kansas break for the Democrats, that's a total. Iowa's 6, Missouri is 10, and Kansas is 6. That's 22. That's more than Pennsylvania. That is. I can't be bothered to go and check everyone.
He's doing 270 to win. He's going to the 270 to win side, everybody.
I'm not. Let's see. It is. It's one metric, and I'm trying to find the state. The closest state is Pennsylvania and Illinois. It's one metric Illinois, basically, that they would gain, which is really significant. It's really, really significant. Just checked our fucking DMs. No, do not say that. I wouldn't have stopped you if you had, but now you've asked me. I have to say no.
No, that'll be between us chatting.
Okay. New York, or New Mexico, sorry. 1% reporting. I have to say this while I was there. Donald Trump, 20%. Chase Oliver, 20%.
No!
1% reporting, 600 votes each. But that is amazing.
It's incredible. Is Trump going to take
Kansas, 34%, actually widening her lead. What the fuck is going on?
They've already called North Dakota, South Dakota,
Nebraska, and
anyway.
Wyoming. Yeah, I mean that one's obvious. Have they started on Project Liberal? They have.
They have. They've been up for what? Do you want to ask Jonathan if we want
I'll let
to swing by or?
I'll let you handle the diplomacy. I don't know how long we want to be on there. I don't want to be on there for longer than like 20 minutes.
How long do they intend to stream? For the rest of the evening?
Most likely, same as us.
Well, wait a minute. We'll wait a minute to go in. Let's see. There are people on there. They're talking to Sean. Joshua is live streaming the current map from AP. It's something. But no, we've got more to talk about and discuss here before we go do anything. Although
I'm amazed by this map right now. It's so weird, especially if like any of these results get locked in.
Like Kansas and Missouri.
And this has got to be some kind of glitch in the map. 41% reporting from New Mexico still says 20%. Trump, 20% Chase Oliver, and they're one vote apart. That is definitely a glitch in the map.
That's got to be a glitch, for sure.
That's New Mexico. When is the last time they went red? I'm going to find out.
Herbert fucking Hoover? I don't know.
No, they're not that blue. It would have been Bush. It would have been Bush 2004, yeah. I want to go on one of the websites. I wonder if New York Times is going to paywall me. Of course they are. Or no, they're not.
By the way, DC has electoral college votes. I didn't know that.
There's an entire constitutional amendment about it.
What? When was this?
1960 something. 20. I want to say third off the top of my head, but I don't know that. Yeah, I guessed right.
How many votes do they get?
3, same as all the small states. The district constituting the seat of government in the United States shall appoint in such manner as the Congress may direct a number of electors of president and vice president equal to the whole number of senators and representatives in Congress to which the district would be entitled if it were a state, but in no event more than the least populous state. There shall be, in addition to those appointed by the states, but they shall be considered for the purposes of the election of president and vice president to be electors appointed by a state, etc. So, yeah. That was in 1961.
Fascinating. I didn't know that.
My entire family is about to join this fucking stream. It's gonna be wonderful.
Oh yeah.
It's
we got the. Do we have the entire Arkin family in here? Can we get some represent?
So far, just my sister, I think.
You'll
Oh, we have
the arc reactor is here.
We have one of our moderators. Thank God, because I expect it to get uglier. Also, we're at almost 40 viewers, which is really cool.
Gee Christ. Well, hello, everybody. For everybody who's not here normally, quick round of reintroduction. He over here is Arkin the American, as you know very well, and my name is Wilson. I am his good friend and video editor and other conscriptable individual.
Wow, I see. Okay. I'm sorry for my chair squeaking. I need to go buy some WD-40, but it's going to keep being like this.
Bro, I'm actively eating chips on a live stream.
Yet I don't hear it.
Really?
Yep. I'm trying to find Kansas 30. Kansas continues. What the? Okay, yeah, they took down the results for New Mexico. That was clearly flawed.
It was super sloomy.
Hmm?
They just screamed Wilson. Wilson! Hi. Wilson! Hi.
Scottish person here. How are the results looking? I really don't know. This is a very weird race right now. Kansas continues to tick upward, and Harris maintains her lead at about 20,000 votes, which is...
This is ridiculous. Colorado coming in blue?
Dude, I really want to see blue Kansas once in my life. Because, I mean, there are indications. There are indications of it. Like
really?
Well, in 22, they voted to protect abortion by like a 60% margin. So, what does the legislature there look like? Because, you know, Kansas is one of those states you think about so little that you don't know anything about it, and I don't either. No, the legislature is pretty solid.
I had a friend who lived in Kansas for a pretty decent chunk of his life. He moved to Texas.
No, the legislature is pretty solidly red. Apparently they're... I didn't know this, but it's on their state seal. Apparently their state motto is Ad Astra Per Aspera, which is cool.
Really?
Yep.
That's awesome. Love that. Real Star Trek shit.
Yep. Who else are they calling? Trump at 137.
Where are they calling?
We got a blue line in Colorado to Illinois. That's right, my dear boy. I'm trying to find like a normal map on a website, but it does not seem that will be forthcoming.
Trump's lead on Texas is 700,000 votes.
Yeah. I mean, let's look at that. So they're not reporting much. So a lot of the rural counties are not reporting yet. None of the counties are fully reported yet. So we'll see. Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, and Houston, and El Paso are basically our hopes there. Kansas, let's see. I'm gonna actually look at the county maps now.
The county maps.
Yeah. So Erie County in Pennsylvania, which is one of the very important ones, is leaning blue, which is nice.
Woo!
Hooray!
Hooray!
Georgia and North Carolina look lost. Yeah.
Yeah. They were leaning blue earlier, which is sad.
Yeah. We'll see. I don't know. It's really those blue wall states that are going to decide everything. Though, like, I don't know. I don't trust the polls at all, because for the last, 4 elections, if you count midterms, they've just been wrong over and over again. I don't trust them. I don't know. We'll see what happens in Iowa, of course, but the Seltzer poll, or Selzer, I don't know how to pronounce her name, for Iowa that predicted Democrats +3. Like, that's bold. It's unexpected. But you know what? Politics is unexpected because politics is nothing more than the amalgamation of millions of people's choices and what goes on in their minds to motivate those choices. And people are weird and people are unpredictable and we never really know. Like, there's a reason that, for instance, I was talking about the 1988 election. Like, 426 electoral votes went to Bush. Like, I don't think that's happened since then. That's such big margins, because politics used to be a lot more on the map anyway. I feel like a lot more uniform. Like, there was a broad consensus, but there was a few horse race elections, and the media realized that makes them money, and they started. Media does create reality sometimes. Media strongly influences people's perceptions. If the media had been honest, for instance, about Trump for the last year, he would not be, like, tied. He would be getting 30% of the vote and would lose by a huge margin. Media creates perception. Perception can create reality. The reality, however, is that people are weird, and politics is unpredictable. It's the art of the possible. As, was it Bismarck who put it that way? The art of the possible.
I'm not entirely sure.
It is entirely possible that Iowa could go for Kamala. We don't know. Or Kansas. How are they doing right now? Kansas, 36%
New Mexico,
reporting.
reporting.
Well, New Mexico's... Yeah, but they don't have Las Cruces, Albuquerque, or Santa Fe yet, so I'm not worried about that. But, like, a lot of weird shit can happen. Missouri's now at 14% reporting, 30,000 vote lead for Harris. Like, we don't know what's going to happen.
What's coming in on the counties?
For what?
St. Louis, Kansas City,
St. Louis and
Jefferson.
Kansas City, yes. Springfield and Columbia, no.
What about Jefferson City?
It's not on this map. Where in the state is Jefferson City?
It's a dead center of the state. It's the capital.
Is it by Columbia?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I don't like this map. I want to find a better map.
Oh, what fucking Columbia? Yeah, it should be right next to Columbia. Why the fuck is... No, Little Rock is just pure blue. Why are they calling my state so goddamn early? Like, there's fucking...
So, yeah, no.
Nothing.
Let's see. So, Jefferson City, which is in Cole County, it's leaning red, actually, at 28% counted. Also, I'm going to start using the AP map, because it's not perfect, but it's something. Whoa. Oh, that could be interesting.
What's going on?
So, normally, what we're used to is Maine gets 3 Democrat votes, 1 Republican vote, and Nebraska gets 4 Republican votes, 1 Democrat vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, currently, it looks different. In Nebraska, the 2 statewide votes, the Senate votes, basically, are already called for the Republicans, which makes sense. But, because, of course, the majority is going to be Republican. But then they have 2 electoral votes leaning blue in Omaha and Lincoln. That would be... I mean, it's 1 vote. It's not like it makes a huge difference. But that would be really, really interesting.
Interesting, to say the least.
I'm being asked to talk about the swing states, so that's on one of these maps.
Which swing states would we like to talk about?
So, no, like, just to name them. So it's... Off the top of my head, it's Georgia, North Carolina, 7 of them. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. Though, like, I don't actually... See, it's most clearly illustrated on this Fox News map that I have open, where they're actually highlighted in yellow. And it's such an... there's so much to say about it, including... like the fact that the Electoral College is, they always say that it gives more representation to overlooked states, but all it really does is take all of the attention off of 43 states and put it on these 7. But like, that's exactly what I'm saying with the media narratives and how they create reality, or they attempt to create reality. Like, those, we are told, have been told for months, are the swing states. We are told that there are these 7 keys to the White House, and that each candidate can win this or that key, and if they win this certain amalgamation of keys, then they will win the White House. But no, because that's not how politics works.
No.
Minnesota is a swing state by definition. If you look at the margins that they've gone for Democrats since 1964, but by really small margins. 2020 was kind of a blowout, but like in 2016, Hillary won it, but only by 40,000 votes out of out of a total like almost 3 million. In 2012, Obama won it by 200,000. Like, it's solid margins, but it's not that solid. Like, it could turn. Or Nebraska, where there might be like an extra electoral vote that the Democrats pick up. Or New Mexico, which is currently reporting 100% for Trump, even though, of course, that just is because they haven't counted the cities yet. Ohio was a swing state until not long ago, and it's still not that landslidey. It could flip, possibly. So could Virginia. Missouri, let me look at Missouri again. Missouri's still at 15% reporting with a 74,000 vote lead, still going for Harris. Iowa, 9% reporting, still going for Harris. Kansas, 39% reporting, still going for Harris. All of those, which we think of as red states, are swinging, or look like they might swing anyway. Let's look at... I want to look at Missouri. I want to look at Missouri and see when the last time is that they chose a Democrat, because it wasn't actually... I don't think it was actually that long ago. Or no, okay, so yeah, 1996 is the last time that they voted for a Democrat, which was Bill Clinton. And then let's look at also Iowa and Kansas. So Kansas, the last time they voted for a Democrat was... Okay, that one is actually pretty solid. But, like, you know, trends change. People change. The entire South went for Clinton in 92 and 96, and then there was a big switch in 2000. Shit happens. And we don't necessarily always expect it. Iowa is actually a swing state. They went for Gore. They went for Obama twice. It's not, you know... I keep repeating myself, I guess, but, like, the point I'm trying to make is that politics is not predictable as much as we like to think that it is. It is chaotic. It is messy. It is weird. But art of the possible. I keep saying that, but it's true. Like, California went for Reagan twice. Or at least in 1984, but I think twice. As did Oregon and Washington, which are now considered to be the most, aside from Illinois and New York, the most solid Democratic states. People... Because, okay, you have a person, me, who votes... Mm-hmm. I voted Democrat, almost all Democrats last time, in 2022, and I voted literally all Democrats this time. My first time out of, well, 2 elections, but still my first time voting straight ticket Democrat. I probably won't be voting straight ticket Democrat 40 years from now. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. The Democratic and Republican Party could have ceased to exist. We don't know. But assuming that it's still the same 2 parties, I don't know. Maybe the far left will have taken over the Democrats, and the Republicans will be the party of reason, and I'll be voting straight ticket Republican. I don't know. Because, like, if I live to, let's say, 80 years old, right? That is... Mm-hmm. If we're just talking about general elections, so how many 4s are in a 60, right? I'm 20 years old. So if I vote in every general election from now until I'm 80, that is counting this one, I think that's 16, right? 16 elections. And most people will vote in multiple elections. People change. People's views change. People's key issues change. And politics change with them because politics, again, we always talk about politics. Politics is nothing more than the amalgamation of millions of people's views coming together to form one voice. And that those individual changes, they do go upstream eventually. Missouri is at 18% reporting. They are still, by a pretty large margin, going for Harris. 67,000 votes.
Utterly fucking wild to think about. They just called Texas. Somebody said the other day, Trump's at 177.
Trump's at 177. Like, I don't know. I want to read the chat. I'm curious.
See, what do we got going on?
Oh, Harrison's here. Hello, Harrison. Welcome aboard. I was hoping you'd be here.
Hello, Harrison.
Oh, yeah,
Let's see here.
You too, Matt. Missouri will probably go red. They're only slightly blue now, and that's including St. Louis and Kansas City. Yeah, I know, but like what I'm trying to say is we don't fucking know. It's the uncertainty which makes politics scary, but it's the truth. It's reality. Life is not certain. The future is not written in stone. You know?
Yes, it is. Look at these commandments that I made.
These 10 commandments for all to obey.
God, I love that skit. But
incredible.
But yeah, no, that's, and you're really striking at the heart of a point here, which is ultimately like people, especially since it's not I vote, I go to sleep. I wonder how everything's going. I wake up. This is going to be the new president in 2 months. Like it's now a gripping on the white knuckling the edge of your seat because you've got 80 different major news corporations that are all like trying to keep people entertained while hundreds, if not thousands, of people are mindlessly sorting through electronic and paper ballots, right? So you've got the incentives out here are like we need to gamify. We need to make this counting more interesting. We need to have people who genuinely care about the future of their democracy, be on the edge of their seat. And we need to broadcast that. We need something to fill up the dead space on the air. So we equate this uncertainty, this idea that Missouri might go blue as like a, you've never seen this before. Holy shit. Never in my life. I would have never thought that such a conservative state like Missouri would ever want to vote for a woman of color or something. You know what I mean? Like it's absurd. It's ridiculous. But it's the way that it is. And you're absolutely right. People can change, things can change, but it is the matter of the nature that we live in right now. We invent euphemisms like the 7 keys to the White House to keep ourselves entertained as the hours tick by. Right? Like you want to know something? The stream hasn't been on for fucking an hour. And like we have maybe delved into the meat of the election. Like these are the swing states, this is what we're projecting that. Maybe 10% of the runtime. The rest is just us opining.
Yep.
But like, what about, we're too fucking, I'm a country bumpkin. You are a second generation immigrant. We're not major media corporations out here raking in millions of dollars of ad revenue. We're like, hey.
Yep. So far, I've made $0 off this stream.
Despite the fact that you monetized it.
Well, it'll make some, but not a lot.
It will make you the price of a Big Mac.
If that.
That's my prediction.
Maybe it'll pay for my in and out on my drive home on Thursday.
Let's check. Let's check the chat. Let's see what's going on here. They called Missouri will probably go red. Yeah. What about replacing democracy with an AI supercomputer?
I'm choosing to ignore that, and I think you should too.
No. I used to consider myself pretty conservative, but after what happened to the Republican Party, it has shifted my view in a drastic way. Yeah, you're going to hear a lot of that later on whenever we decide to go check in with our pack mates. Oh shit, Nick's here. Hi, Nick.
Oh, who?
He's an IRL friend of mine. He used to be a coworker.
When do we want to join them, by the way?
How long have we been streaming?
It's been exactly an hour.
No shit. Are they doing anything over there? Want to go talk to them for 30 minutes?
How about you go and see what's going on over there and report back, and maybe I can hop in too.
Aye, Cap Lieutenant. Pardonsk. Me.
You trust both our wisdom. Listen, my wisdom isn't wisdom. My wisdom is months worth of intense political frustration. I have many feelings about this election, and it's weird. You know what? I'll say this while I'm solo here. I've been mostly absent from this website for 2 years, almost, working on the same goddamn Star Wars video, which is, there'll be an announcement about that on Friday, or Saturday, depending on how busy I am. And a lot has happened in the behind the scenes of my life. I'm living in a different town right now. I've aged a couple years naturally. My political views have evolved. I've become involved in a political action committee, which is where Wilson is right now. He's going to see if it's a good time for us to join their live stream, which we are going to do at some point. I do not consider myself to have any particular political wisdom. I'm very tired. I'll level with you, since it's quieter and I'm not in a conversation. I'm going to take this quiet downtime before more states start getting called. I'm really tired. I'm very tired of politics, of the ugliness, of the constant, unceasing stream of lies, of the very real threat to myself and my family and my friends by a political party which has become completely unhinged, while at the same time half of the country continues to support them because there is a media that makes money, insane amounts of it, off of the horse race that they artificially create for themselves, for their own benefit, while destroying any kind of political consensus in this country. And, you know, as a journalist, as a journalism student, whatever, it's disappointing, it's sad, it makes me depressed every time I read about it, which is why I've kind of started doing less online, less politics. I still do my activism, but not as much because it feels a little pointless sometimes. I don't know. I don't want to be too downer about this yet. We're probably going to win this election, but I don't know. It's a selfish thing to say. It's a very selfish thing to say, and I know it is. But I'm a straight white guy. I'm not used to politics affecting me. I'm just going to come out and say it. If I were black or LGBT or a woman, politics would affect me more than it does directly. But I'm also Jewish, and I'm also second-generation immigrant. I grew up surrounded by immigrants. My parents, I named all that earlier. My parents, most of my friends, immigrants. And Trump is no longer threatening just Mexican immigrants or Latin American immigrants or Asian immigrants or Muslim immigrants, all immigrants. He is talking about denaturalizing all citizens who came here from a different country. Now, I was born here, so I'm not under threat of that. But my parents are. My sister is. Most of my friends are. Most people that I know are. And moreover, I'm Jewish. Trump is not himself an anti-Semite, or at least I don't believe so, but he empowers them to do horrible, violent things. And I'm also a journalist, and a very politically vocal one. And I do believe, and I am quoting verbatim, that Trump said we should shoot the press. I don't think he means shooting with a camera. He's called us vermin. He's called us the enemy within, the enemy of the people. I'm not used to politics affecting or potentially affecting my life in such a direct way. 2016, he played on anti-Semitism. Massive. We'll join in. After I answer this, I'm going to join the Project Liberal stream and hopefully raise the spirits a little bit because I have made myself sad. But also, my voice is not normally this deep. I think I have a little bit of a cold. He did, and he still does. I think he said something to the effect of, like, if we lose this election, it'll be the Jews' fault, which is... I know what he means when he says that. I know he means... like, that Jewish voters broke for Democrats, and it's so bad for them because, of course, all Jewish people must have Israel as their most important issue because that's how politics works, which is stupid. I don't think he himself is an anti-Semite because I don't think he himself believes in anything. I think his attitude towards the Jews is a little bit like the Japanese in World War II. Like, the Jews control all the banks and government institutions. Can we take lessons? I feel like that's kind of how he views it, which is really funny to think about. But he empowers people who are actually anti-Semites. The Proud Boys, the Three Percenters, the KKK, the Patriot Front. There's other groups that I'm sure I'm not thinking of. Hell, even the far left, the Free Palestine nut jobs. Yeah, he empowers them. Yeah, he's an opponent of them. He called Joe Biden a very bad Palestinian, which was very funny. But he empowers people to be the worst versions of themselves across the political spectrum. That's the real danger of fascism, and that's something I can expound upon, and I may do later. For the moment, I'm done being depressed. I'm going to go and join the Project Liberal stream.
Right? Just like for some other people will vote for someone they hate because checking the D box makes them feel good. We've had this discussion before that there's a big political realignment happening in the parties. And kind of why in some ways I'm sad to see if Representative Bacon loses, because he's kind of the old guard of the Republican Party and not one of the new MAGA Republicans. But there is a big shift that's happening in both parties, and they don't stand for what they used to stand for.
Well, and that's one of the
most
reasons
people don't realize it yet.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I feel like so much is riding on this election specifically because, if Kamala wins by moving to the center and reaching to Republicans, then what we're going to see is potentially a future coalition or a Democratic coalition, which is kind of a moderate, centrist, or liberal coalition against a populist authoritarian, really a populist authoritarian coalition. Now, if Kamala loses and Trump wins, then I have a feeling that what the Democrats are going to do on their left flank, the kind of socialist, for the far left populists are going to go, look, the moderation was a mistake. reaching out to Republicans was a mistake. The thing that caused you to fail was that you needed to lean harder into Medicare for all and all these kind of bigger, you know what I mean? These like bigger populist, bigger spending proposals, bigger handouts, whatever you might call it. And so it caused me a lot of concern because then I see the future if Kamala loses as two really extreme populist parties fighting it out for who can be the most populist. Whereas if Kamala wins, then I do think we're going to see a convergence of this kind of extremist populist. I mean, I think a far left and a far right populist coalition in the Republican Party is very likely in the next 10 years. And you've still got this cosmopolitan liberal coalition, the centrist coalition of the Democrats. So that's one of the reasons why I think this is such a critical election, that is the political realignment. Tyler and I have talked about this a bunch.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm maybe not as doom and gloom if Trump wins tonight. I still think that it's very likely that any political realignment is going to skew away from two authoritarian parties, right? There's just too much. We've seen, like, even if Harris loses, she built an absolutely huge coalition in a very small amount of time. I think that reveals the preference to not tribally connect oneself with the sort of people that are congregating around Trump, the sort of people that are gravitating to the authoritarian right. And look, if the Democratic Party, if the sort of social left of the Democratic Party is going to embrace a narrative that a Harris defeat is the result of her tacking towards the center and embracing more liberal policies, then I think the much larger centrist wing of the Democratic Party can very easily push back in the left and say that the left sabotaged this race over Palestine. The left, pushed people towards Stein, poisoned the well, made it impossible for Biden before Harris, and for Harris, once Biden stepped back, to take any position at all on Israel-Palestine without blowing up a part of the Democratic coalition. I think the instability on the left of the Democratic Party is something to the center of the Democratic Party probably, if Harris loses tonight, is going to be able to look at and blame just as easily as the left is going to be able to look to the center and blame that. I think there's going to be plenty of blame to go around if Harris doesn't win tonight. Harris's path is open, but I don't know if I just joined after some of the horse race analysis or not.
Well, let's go back to the horse race because that's something I wanted to talk about. But,
yeah, that's been our favorite buzzwords. Jacob, Arkin. Also, hello, hi. We're here now.
What up, Wilson? What up, Jacob?
I think not to prolong the horse race analysis, but I think we're utterly kicking y'all guys' tail in terms of viewership.
Oh,
y'all
well.
5. I think y'all have like 5, 10. We've got 33 past my last count.
Well done. Now I'm
Yes,
honestly
sir.
doing that. I'm doing this as more of the fact that I just think we need to get into a habit of it. We'll build the audience in time.
Absolutely, 150%. No, we were on our stream earlier. We were talking about a couple things just to revisit. We were definitely talking about how the media has horse racified the election, about how it's a common thing to maintain interest, to keep people on their seat, even though this is a very factual thing. This is a set in stone thing. This is a matter of data and analysis, and it is used in this. This is actually a sport analogy to misconstrued the American populace and open the gates for election denialism, among other things. And we were sitting aghast and simultaneously appalled and astonished at some of these states that Google and the AP wants to call for Harris, or not call for Harris, leaning Harris, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas for a long time.
Well, I mean,
Colorado,
that is something that I think we should comment on because I've got the map up. I'm not sure you guys can see my screen.
Oh, Kansas is
like
finally
what
turning.
they said. What Seltzer was. There was this poll coming out the last couple of days of Iowa, with the Kamala Harris lead, and this was obviously a very reputable poll. It does not look like that's going to materialize at this point. That's not a good sign for Kamala Harris.
in Iowa.
In Iowa, right now, it's according to the New York Times, likely Republican. So there's not a Kamala Harris +3 victory on the horizon at this point does not look like in Iowa.
Right now, looking at AP with only 15% reporting, Kamala has 54%.
Yeah, same.
And
That's what
that
I'm
is,
saying.
and that is overwhelmingly
Wait a minute.
That is overwhelmingly Des Moines reporting, and that
Yes, that is overwhelmingly Des Moines, but there's
Okay.
a lot more to be counted.
But I was gonna say,
including
but that's also where most of the people in Iowa are, right? Like,
Yeah, here's
to be
another thing.
honest.
Here's another thing to consider. Kansas with 44% reporting. Trump is only ahead by 2,000 votes.
Yeah.
Think about that. Think about that. That is wild.
And so I think we're seeing two things here, and it goes against an entire lifetime of watching election nights, most of which, my early life in politics was as a Republican, and for 20 years I've had to watch Republican candidates that I was supporting go into election night with something like a lead, and then see that lead slowly evaporate as the night gets later and later, because urban centers, bigger precincts, were slower to count and report, so those would tend to come in late. And absentee votes, which tag Democrat, would tend to come in late. And that's always been this arc of history. I think we're seeing that trend sort of reverse itself now in the wake of 2020 and the election denialism, and so much of that being spurred by Republicans pretending they didn't understand that absentee ballots existed and oftentimes got outplayed into the counts. All of this, like, oh, how did Joe Biden get 200,000 votes here all of a sudden? Well, it's absentee ballots. It always.
Now, let's be fair. The thought leaders and stuff were pretending. The people they were talking to literally don't know any better. Like, they were betting on them not knowing any better.
The result of that is that we've seen, and this varies state by state, we've seen pretty widespread adoption of early count procedures for absentee ballots. So now absentee votes are increasingly dumped earlier into the counts. And we're seeing cities get their act together and to count quickly and report precincts quickly. And so all night tonight, I've been watching, and you've got urban centers coming in early, and I think you've got a decent share of absentee votes coming in early. And what we've seen, and we've seen this in Georgia, we saw it in North Carolina for sure. What we're watching tonight, Kamala Harris's numbers are coming in like a Republican's numbers used to come in. She's getting these early leads, and it's can she hold it as these little podunk, square. If your county only has 90-degree angles, it's probably a Trump county, right? All of these square rural counties in the middle of states.
I represent that remark.
And are not reporting, and we're seeing that roll it towards Trump as they come up. So look, Kansas is going to go to Trump. They just need the postage stamp counties to come.
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, Iowa right now with uncounted ballots is very likely R. I mean, all the votes that have come in are from Des Moines, or the majority of them, and the rest of the counties have not been
Des
counted.
Moines is 60% reporting right now.
I want to say, yes, these states are going to go Republican, but the fact that they're even close, that we're even looking at them and that they're coming in close, means that there has been a significant shift in politics, right? Yes, we haven't turned the tide yet, but things are changing, and I think going forward after this election, we're going to see more change, not less. I don't think things are going to go back to the way they were. They're going to move forward to a different equilibrium point.
And that Tyler was striking to the heart of something that we were talking about earlier on our stream, which is I found it very odd that, at least from the news and the talk that I had been hearing all day, is that a lot of Republicans, and I mean a lot of Republicans, were voting early, absentee balloting, and all of this stuff that had been pioneered to get up to snuff during COVID. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, squinting real hard, going like, weren't y'all like really pushing towards wanting to throw out absentee ballots and put in voting restrictions and go, nah, you have to be there for the entirety of the 2020 election season? But all of a sudden, y'all remembered that this is a very normal thing, and now suddenly all of y'all want to do it? Odd, peculiar. Just scratch the old noggin, that one. Do
Do you guys know whether any of the major I guess not. Any of the major races have been called. Looks like Texas is on its way to.
Yeah, AP called Texas for whatever reason already.
Did they?
Yeah.
I mean,
Trump's at 178 right now.
I was gonna say, was anybody?
Well, I mean,
expecting
for
Texas to go
Colin.
anywhere other than
Colin.
Republican? Oh, Colorado. I mean,
Yeah.
that wasn't
Yeah.
likely to be a close election either, to be perfectly frank. Like,
Yeah. Well.
I called
thought
Texas
Texas was
red a
gonna
year
do-
ago, so.
I thought Texas was going to do better this time, particularly in the Senate race. There was a high number of respectable polls that had Cruz losing the Senate race. Like it's not like a outlandish thing to say. It was a toss up in a lot of people's estimation. So I was kind of surprised to see the Senate race go so easily towards
Did
Cruz.
they already call it? Did AP call Cruz? Do we know?
Sure.
I'm gonna look it up.
I will say this. To me, the scariest thing about if Trump does win this is it sells the message that going more completely bonkers and insane is how you win elections.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
that's my point. That's why I think it's
Like,
so
we don't
important.
need an Alex Jones-ified United States. That is a disaster. And this sells the idea, again, that the parties respond to incentives like anybody else does. This sells the idea
you know
that
what's gotta-
being completely unhinged was the right move.
Do you know what's got to happen for there to be a real significant backlash to this? I mean, like if Trump wins and he deports 11 million people and implements 20% tariffs, and the economy crashes and goes into immediate recession, and there's really widespread economic devastation. That's what has to happen, I think.
I really hope that's not how it works. But
Well, I'm just saying.
A cleaner course than
I would too. That's the reason why I voted the way that I did. Yeah.
I don't think there's any reason to believe that won't happen if Trump's elected. Like, if he enacts only 10% of the economic policies he's talked about, there's no chance of that not happening. Like,
Right.
that's going to happen.
Our
So
best
it's
hope.
like,
Our best hope is that
Yeah.
Trump delivers on nothing that he promised, right? Like that's our best hope. But I do
Yeah.
think if he does deliver on his agenda, then that's what will cause the real significant backlash electorally and the collapse of the cult, so to speak. But
I don't think it would be just electorally. I think if he goes with that agenda and he succeeds, it will rip this country apart.
yeah, I
Look,
think,
11 million people are not going to all go peacefully to La La Land, wherever
Oh,
he
yeah.
thinks he's shipping them. And their American families and friends are not going to also just stand by and let it happen peacefully. This country will be torn in half if that happens.
or their own children, even. Like, they say, oh, we're not going to separate families, but you can't send a child who's not a Mexican citizen to Mexico. Like,
Yeah.
Mexico's
yeah,
not gonna take them, like-
that's not how that works. Like, they're born in the United States, they're an American. Like,
Imagine
Yeah.
getting deported from Mexico to the United States because you're an American citizen, but your parents are not, and Trump decided to put you all in the wagon.
Yeah, exactly.
I would like to say this, and it's depressing, but it needs to be said. I still think Harris has a chance. I mean, most of the West is going to go for Harris. We know this. This map is very skewed the way it looks right now. It's going to change. It's going to even out, probably.
Yeah.
But
no, it will.
if Trump wins, especially if he wins the popular vote, I don't know how else to put it other than that I will be profoundly disappointed to be an American, and I will be profoundly disappointed in my fellow Americans. I will have lost most of my faith in this country and our ability to maintain any sort of standard of decency.
Well, I mean, I can't remember if somebody said. I can't remember who said this. A couple people have said this, but like Americans don't have the ability to claim that this is not who we are if he wins again.
I don't think we
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, there's
so that's
also
all.
the. And
AP just called Missouri for Trump, which
I-
doesn't mean much, but
I've struggled with this in my personal life, but like also someone's got their microphone creating feedback.
Yeah, I think it's David.
I'm gonna start personally buying every single human being on Earth a headset because I'm so tired of hearing people echo into fucking microphones.
Mood.
Yes.
A headset at like Walmart is like $30.
Hey, I'm doing it tonight,
Like-
but I hate headsets so much. I'm in team.
Oh
anti
my
headset.
god. Anyway,
listen to you all here. I do not work a decent enough job, but today I decided to go out and I bought $30 worth of alcohol and $110 worth of fucking plastic miniatures for a tabletop war game called Warhammer 40K. If I can spend $130 on booze and hobbies, you can spend $30 at Walmart.
on a cheap
I'm just
headset,
saying.
yeah. But
Let me see if adjusting that helps with my microphone. Is that
sure.
better?
Anyway, let's find out. But the problem is what happens is I get my feedback of my own voice like half a second later, and like that neurologically literally shuts down the language center of a human brain. Like it makes it
Yeah.
impossible to talk. It's like a hack.
Makes you feel like you're talking over yourself.
Yeah, they've studied it. There's some neurological thing where like your brain literally can't handle hearing your own voice like half a second delayed.
Yeah.
Anyway, what I was going to say is I've struggled with like, and I don't know the answer to this, right? But I've struggled because I have personal friends that I know voted for Trump. And they're people that I know genuinely care about me, but there's an element of like, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier, where I think a lot of people almost just think of politics as a parlor game that doesn't actually matter. Because I want to be like, if this country goes into a death spiral and you voted in favor of that, you voted in favor of doing that to me.
Yeah.
That's the part I have. That's why when I see people, and there's a guy on Twitter, I don't know him personally, but I follow him. Sometimes he has good takes. His name is Carl. I don't know what his actual background is or whatever. He seems to have a large following, but like, he really pushes this angle of like, there's lots of good people that vote both sides, but I'm voting for Harris. Like he tries to maintain this very like sort of peaceable thing, but like there's an element of like, why am I not allowed to morally assess somebody who looks at this and then subjects me to it on purpose, right? Like I haven't been able to get over that hump or find a way to reconcile that, but I also understand why it's extremely dangerous to go down the path of like, well, half the country I just have to completely dissolve from my life in whatever way is feasible.
I mean, you can do that. Like, it is morally justifiable. They've done something that will potentially
they can
cause you direct harm. I mean, what else? If someone punched you in the face, you wouldn't be friends with them. I mean, my
Right,
uncle and
but
my
like-
grandparents aren't invited to Christmas anymore because they voted for Trump, and I've cut all my subscriptions. I don't go to businesses where the owners voted for Trump. Like, I've totally cut it out of my life.
Well, I know that's your take, and I mean, not everyone else knows that's your take. I've talked to you about
Yeah.
this a lot.
Yeah.
But like for me, there's the element of like, well, if it's 50% of the population that's willing to go along with this, then there's something deeper going on than just 50% of the population is just irredeemably evil, right? Like that's just not. I have too much of a background feeling about humanity that it's just like the amount of evil people in a society is more or less the same regardless of time or place. That's just kind of my perspective on it. Like I don't think there's a lot of variance there. So there's something else going on in the sense that people are being psychologically hijacked or something. I wish I could find a way to get them to see things clearly and then act accordingly. And I do think a big element is something I mentioned earlier, which is that once you're in the orbit of sort of the MAGA space, here's some of the cult things that they do. They definitely love bomb, and they do the opposite of love bombing if you start trending against them. Right? So I think there's a lot of people that have a deep feeling of like, they're not going to pick me over what feels like an existential threat to their social status in all of society. Like that's how it feels to them if they start pushing back against this MAGA stuff. And I know I've experienced it because as I've pushed back on it more and more, friends of mine that became my friends kind of partly because of my sort of anti-woke positions on certain things, you can tell they get uncomfortable when I push back on like sort of ha-ha unless style jokes they make about conspiracy theories and things like that, even though I know like the reason people make those jokes is they're trying to fishing for like, but this is kind of true, right? And I feel it's important, I feel like, to in those situations to be like, no, that's not true.
Like
the
look at
election is not.
and just go, no, sorry, guy, it's complete
Yeah,
bullshit.
no,
It's funny.
I know
It's very
you're
funny, but
Yeah, I know you're joking, but the election is not pre-decided by the deep state, right? Like that's just
Yeah.
not how it works. And in fact, I don't understand how people believe that while also seeing Trump win an election in 2016. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. But
Cognitive dissonance, and you're kind of striking to the heart of something that Jacob and I are definitely seeing, that we have talked about considerably, which is the internet. And I think you probably mentioned this, or somebody was talking about this before we came in here and tested the waters, going like, "May we please come in?" But like, the internet and internet culture has almost made the election, made our democracy, made our politics something to be made fun of. It's just another joke. It's just another way of saying, well, we are the American people. We have almost no direct hand in the making of our laws and what we think is right or wrong. So we're going to adhere ourselves to trends. We're going to treat this like it's another pop song or a new movie series that we all like. We're going to vote with our dollars because we want to go see the next big thing. And most importantly of all, we're going to make memes about it. We're going to joke about it because life sucks for all of us. We have to go and, where we have to go and work our never-ending job to not get enough money, to not pay rent and dip out of our savings if we have it, and stress and constant. So people make jokes of the situation. They gamify the situation. Horse race politics was brought up previously, and now what situation are we in? Where the individuals who grew up in high school were going like, "Haha, it would be so funny if Trump won," are now 2 elections under their belt, going like, "Well, I want Trump to win because what did you say earlier? It's a social thing. It's a where it doesn't matter."
it's like if I say I voted for Harris, I lose all of my friends. It's basically what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny. It's the cool guys thing. It's part of the in group. Donald Trump is I'm gonna vomit saying this. Donald Trump is the Marvel Endgame of politics. It's interesting. It's fascinating. Everybody likes it. Everybody thinks that he is not the interesting, fascinating specimen that should be locked in a museum. Donald Trump is not some interesting thing that we need to put a spotlight on. We need to keep Donald Trump in a cage in a museum full of other dangerous things like scorpions and tarantulas.
Hey, real quick, so just so you guys know, Arizona, or I'm sorry, isn't Nevada about to close? Or no, is that an hour from now? No, yeah, 2 minutes from now, Arizona and Nevada are closing. So yeah.
So we're gonna also. I don't mean to take y'all's thing here, but while I have you and I have the floor, Jacob and I might dip a little bit after Arizona and Nevada close. I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to Jacob's server, and we may invite some of the lovely people in the stream to come and talk and share about a bit of their politics. We also have another segment that we're going to do where we're going to talk about measures on our home states ballots that we were going to talk about and discuss the history of politics from our regions. Just wanted to bring that to the attention of the people still on our stream while I had the opportunity. Fingers crossed, everyone. Arizona and Nevada, please be blue. For the love of God. I'm about to out myself here. I have way too many trans friends that would literally die if it wasn't for their states being blue. Please, for the love of God.
This would be the last opportunity for some sort of kind of disruptive moment, because right now everything's going according to the projections, right? You've got Georgia leaning R, North Carolina leaning R. So if Arizona and Nevada start tipping blue, then that's enough of a seismic shift to make the question.
Well, that's just about the only thing left that could reshape the path that's sort of developing, right?
And right now
if Georgia is red and North Carolina is red, Harris needs Pennsylvania, Harris needs Michigan, Harris needs Wisconsin, and Harris needs Virginia to stay blue, right? Mm-hmm. And right now, Virginia is looking closer than it ought to, but based on the areas that are outstanding, like Trump is up right now in Virginia, 50 to 49.
Yeah.
But based on the outstanding areas, there's still most of the rural vote is in now. It looks like the significant outstanding vote is in. like Arlington County and places, and especially in Richmond, seems really slow to report. Those should be deep blue areas. Harris would need to take Virginia, would need to, I was going to say hold on to her lead in Pennsylvania, but Trump actually just is now 2,000 votes up on her in Pennsylvania. So that is neck
That's
and
going to
neck.
flip. I'm
Harris
looking at
would
Pennsylvania right
carry
now.
Pennsylvania. Harris needs to continue to carry Michigan. Right now, she has a lead in Michigan, and needs to win Wisconsin. And Wisconsin is the diciest looking one, I think, of that list. Trump is doing fairly well in Waukesha. It looks like there's about half the vote from Milwaukee and Madison has come in. A lot of rural counties there are still at 0%.
Well, here we go. All right, Mormons.
Whoa, wait. Oh, okay, sorry. You leaving?
We got polls closed, so feel free to interject. Do we have significant calls?
Well, we just had a call for
Press
President
already-
in Montana.
Why in the green fuck have they already called Utah for Trump? Why?
I mean,
Is 0% reporting?
it's Utah.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, they're probably taking into account background context they know about the state with regards to how early they call it, right? Like,
Fair.
Yeah, I mean,
That-
they're
They're
looking
showing
pretty like,
Oregon red.
that said, when I hover over Utah on AP, it says 0% votes counted, so that is a little sus.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like, I don't.
It means a decision desk is calling it on the basis of exit polling, which is fair. I mean, what I was concerned about earlier is why it took them so long to call places like Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey. Those should all have been snap calls at 0% as well. And even
But
though
they're
those
not.
calls
They're
have been-
still going. Like, Maine,
Yeah.
for whatever goddamn reason, is still going.
I mean,
They're
well,
saying that
I will
Trump-
say, if Trump wins this in a
they're not
landslide, what
calling
I
DC
said to
yet.
you earlier, Josh, is completely wrong, and we're going to need to figure out what to do with this situation.
We're gonna have some real tough board meetings in the future. Go like, all right, guys, we know fundamentally that there's something wrong with Trump's populism. Unfortunately, the entirety of our own country disagrees with us. Is there something we missed?
I mean, we just need to wait until most of them lose their jobs and their lives collapse, because then they'll change their minds. But
Yeah, but the
unfortunately,
problem is,
that's going to happen.
that's going to happen to us too. So that's
Yeah, but,
that's-
you see, but we have a lot of money in the bank. You know, they don't. That's the good thing. for
yeah.
us.
I'm
don't.
really,
What are you talking about?
I
have
don't.
$1,000 in my savings account.
He's talking to me, and
Yeah,
also
I'm
I'm not exactly looking forward to burning through my retirement savings because Trump ruined the economy and then being
Yeah.
destitute. Like,
I'm not either, but I'm expecting to have to do it. Like, I don't expect. I mean, we work in the tech industry, at least me and Sean do, and like that with those tariffs and the capital expenditure that they have in the tech industry of stuff that we cannot produce in the United States, it's like there's almost no shot that most people in the tech industry will keep their jobs, like, because Trump has protections for some things, but there are no protections for like remote job outsourcing. So if people are going to be remote jobs will get outsourced, and so anyone whose job's capable of being remote in the tech industry is
I'm gonna be
get
very
thrown out.
callous and just say something unfiltered, and I'm just gonna get opinions on it. But how much of this is just because boomers are old and easily manipulated via the internet?
Oh, a lot
Most of it.
a huge amount.
No comment.
So okay, we're gonna go and return to our own thing in a second here.
Because
but
how many people
I-
legitimately believe there are satanic pedophiles in the schools transing their kids, right? Like, I mean, you laugh, but like unironically, I bet you there's a significant portion of like the 70+ crowd that just sees that stuff on Facebook and just thinks, well, if it's on the internet, it's true.
Yeah, but
I mean,
how
we're
much?
always
How much
trying
of
to
the
be
70
nice.
plus? How much of the 70 plus constitute like the voter demographic of the United
I mean,
States?
old people disproportionately represent the voter demographic of the United States.
Oh,
Realistically, the
Montana has been called for Trump.
Yeah,
Oh,
I called
what a
that.
surprise. I mean, almost
Right.
every question related to Trump and why people are voting for him, everything like, it's very, very, very rare that you cannot answer the question adequately with "people are stupid." Like, it's extremely rare that is not an adequate answer. It might not be the most precise or the perfect one or the best, but it is an answer that is more adequate than most answers.
I'm gonna object on a couple of grounds. People aren't any stupider than they were 20 years ago.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
So that can't explain why things are different 20 years. Much the same way that corporate greed can't explain inflation that didn't happen 10 years ago, right?
I would like
it perfectly
to.
explains it because there was no opportunity to vote for Trump 20 years ago. And
No, hold on. I'm going to disagree. Someone like Trump absolutely could have run for the nomination. They just wouldn't have gotten it. Like,
Swain and
No,
Sean
they
dominating
couldn't
the
have.
forum right now.
No, they couldn't have because the facility that you have to run now with the availability of, I guess not the availability, the way you're able to get your information out there now can exist in a way that didn't exist before. The kind of backroom guys had more control of it 20 years ago, and they would not have allowed someone like Trump to win. Whereas now, those guys are kind of out of control, so Trump can get past the primary sort of smoky backroom people, and he can win the primary and get out there and be on the ballot. Like, if someone was like him on the ballot 20 years ago, they would have won 20 years ago too. It's just that we had kind of a wall there, sort of like what the Electoral College is supposed to be. Like the founders, if you read about the Electoral College, the whole point of it is to prevent someone exactly like Trump from being able to be the president. But here we are because they've changed the rules to where now the Electoral College just kind of does what the popular vote in their state says instead of them actually doing the electing themselves. So that's
Almost
the
like
problem.
we shouldn't have it in the first place, since it's A, just a foundational pillar of slavery, and B, a nasty reminder of the less tasteful roots of our country's past, and we just mostly go on the popular vote anyway. But gentlemen, I hate to. You can push back all you like. Unfortunately, I think Jacob and I need to dip out now. We're going to go do another segment. Thank y'all definitely for having us. Definitely want to give a special thanks to Joshua here, co-founder of Project Liberal, best boss. Somebody get him the best boss mug 2020 2024.
We'll do it in
For the
DC
love of
next
God,
year.
please.
Oh Lord.
But no,
I appreciate it.
If we're even allowed in
course,
DC
y'all-
next year.
Let's
Electoral
Let's
Coalition
go.
has
DC 2025. DC 2025. Let's do it. But no, y'all have a wonderful evening, and Jacob and I are going to do it.
All right, let's go back to-
Okay?
All right, for the sake of the stream, let's go back to where we're at with results. Is there anything in here
All right,
that is
off we go.
notable? I mean, we got the Montana.
And we're back. Let me rearrange the. Get Wilson in there. To pull him in there. Ah, there he is. To kind of hopscotch him through. There he is. Indeed.
Well, that was something.
Yeah. So I wanna offer some. Oh, whoops! I put on the wrong image. I wanna offer some perspective.
We're getting to perspective now.
So we've been on perspective, and we're gonna stay on it.
Thank God.
So, what they were talking about is very interesting. Why do people vote for Trump? It's a question that has been asked for 9 years, and my answer to it has changed, and there is no one answer. There is no one answer. It's a very multifaceted question. But here's my main take. I was talking with my dad last weekend, or 2 weeks ago. We were in the car for a couple hours, long drive up to Monterey, and we were talking about the election, about politics. He said something, and it was a very interesting take for a person who is so much to the center that he actually left the Democratic Party in 2020 after being a member for 24 years. But he said something which I guess is, I never fully understand the views of people from my community because it's informed halfway by a life lived outside of this country. So it's a very unique perspective. And, he grew up in the Soviet Union. He learned Marx. He's no socialist. He's very, very centrist. But there are things that he thinks Marx was right about, and that I think Marx was right about. And it sounds a
This
little
I
bit,
can't wait to hear
it
about.
sounds a little bit Marxist when you say it, but there's a point here. What he said was that the reason Trump got into power, got into politics as a serious figure, was able to get into politics as a serious figure in the first place, is that people, ultimately, media, politicians, lobbyists, corporations, voters, the most important thing for enough people in this country to win an election is money, is wealth, material wealth, for its own sake. Decency, kindness, common sense, any standard of morality, truth itself, all of those things can be sacrificed for money, for material wealth. Because what is the thing we've been hearing from Trump voters for 9 years? He'll make the economy better. Yeah, maybe he will. He won't. His economic plan is horrible. But let's say he will. Okay, I am not wealthy. I live in a 375 square foot studio apartment. The car I drive is 8 years old. I am not rich. I am not wealthy. I come from an upper middle class family, but we're not rich, and I personally am very much so not rich. So, good economy would be good for me. Very good for me. Because, more wages, more lower prices, and this and that. I am fine with eggs being a couple dollars more if it means I get to live in a democracy where my rights are protected. You know what? I'll live with that. I'll work a little more. I'll spend a little more on groceries. I'm fine with that. I can live with that. If that means if it's that or living in a democracy, it's not even a question for me. I would rather live in Estonia, which is a robust democracy but is relatively poor, than I don't know what Hungary's economy is like. I don't know, Turkey, which until recently was rather economically prosperous, but is a dictatorship. Or Saudi Arabia, or the United Arab Emirates. Very wealthy countries ruled by dictators and kings. I'd rather be an Estonian citizen than a Saudi Arabian citizen, even with the religious aspect aside. And it extends to everything. It extends to the media that realized the horse race made them more money, that if they would just tell the truth about Trump, then they wouldn't get as many ratings, they wouldn't get as much money. Politicians, Ted Cruz, who Trump personally insulted his wife, Lindsey Graham, who said publicly that Donald Trump would mean the end of this country. In fact, pretty much the entire Republican Party, bar like Lisa Murkowski, Suzanne Collins, and Mitt Romney, the entire Republican Party has just caved to this man because their own personal security, their own personal wealth, their own personal prosperity matters more than decency, than kindness, than goodness, than liberty, than democracy, than truth, than reason. Mm-hmm. There are decent people, many of them, who vote for Trump. Frankie's grandmother is a very adamant Trump supporter, and she's one of the best people I know. And she's not dumb. She watches Fox News all day, but she's not dumb. She's a very sharp woman, especially for 84. But there's party loyalties. There's money. I don't know how we can... It's a cultural rot and degeneration in this country. My dad said back in 2015, I was in the car with him and his brother, my uncle. I was 11 at the time. This was right as Trump was winning the Republican primaries, starting to win. And they were talking about the future of this country. And they said, or my uncle said something, and then my dad said, Trump is not and I've repeated this many times, Trump is not the disease. He is not the problem. He is a symptom of the problem. He is a manifestation of a cultural and societal rot in this country which has been fermenting for decades. I don't really know where it started, but I know where it's ended up and where it's going.
I could throw a suggestion.
Do tell.
Al Gore. We can get into that in a minute.
Sure. But it doesn't matter when, really. The point is we are where we are now. It is the... I hate to say it because I'm a liberal, I'm a capitalist, but it is the excesses of capitalism that have led us here. The excesses of capitalism and the failure of democratic checks and balances. The failure of norms. Ultimately, the failure of people's willingness to put something greater than themselves first. Selfishness, rank greed, and avarice has led us here.
Mm-hmm.
And
well said.
Trump is going to die. I pray for the day. He is going to die, and we will not move on. I don't believe we will. I am usually a political optimist. On the whole, I am a political optimist. But I don't think we will move on from Trump. I don't think we'll be able to move on from Trump. I don't think the damage that he has done can be undone. It can be recovered over the course of decades, but it cannot be undone. What's happened. A decade of, at least. 9 years already since he announced his candidacy. 9 years of a politics defined by lies, of bigotry, of violence. It's not the worst, most dangerous time in our country's history. We did have a civil war once, but it's getting there. Not to civil war. I don't think we're ever going to have another civil war. I don't think that's likely. But that degree of civil unrest, that degree of chaos and tyranny. And when Trump dies, I don't think the Republican Party is going to come back to normal. You said something in our Project Liberal watch party for the VP debate about how J.D. Vance has this terrifyingly effective way of gentrifying fascism. That was the phrase you used, and it has lived rent-free in my head since then because it is very, very poignant. Gentrifying fascism. What is fascism in principle? Beyond just militarism and bigotry. What is fascism? What motivates it? What drives it? What gives it life? What gives it power? I touched on this earlier. It allows people to be the worst versions of themselves. It empowers people to be the worst versions of themselves and praises them for it. And praises them. Mm-hmm. And makes them not only able to do those things, but they want to do those things, and they're proud of those things, and they find a way to construe it as patriotism, which is absurd. I do not believe this is unrecoverable. I just don't know how. I don't know what we need to... We need a full-on democratic revival in this country. And, you know, I don't remember if it was you that I said it to, or Frankie, or possibly my dad in the car that time when we were talking. I said it to somebody a week or two ago. Maybe we need Trump. Maybe we need to suffer as a country. And this is the darkest I am going to get tonight. I'll get over it and we'll go over our fucking ballot measures, but...
We're going to go get more alcohol.
I'm going to get some alcohol. I haven't started yet, but I really need to at this point. Maybe
I'm just going to go get the whole damn bottle.
Let's put it this way. If Donald Trump wins, we're fucked. We're fucked as a country for the next 4 years, possibly longer. He is going to destroy our economy. He is going to drive wedges between segments of the population that I don't know if they can ever be fully repaired, not in my lifetime anyway. He is going to ruin our relationships with foreign countries. He is going to leave a stain on this country's history that will never, ever be removed. Like slavery, like the extermination of natives. Andrew Jackson did horrible things. It's been 150, almost 200 years. We're never, ever going to remove that stain. We can scrub it. We can cover it over. We can try to make amends. We're never going to get rid of it. We're never going to change what he did. The lives that he destroyed are never going to be recovered. Trump will be much the same. And I wonder if perhaps in this country we need Trump to come in and destroy everything for a decade. Because I've always said this, that immigrants are the most patriotic people in this country, and their children are the next most patriotic people in this country. Is that a very self-serving thing to say? It is, but it's also true. Because I grew up on stories of how my dad was expelled from college because he refused to spy for the KGB, how he was forced into the military, how he was abused, how he witnessed people kill themselves in horrific hazing rituals. Those are the stories I was raised on, or my grandparents who had to invent an entire new color of ink so that test graders could not falsify my grandfather's university entrance exam because he's Jewish. Those are the stories, or how my mom's dad, hang on, there's more of this. How my mom's dad had to hide indoors for a year or two, I don't remember how long, but for a period of time, because they tried to leave the Soviet Union. They failed, but he already lost his job, and he was worried that the government was going to come and take him. Those are the stories I was raised on, so I understand what is at stake, what we stand to lose. And I don't think most Americans understand that. I don't think most Americans know what dictatorship is, what authoritarianism is, what fascism is. I don't think they understand. I don't think it matters to them. And I don't think there is, if we lose this, if Trump wins, if he is president for the next 4 years, or God fucking forbid, he dies in office and we get President James David fucking Vance, we are going to suffer in this country. All of us, minus the very wealthy who are friends with them. The majority of us are going to suffer, and hopefully, I pray, that suffering, if it comes about, if he wins, will snap the people of this country into some fucking sanity, so that they will vote out the Republicans, so that they will start to make amends for whatever damage he does, and whatever damage Vance does, whatever damage Mitch McConnell's corpse does. And maybe, just maybe, if he wins and does enough damage, it will snap a critical mass of people out of the trance, the illusion, the fucking bullshit. I'm done. I've been talking for like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But this is all gonna go into a video someday, possibly. I don't know.
We are... beyond the Star Wars video that we are working on, we are going to start working on a new video, which is going to be covering a lot of this.
Yep.
And the pros that we are going to use is going to be comparing, spoilers, two republics, spoilers. But yeah. Who the fuck is Giovanni Jones?
Some guy. I'm going to go ahead and remove
Get
that.
some tea for a minute.
I'm done with tea. I'm going for a beer.
He's getting a beer. I am...
That was a lot. That is all that I have been thinking for the last month or so. There it is. Clip it, post it online, mock me, or agree with me. I don't really care. This is my perspective. This is how I see it. God help us all. I'm going to go get a beer.
While he gets a beer, I'm going to opine to the chat for a moment. Is it over? It is not over. It will not be over for some time. Strap in. It's going to be a long night. Arkin speaks to the heart of a couple of things that I feel is intrinsically true. but he and I differ a little bit. I am not a second-generation immigrant. I was born here. I have seen my country through some of its best of times, and I've seen it through some of its worst of times. Sometimes cognitively, sometimes not even remotely. How's your election anxiety going? I'm honestly just having a good time at this point. It's there, but it isn't the anxiety arc, isn't about myself. My concern, as always, is for other people. So, moving on. I don't know where some of these individuals have come from. That's cool. But anyway, no, I don't believe that I am a capitalist, as is he, and I don't necessarily believe that his money arguments hold water, especially not nowadays. Authoritarianism is we are entering a new political realignment. Everybody, I hate to break it to you. And we have entered in it for some time. We've entered in it ever since the USSR's overt authoritarianism collapsed. And we have been struggling to assert what a post-they-them mentality for democracy and democratic rule of law actually means. And it has thus been chipped away by individuals who wish to impose a worldview and a set of, a set of beliefs on other people. And it has caused an interesting dynamic. People who love this country, people who see the United States aspirationally, you, me, everybody here in the chat, we view the United States idealistically. And people who do that don't believe that you need to force the United States upon anyone. It is one of the key things that I love to harp on the very extremely left-leaning individuals that I affiliate with, and a lot of my European friends. They believe that the United States insists upon itself. That it insists upon itself constantly. Oh dear God, I am receiving some messages on my personal server. Oh boy. That the United States insists upon itself, wants to force itself and its worldview onto everybody. And that strikes the heart of what I'm trying to say, what I'm getting at. Right? People who believe that the United States is aspirational does not believe that the United States and its ideals and its rule of law democracy needs to be forced onto anybody. Lead a horse to water and all that. Right? But there are individuals who don't care and don't see it that way. I don't think it's money that is driving these individuals. I believe that it is a lust for power. They have seen what authoritarian countries can do for them, and they want it. They want to enforce their worldview. They have a distinctly unique idea as to what it means to be an American, and rather than allowing the people to decide what it means to be American, they believe they know what it is to be American, and they, like a religious idol, put this on a pedestal and want to enforce that. And they tried to do it abroad whenever the War on Terror happened. They did it during the War on Terror because their parents was doing it during the Cold War. And now they believe if they cannot do it abroad, they will do it at home. People who believe in the rule of law, in popular sovereignty, in democracy, in republicanism as an idea do not care about the money. They do not care about enforcing a worldview onto other people. My 87-year-old grandfather, who has lived since the Great Depression in a rural as fuck southern state, going to church
a Baptist fucking church for the majority of his life, serving this country under Republican presidents constantly, could not give two lesses of a shit of how somebody identifies, their gender, their sexuality. All he cares about is, does your beliefs harm other people, and is it right or wrong for our government to declare what you are and what you aren't? And it isn't. It never has been, and it never will be. But therein lies the kicker, ladies and gentlemen. Because the people who believe that it is the government's right to declare those things are the same people who will be elected by a voter base who explicitly do not want the government to declare those things for them. There is a baser truth at work here. And it is not what people will or what they won't vote for. It is not a matter of people's own personal ideology. It is ultimately, what can I do and say, regardless of my intentions, to be elected? And then how can I immediately fuck over my constituents to further my own political power? Because I, at heart, am an authoritarian. And I, at heart, want political power in these United States. That is the class of politician that wears the elephant, who enjoy putting on red ties during their events. Those are the types of individuals who are out here. And far be it from me, sure, I could sit here and engage into you the same speculative nonsense of, oh, well, the other side does that. They did. But they don't now. I will be entirely honest with you. I obsess over my politics, right? I seek truth in everything that I do whenever it comes to my politics. I want to know who is lying to me, who isn't, who has a track record of just going behind my back and stabbing it. I have been burnt by exactly one politician in my life that I have voted for. And I'd like to tell you about him for a little bit. Rick Crawford is the representative of the 1st Congressional District of my home state of Arkansas. In 2015, actually. No, 2016. In the spring year, or the spring semester of the 2015-2016 school year, he came to my high school and he spoke to us. And I legitimately thought, now here is a Republican that I can trust. I'll be entirely honest with you, I grew up Democrat. I grew up Democrat from the influence of my grandfather, but and something that I have maintained through my teenage years to my adulthood, if you can persuade me, I will listen, especially whenever it comes to politics. The only thing that I will not budge on is personal liberties and freedom. Anything else? The economy, tariffs, protectionism, YIMBYism, housing, inflation, all those things. Sure. But I thought here's a Republican I could trust. Here is an individual who wanted to come and speak to me, and talk to me. And I voted for him. I voted for him in the midterms of 2018, and I regret that immediately. His office fucked over my grandfather. He has left us out to the pigs. And he has marched in lockstep with Tom Cotton and the MAGA Arkansans got Trump's media supervisor, chief coordinator, whatever, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, elected governor in 2020. Insanity. So tonight I sit and I think and I see all of what's going on here, and I am neither crying nor coping nor searching for ideas. I am analyzing what must be going on here as obsessively as I can to understand what's going on. Maybe we have entered into an era of politics where people don't understand how well they have it. Maybe we have entered into an era of politics where people feel a need to inform other people as to how they should identify. And that has become the predominant driving force behind the American electorate. Or maybe it's always been like that. And we've never noticed. Because we drown ourselves in the news, in the fun, in the day-to-day, in the misery of life. And by we, I mean the people in this chat, myself and Arkin, whenever he returns from acquiring alcohol.
I'm here. I've been listening.
Howdy. Perhaps we need to have a setback and realize that the American public do not... Ah! Thank you! Thank you, Eris. You will fucking celebrate that. Holy shit.
Fuck, okay. Hello, that'll pay for some of my rent this month. That'll pay for some
Thank
gas.
you very much.
Holy fuck. I think that is the single largest...
donation ever, yeah.
I think I got 100 Canadian once, which is like 70 American.
Awesome. But
wow.
no, to complete my thought real quick,
Jesus Christ.
perhaps we need to sit back and think for a minute. And realize perhaps that the American public does not obsess over the politics that we do. They don't see the disconcerting notions of politicians who will get up and say one thing and mean another. They don't care. They won't watch legacy media and see someone on MSNBC defending Trump by saying, oh, well, you know, he might have said that Puerto Ricans are nasty and we got to throw them off our shores. But, you know, it's really the heart that matters whenever it comes to Donald Trump. You know him. He just says the craziest thing and aren't immediately horrified. Because they are worried about if they're going to make rent. They are worried if their ex is going to pay child support. They are worried if they fucked up because they just cheated on their significant other and they didn't realize it. They are worried about what grade they're going to get on their college. They're worried if they're going to get deported because they were not born here, but they were dragged here. 6 months of age. One of the detractors had said something, Arkin deleted the comment, but I think it tells us something. Yeah, everybody has a sad story. Everybody does. And it is that lack of hope and depression that permeates, that has permeated the United States for a long time. Because of two things. One, people don't realize just how good we have it. And secondly, people who don't have it good are suffering. And their suffering is our failures. Commodore 64 says it just exactly. Money is power. Money empowers the lower classes. It empowers us. But in the modern day of politics, I don't think money is what matters. I don't think money is what matters to Kamala, to Trump. I don't think money is what matters to anybody in Congress, especially anybody on the GOP. I believe it's the power. I believe it is because they genuinely believe they know what America should or should not be. They have a vision. And like a director shooting a film, they want their vision for the United States. And they want it now. And they want it perfect. But when it comes down to it, the people who oppose them are the exact same people who are unwilling to get up there and say, this is my vision for America, and this is what we should be striving for. Because saying that very sentence is anathema to our core beliefs. America is whatever you make of it. My vision for the United States is different from Arkin's. It's different from Edis's. It's different from Commander 64's. That is what we all think is beautiful. That's what we think ought to be protected. But because of that, we are unwilling to go against our core beliefs, get up there and lie. Get up there and enforce imperium from the hands of the devil and of these tyrants. We are unwilling to do that. Why? It is anathema to our core beliefs. And because it is not to theirs, they will continue to do it. They will continue to say, well, this is my vision for America. I believe that trans people are disgusting and need to be put in concentration camps. I believe that if you are of a skin tone different than Pantone 216, that you need to be deported immediately, American citizenship or not. I believe that the federal government should have the chief ability to revoke your citizenship at will if you provide a dissenting opinion. I believe that we should put everybody that we don't like in concentration camps and re-educate them. And those things are just fine to say for some politicians because they are completely justified in their own minds thinking that. They have a savior complex. So they think anything that they can do to save the United States is justified. Even if it's butchering their own citizens. Here's something that Mrs. Repkin in the chat will identify with immediately. Let the ballerinas play and the gunfire echo in the halls of power.
Very few people are going to understand that, but I do, and I'm going to take another sip.
I'm going to take this opportunity to get some wine. I will be right back. I have yapped for about 15 minutes myself. We need to check in. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get some wine. We're gonna invite individuals to come on and speak with us. We're also gonna talk about the ballot measures that was going on in our home states and who we voted for beyond the presidential race. I think at this time, Arkin is going to double check how the race is going and opine a little bit.
That's simple. I've been looking at it the whole time. I also decided to take a look at Twitter and see how they're fucking reacting.
Oh boy. Tell me how they're going first before I give it a beverage.
I don't know what to think because, first of all, so many of these races are being called early. Iowa is called just now at 56% of votes counted. Like, really? Seriously?
Yeah.
Missouri is called with 56%, Kansas with 70%. They're calling a lot of races early. So
yeah,
I don't know what to...
If Jill Stein loses tonight, I'm leaving the country. I need to take a lap. I'll be back.
I don't know what to expect.
Motherfuckers.
I'm reading that it's rural counties which are reporting first, which may account for a lot of the red sort of lean at the start. I don't know what to think of this, and I don't know if it really matters. Ultimately, at the end of the day, 24 hours from now, we're basically gonna know how this election went. I don't know how long I'm gonna stay up. I have nowhere to be tomorrow. I'm skipping my one class that I have. So I might stay up the whole night. I don't know. I napped in the afternoon. Or maybe I'll go to bed and wake up in the morning and pray. I do appreciate all of the very funny and original people in the chat who think it's very funny to tell me to cry libtard, yeah, hilarious, and original, and I've never heard such creative humor before. There's no time to cry if Trump wins. The situation is far too grave for that. If Donald Trump wins this election, we are going to enter a very dark period in this country. I have no illusions about it. I have no illusions about the seriousness of it. And I hope no one else does either. I don't know what's gonna happen. She's at 113 right now. She'll gain 54 from California.
The USA.
Indeed. She'll gain 20 between Oregon and Washington. She'll gain 5 from New Mexico, 4 from Hawaii.
I'm not back yet. Ignore me.
13 from
Just placing my
Virginia,
beverages up.
4 from New Hampshire, 3 from Maine. Unclear what's going to happen in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, 61% counted. Trump has a lead of 100,000, but 40%, a lot could change. I guess the point is hope and pray and prepare yourselves. Some of you are like me. Some of you are straight white guys. You'll be fine. I'm also Jewish. I'm also son of immigrants. So I'm not going to be spared. Or my family isn't anyway. And any woman in your life, any gay or lesbian or transgender person in your life, any black or Mexican or Asian person in your life, Muslim person, will be under threat. It's dark. It's depressing. And I'm kind of going in circles here. I want to believe badly that a second Trump administration would be no worse than the first, which was really bad, but survivable. That he will fail to carry out on many of his promises, that he will be held back by individuals in his administration, that he will be aimless without an enemy to fight. But I'm not that naive. I am not the kind of person who will deny the evidence of my eyes and ears for the sake of my own comfort. For instance, I'm looking at this map. I'm not going to...
wins, I'm going to buy Warhammer miniatures live on air.
Marvelous. Anyway, I am looking at this map. I'm not going to tell you that Harris is likely to win. Maybe she will. Maybe she won't. I don't know. But it doesn't look like she will right now. Could change. I hope it changes. But I'm not the kind of person who lies to myself or to others for the sake of my own comfort.
I will be buying them entirely to cope.
I'm going to mute Wilson for the next 5 minutes. Anyway. I know what Trump has said. I know the people who he's going to put in his administration. He's going to put Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in charge of health. He's going to put Elon Musk in the fucking government, which is just disgusting. And Tulsi Gabbard and Vivek Ramaswamy and all these other fucking nut jobs are going to go into the government. And it's going to be rough. I hope it is recoverable. I really hope it is. I hope I'm wrong, as usual. I hate being right, because when I'm right, it's rarely a good thing. Because my predictions are usually quite negative. I hate being right. I was right about January 6th. I predicted it when almost no one else did. That they would not go quietly, that they would not remain peaceful. And I was told I was a fearmonger, and that I was full of shit. And I was right. I hope I'm not right. I hoped I wasn't right then. But we shall see. I want to read the chat here. Alright, I'll unmute Wilson now that little fun rant is done. Keep praying for the blue shift. Yeah, pretty much. Red Mirage is a
I'm
real
going
thing.
to insert threats of violence.
That's fine. I know Red Mirage is a thing. I hope it's true. We'll see.
Did somebody in chat literally? Yeah, somebody in chat was like, "Free our boy." Love him. People will die under Trump. I'm so exhausted and I want out. Yeah. No, I understand. A lot of us understand. A lot of us get it. Promise you me. Hey, did you see what Ashley posted in my personal server?
Nope. Oh.
Look.
Yeah.
Look, I can't say that on fucking live stream. I can't say that.
I'm gonna
on
not
live
read that.
The M26A1 Pershing said, "I'll be fine. It's my sisters I'm worried for." Indeed, what sisters? The M113.
That's horrible.
That's
Wilson.
a very funny joke.
That's horrible.
That is a very funny joke that only like 8 people will understand.
So let's see. Arizona's at 50%, and it is. You're fucking kidding me. It's 3,000 votes apart. Trump is leading by 3,000 votes. Not even 3,000.
In
2,500.
Arizona? Are you fucking kidding me?
Wilson, if
Ain't no goddamn way.
Wilson, if it remains at these margins, it would be a complete blowout for every pollster that said it was going to be Republicans like +5. Arizona is predicted to go red. It'll be really funny if Arizona.
I want this to be on live stream. I want this to be video recorded so people can hear me. They won't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but they'll know I tried. I tried. Y'all heard that? Most of you won't know what I'm talking about. But I tried.
The polls here are going to close in 7 minutes.
Oh man. Trump now has more votes than Romney ever got. Wow. That is impressive. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck? Why my computer going so damn slow? Oh, it's because I'm still downloading Helldivers. That would explain.
Oh, I'm going to need some of that later when I'm a little bit more intoxicated. I also need to eat dinner at some point because I ate at like 1 p.m. or 1:30, but
Yeah.
I need food or I am going to actually just pass out. I've never been drunk. I've never been drunk in my life, and I don't expect to start now, but I have a liver of titanium. It's very hard for me to get drunk, but I do get buzzed.
You are Russian.
I'm Ukrainian and Jewish, but most importantly, I'm a Repkin. I do, however, get tipsy, and it's not very. I don't enjoy it. It's not a pleasant feeling for me. So I'm gonna go and get dinner in a little bit.
Indeed, we may have a small recess, or I might attempt to entertain chat for a minute.
I can eat at the computer a bit.
Do what?
I can, eat at the computer.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, I did. I might go for seconds here in a minute. Then, so here's I hate to take the lead on this, but ladies and gentlemen, here's kind of the plan for right now. we've kind of taken the hour to opine. In 5 minutes, California's polls are going to close, and we're going to kind of review the first steps of that, and then I think what we're going to do is, if anybody is in the Situation Room and would like to have their 15 minutes of fame, so to speak, to come up and have a conversation with us, let us know. We will drag you one at a time. Make your nickname in TSR, make your nickname like Papa, please let me talk, or something to let us know that you actually want to come. We'll do it one at a time. We'll have you introduce yourself in any way that you want to. We'll talk a little bit. In the interim, while we're waiting for the polls to close, I think that now would be a good time for us to discuss some things that we voted for, actually, that was on our ballot measures. Jacob, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go
Mine
first?
is easier because I voted no on almost everything. I did not have time to do my usual 3 hours of research, so I kind of had to wing it. And I also...
It does 3 hours of research, ladies and gentlemen.
Normally,
Perfect.
but I didn't have time for that this time around. So what I did, there were a few that I knew my opinion on, and there were a few where I just kind of voted, usually on propositions where they're saying that they want to spend money on things I'm not sure they need to spend money on. I vote no. I only voted yes on 3 propositions, I think. There was one for $10 billion in bonds to fund the modernization of public education facilities. I don't remember how I voted on that. I think I voted yes on that. But aside from that,
You would think that California would have pretty modern
no.
voting systems, but I guess not.
Aside from that, I voted yes on two other ones. So California Proposition 3, which is the right to marry, and it repeals the Proposition 8 amendment. So the Proposition 8 amendment was passed 16 years ago, which defined marriage as union between one man and one woman. I disagree. I think that is wrong. So I voted to remove that amendment from the California Constitution, which I find to be ridiculous. I voted yes on California Proposition 6, which doesn't do a whole lot. It's mostly symbolic, but in the 13th Amendment, I'm actually going to read it because it's quite short. The 13th Amendment says that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. That second clause, except as punishment for a crime, has been exploited over the course of the last century and a half to use prisoners as free labor, unpaid labor, as slaves in all but name. I believe very strongly that this is wrong. I don't care if you're a murderer. I don't care if you're a rapist. I don't care what you've done. I don't think any human being should be compelled to work against his will. Imprisoned? Sure. But compelled to work? Compelled to do labor without any pay? That's wrong, in my opinion. So I voted to add an amendment to our Constitution that would prohibit involuntary servitude as punishment for a crime. Those are the 3 that I voted yes on. I voted no on almost everything else, and I'm not going to go over them all. The big one that I voted no on, the one that I really, really hope this state votes against, is Ballot Proposition 33, which any Californian who's been paying any attention will be familiar with. It would repeal a law passed in, I believe, 1995. Yeah, 1995, the Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act, which prohibits localities, cities, from placing rent controls upon single-family homes or apartments built after, I think, 1992. I think rent control is one of the single worst policies that exists when it comes to the housing crisis. I think it's horrible. I think it doesn't solve anything. It only makes the problem worse while not allowing or not giving any incentive for new housing to be built, which is the only real solution to the housing crisis. So I voted no on rent control. I know everybody in my family voted no on it, and I hope to God, because this is the third time in the last decade that we're voting on it, I hope to God that we vote no on it for the third time, because otherwise, well, I'm from San Diego and I'm going back there soon enough. They'll definitely do it, and it's gonna suck. So that's my ballot propositions.
My turn?
Yes, sir.
So, mine have a little bit more political theater to them. Hilariously enough. So, issue 1, but beyond all the candidates, I'll be straight with you. All the candidates that I voted for, straight Democrat, right down the ticket. I've also technically voted for people who ran unopposed, but yeah. There are also some hilarious parties running. I should have taken a photo of my ballot because some of them were just funny. So, issue number 1, Arkansas issue number 1, was basically a thing that said lottery ticket can be used. Oh, hold on, give me just a second. Oh yeah, actually, hold on. Before we get to the issues, I want to talk about some of the presidential candidates that came up on my ticket. So there was Peter Sonsky.
Oh, the American
Solidarity Party.
Yeah.
No idea what that is.
Christian
Not
Democrats.
Oh, great. So Jill Stein and RFK was on there, which is hilarious. Chase Oliver was on there, which very funny to me. And then Michael Wood of the Prohibition Party.
Oh, wow.
Prohibition of what? I have never heard of this guy, ever. Prohibition of what?
Alcohol.
Can we look that up real quick?
I know it.
What?
It's a party that wants to return to prohibition.
Why?
I assume masochism.
Well, good thing I didn't vote for him. I say drinking from my mind. Jack! Pleasure to join us. The world's going to shit. We're having booze.
I will tell you this.
So, that's fascinating.
Brief interruption, just a thought that occurred to me because you said that.
Mm-hmm.
This is the alcohol talking a little bit, but if Trump wins, and it isn't if, like, it really, statistics is so deceptive. Like, Harris just had Washington and California called for her. Suddenly it's 179 to 214. Doesn't look so bad, does it? Like, it really is a very close election. We don't know what's going to happen. I'm reading that Arizona might take as much as 2 weeks to tabulate all the votes, which is significant because it's going to be a very close race, looks like. Same in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So, like, you know, it's a close election. We don't know what's going to happen. I'm still holding some hope for Harris. But if Trump wins, if everything goes to shit, I'm going to be honest, I just want to be able to live my life, and I just want to be able to enjoy my life, in spite of it. some of the worst things that happened in my life happened during the Biden presidency, completely unrelated to the Biden presidency, and some of the best times were during the Trump presidency, completely unrelated to the Trump presidency. So, really, I just hope that politics can continue to not affect my life. I hope we can weather the storm. Please go on.
Completely and utterly agree.
Go on ahead.
Right. So, so getting onto the actual things, the actual issues. Issue 1, basically was like, so school lotteries. You know what school lotteries are, don't you?
Remind me?
Basically scholarship lotteries. You know. Oh, we've had our first guest, apparently, before we're ready. Hello.
It's Ark.
Mute yourself.
It's the moderator.
Oh, hello, Ark. Oh, you're Jimmy.
I see. And I guess,
Actually,
as a counterpoint to that, as someone who was planning on going on potentially working for the federal government, my life plan got upended.
Christ, poor you. But
Ark,
no,
also known as
you're there for a
Jimmy,
minute.
also known as Alex.
Hello.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah,
But no, let me-
my two life plans were either for the federal or state government, and I also had an option to go see the inauguration, so that also fell through.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
But no,
unlike a lot of you, my life be on like a day-to-day level probably won't be affected because I live in the second purest state, in the third purest town, in the second purest state. So
what state do you live in?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts is not the third poorest state. Shut your bitch
Yeah.
ass up. I live in
Purest.
Arkansas.
It's the third purest.
Oh, I thought you said poorest. I was about to go
no,
nuclear on you. But no, before we pick your brain here, wanting to go through the ballot measures of my state real quick. The first ballot measure was basically, how the fuck do I say this? It's we give college scholarship lottery out, you know? Why not give them to like vocational schools? Can we use state money for that? It specifically says a constitutional amendment to provide that lottery proceeds may be used to fund or provide scholarships and grants to Arkansas citizens enrolled in vocational technical schools and technical institutes. I voted yes. That is such a no-brainer to me. I'm like, sure, why not? You know? Issue number 2 was a divisive one. A really big divisive one. I'm going to read it out to the best of my ability, but I will need to summarize it. An amendment requiring local voter approval in a county-wide special election for certain new casino licenses and repealing authority to issue licenses or to issue a casino license in Pope County, Arkansas. So, Arkansas is a little bit interesting. Gambling is not legal here. Casinos are very rare. There's only one county, Pope County, Pope County, you gamble in Pope County. Yes, I will take your laughs now. But no, there's only one county where you can gamble legally, and it is Pope County. Pope County.
Is it because of natives?
What?
Is it because of natives that you can gamble there?
No. We don't have any native reservations in Arkansas. Not that I know of, anyway. But anyway. So, issue 2 was worded specifically weird to deliberately try and trip up people. The idea is that the people who want it on the ballot want you to believe that what they are doing is requiring local voter approval is to say like, hey, instead of we're gonna let the people decide if they want new casinos. In reality, what it is trying to give more power to the Arkansas state government to allow out-of-state casino conglomerates to issue casino licenses in our state. It wants the regulators of these things to not be the Arkansas state government, but a board that is effectively run by casinos. But they are framing it as making it the choice of the local people of Polk County, Arkansas. It's very weird and very sneaky. It is kind of the representation of the political zeitgeist of our country. It is an inherently undemocratic, pro-corporate policy that is framed as empowering the public through giving them a choice. It's very sneaky. I voted against issue 2, mostly because this type of authoritarian nonsense will not stand. And then finally, issue number 3, the Arkansas Medical Marijuana Amendment of 2024. So, in 2020, we failed to legalize marijuana. Womp womp. Womp womp. Didn't go anywhere. But over the course of the past 4 years, we've had a group of concerned citizens go around and drum up signatures to try and put it on the ballot. And this is also one of the things that made headline news in our state, which was, instead of trying to do a vast legalization, what if we give more medical authorities the ability to issue marijuana cards to individuals, and let's set up a state regulatory body that you can sue if it fails to regulate you properly, for the growth and production of cannabis at home, and also legalizing possession of up to an ounce. This I voted for. And this also has I had made mention, this also has a very interesting thing that occurred in our state. So the Arkansas Supreme Court tried to say that the citizens concerned that went around and got these signatures didn't file properly, even though they did, and tried to use some very interesting authoritarian and anti-democratic measures to not get this on the ballot. But our Secretary of State had balls for once and decided, no, it's going to go on it's going to go on the ballot. And the Supreme Court was like, no, I'm sorry, it was the Secretary of State who was using the anti-democratic measures trying to get this off the ballot. But the Supreme Court said, well, no, it's going to go on the ballot. It's just, this isn't going to be legally binding, allegedly. There's some give or take with that, but it does some very interesting things. It's another step, hopefully, towards legalization of cannabis. I don't partake, but I don't see why cannabis should be illegal. It's something. But yeah, no, I voted for this. The only other 2 ballot measures that were on my thing were local issues. One of them was, do we want to put sales tax on bail bonds? Which I voted for yes. Shrug. And then the local school district wanted to. This is odd. I don't know if this happens in y'all states, but when school districts and other major public services like libraries, whenever it comes up for their budget review,
it's put on as a ballot measure. It asks the electorate, hey, do we want to keep the present budget for the school district or the library, or do we not? It's very weird. I just voted yes because, yeah, like I don't know. Is that common for y'all state? Do y'all get asked, hey, do we want to keep our public schools budget the same? Not even like saying what do we want to change it to. It's like do you want to keep it the same? Yes or no?
No. I worked in local government. It's not like that at all.
That's odd. Because that was the thing on my ballot. Like straight up, I'll read it here for like 30 seconds. Where's Valley View? I'm not reading all of that. Fuck that. But it was a petition to increase or maintain the amount of city mileage tax or millage tax on real and personal property, supporting maintenance and operation of the Craighead County Public Library and public institutions. Be it enacted by the people of the city of Jonesboro, Arkansas, pursuant to Amendment 30 of the Constitution of the state of Arkansas, there is submitted to the qualified electors of the city of Jonesboro, Arkansas, the question of increasing of 1.0 mil. It's a bunch of nonsense. But yeah, that was everything on the ballot.
Yeah, so my ballot, I had 5 ballot questions. Number 1 was, should the state be able to audit the state legislature? I voted yes. Partially because I find it very suspicious that the state legislature is saying no, they don't want to be audited. And the state
Do we want to be audited? No.
The state is rated as one of the least transparent in the country. Yeah, then the second was eliminating the MCAS, which is our state standardized test as a graduate requirement. And I said, fuck that test. Third was one of the 2 controversial ones, which was unionization for like Uber DoorDash drivers. Then there was the legalization of mushrooms, because that's apparently where we're at this point. And then minimum wage for servers, which was the other controversial one. So yeah, those are the issues my state was tackling.
I
mean, yeah,
am
like
the only Ben who has had so my state has been casino controversy and marijuana possible like soft legalization. Everyone else has been, do we want to audit ourselves? No. And do we want to enslave prisoners? No. Understandable. No, very peculiar. Yeah. It's like, what do you have to hide, Massachusetts? What do you have to hide?
I don't know. But yeah, like, I think there were only like a few races that were actually even even had opponents. There was the president, the state senator, which I checked yesterday. Warren is leading by like 20 to 30 percentage points. He's gonna lose. And I think the state secretary of state was also an opponent, but like all the rest, no one. Again, this is the college town that has voted over 90% for Biden, which is and only less than Provincetown and Cambridge. So this is like a very liberal place, so it's not surprising.
But indeed, I get exactly what you're saying. I also am I'm also from a college town, so but yeah, no. Let's see, but no, so yeah, give me just a minute. Just a minute. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, Arkin.
Remember how I said if there were people who wanted like a quick thing to like join one of the chats? Well, nobody has renamed themselves, but I think this is the most busy that your chat has gotten in a while.
Oh boy.
Alex, I think we appreciate you being on here, but I think we might need to go see if somebody else would like to come and speak a few words. But it was definitely nice knowing you. I think you are not one of the people who vetted me, but you're definitely one of the people who says hello to everybody. But no, it was definitely nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you too.
Of course, be vigilant in those chat lines.
Have a good night with as minimum anxiety as possible.
No, we're gonna try.
We're just gonna see about that.
Who do we have next? Who's next?
I do not know. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people. We are not taking all of them. That is nuts.
I implore anybody who is listening to the stream, if you are wanting to come and have your 15 minutes of fame, looks at the clock, maybe more like 9 minutes of fame, rename yourself something abhorrent in the chat, in the TSR chat. We're gonna wait the 30 seconds for that to register, and I can't wait for the overgrowth of swastikas in your personal server.
Hooray!
But maybe they are all just there to watch the other live stream that's going on. I don't know. Also, you sound incredibly dour. Is the alcohol taking its toll on you?
No, I'm just watching the map and dreading the fact that I like the way it's looking. Right now it's 179 Harris, 230 Trump.
Shit, where'd the fucking map go? Holy shit. Hey, Google.
So
There we go.
it's 179 Harris, 230 Trump. It's bad.
Yeah. Bad.
That being said, if Harris
Why is Utah at 0% reporting and being called for Trump?
Because it's obvious. So look, let me go on race to 270 or whatever the hell it's called, 270 to win. All Harris needs to win is the blue wall states. It would be literally just 270, just barely enough, but it would be enough. If she gets Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, she can lose everything else, she'll still win. Provided there are no faithless electors, which there may be.
That's its own fucking
Currently,
issue. Hold on. We had a contender.
In a moment.
Somebody...
Hang on. It is
Oh, we're hanging on
currently
now.
extraordinarily tight. In Wisconsin...
I'm not going to make that comment. I'm not going to make that happen.
In Wisconsin, Trump is leading by less than 100,000 votes, with 66% of votes counted. But the margin of victory last time was very, very close, so it could...
Holy fucking shit, it's Sweetek.
Oh, hi. Hello.
It has been literal. I'm jumping in to be a doomer. Don't be doomer, be a smarty. Come and join the Nazi party.
Jesus Christ, that's a reference.
Springtime for Hitler.
Yeah, that's what tonight might be, but that being said, so Wisconsin is going to be really close, and they're only at 66%. Pennsylvania is at 76%. It's leaning to Trump, but I'm reading almost an hour ago, but that's the most recent update that the AP has. Philadelphia and its nearby counties have been very slow to report, so it's likely to bounce back a little bit. And then Michigan is at just 32%. So and Wayne County, which is Detroit, is almost completely uncounted. So really it is a toss-up race. And Arizona Arizona is still at 50%. Arizona is still at 50%. County election officials in Maricopa have warned that it could take as long as 2 weeks to count all the ballots. So we do not fucking know.
No, we don't.
Which just makes
The
it so
the
much
night
fun.
still has a long to go.
So much fun.
We have
You know,
yeah
I wanna say this.
mm,
If Democrats were not such fucking morons, if they just built homes for people who need homes, if they had maintained any sort of population growth, they would not have lost several electoral votes in the latest census, and we would not need the blue wall. But thanks to NIMBYism, we're about to have a dictator in this country. So well done, Gavin Newsom. Fuck you.
who's Gavin Newsom?
My governor, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, who his office tried to reach out to me to get me to do work in Santa Barbara. And I'm like, I live in rural Arkansas. Fuck you. Oh no. But anyway, no, it's, ladies and gentlemen, we're still hanging it out. We're thugging it out. Harris is at the Associated Press reporting, 187 to 230. 230. Yeah, 230. Who knows what Nevada is going to do? New Mexico hasn't been called yet. Not all of New England has been called yet. Virginia is leaning blue again, astonishingly. 187. 187 now. Is what they're calling it. Fucking Trump is ahead in Michigan by a little over 130,000 votes, but you said that Detroit hasn't even started yet. Wisconsin, Trump's in ahead by 100,000 votes. Fucking Harris is ahead in Virginia by 100,000 votes. New Mexico, she's ahead only by 43,000 or 40,000 votes. And Arizona is 3,000 votes ahead for Trump, but the major counties haven't come in yet, so who knows what's going to happen. What is NIMBYism? Not in my backyard. It is basically a slang term for individuals who don't want housing developments that could theoretically lower their property value, even if it doesn't actually. Not in my backyard is, yeah.
You know, thought that occurs to me that I've been thinking about. Because if Trump wins, which is still an if, mercifully, but if Trump wins, there's going to be a whole lot of analysis as to why. What I think we need to understand, even if Harris wins, the demographics of this election are not normal. They are not what we have come to expect. They are not racial, for the most part. They are not class, for the most part. And they are not religion, for the most part. They're gender. There's a double-digit gender gap. You and I are young men who voted for Kamala Harris. We are in a distinct minority. It's something like 60% I've been seeing in the polls of men 18 to 29 who are leaning to Trump or voting for Trump. And the reasons for this are, I won't go into them now, we might talk about it later. The reasons are very fucking stupid. And generally speaking, I was already disappointed in my own generation of men. If they hand this country to a dictator, that disappointment will be solidified for the rest of my life. Every fascist dictator in history, more or less, has attained power through the impudent frustration of young men. Mussolini, Hitler, all of them. I don't like to say that history repeats itself, but it sure does fucking rhyme.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm seeing it in my own comments. I've been seeing it online so much. It's so... I expect better of men. There's so much the gender war, you know. There's so much discussion about, like, oh, Gen Z women are this and that. We have no leg to stand on. Yeah, Gen Z women spend too much time on TikTok, fine. But Gen Z men? We have so much work to do. The fact that so many young men are treating this, and Harris voters too, by the way, it's not as bad, but young men in general, the degree to which we're talking about this like a sports game, the degree to which this is a fucking joke, like that people just are not willing to vote for a woman. Let's just say it outright. Let's just call things what they are. There is a sizable contingent of men who feel emasculated by voting for a woman. Which, in my opinion, is the most unmasculine thing that you can do. If your masculinity is contingent upon who you vote for, then you're not a man, you're a eunuch. It's a generation of eunuchs. Yeah, I fucking said it. No, you know what?
In the United States right now, a generation of eunuchs.
There's a post like Andrew Tate or one of his ilk made about, like, I don't know, fruity drinks or whatever at Starbucks and how it's so feminine. And I saw this reply, a repost, whatever, that said, like, the most unmasculine thing you can do is have opinions about Starbucks drinks. And I could not agree more. It is so... not feminine, just unmasculine to have such strong opinions about such trivial, unimportant things, which ultimately may be what swings this election. Because as much as there's turnout among women, there's also turnout among men. And Kyle, who made the thumbnail for this stream, he goes to ASU, Arizona, not Arkansas. And
boo! Thumbs down, rival college.
He goes to Arizona State University, and Trump had a rally there last week. And the number of students he said he saw at that rally, and I believe him. It makes complete sense. I go to a college. I live literally across the tracks from my college, across the railroad tracks. I see what the caliber of men here. It's pathetic. And I have absolutely no moral quandaries about slandering an entire gender this way and an entire age group. Because damn it, we need to do better. Men need to do better. I expect better of men. Women expect better of men, and I dread the potential future of a South Korean-style incel politics.
Oh god, no. I went down that rabbit hole in May. Fuck you. Don't bring him back.
Well...
You're not wrong. I get exactly what you're saying. But also, yeah.
What else is going on here?
Let's see. Apparently there is a woman who there's a woman who voted for Trump, a mystical creature.
Where is this?
No, they're a bit drunk. I think I have had 2 glasses of wine. I haven't even started. Okay. Not getting my words right is not helping my case in making the case that I am not drunk.
I want to
That being
respond.
said, I will continue.
I want to respond to this woman Trump voter.
This purple heart. Before you do, I'll read out some of her things. It says, "Hi, I'm a woman who voted for Trump. We exist, and I regret nothing." Half of the women that I know in my state voted for Trump, and they probably don't regret anything, despite the fact that it's literally against their interests. But he will respond to that in a moment. The media called effing Romney a dictator. Chill it with the doomerism. No, because as Super Salumi said, I'm sorry. Aaron Gamma Sick said Romney never called anyone that opposed him the enemy within. And then it says TikTok shouldn't exist at all. Then it says TikTok shouldn't exist at all. Social media overall is such a brain parasite, but TikTok specifically targets short attention spans. You ever scroll in YouTube Shorts? How'd you find us? Yeah, I couldn't give a damn about gender. When a woman runs that supports my politics, I'll vote for her, but Kamala ain't it. Ain't it. Well, but Kamala ain't it. Okay.
I'll field this.
I understand. You'll field this? Take it away. I'm going to grab something. I would be 2 seconds.
Never going to vote for a candidate on the basis of their identity. That is to say, their race, their ethnicity, their gender, their religion. Never. Because ultimately I don't think those are the things that make a person. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because she's a woman. Or because she's black, or because she's Asian. None of that matters to me.
Yeah, recall for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, that we came from the anti-woke side of the internet, where we grew up with that shit, and we were like, "Wow, this gendered politics. We should vote for people. We should support women because they're women." Didn't vibe with us. We wanted to judge people by the content of their character.
I do not vote for people based upon their arbitrary, predetermined, indelible identity characteristics, because ultimately I don't believe those things are significant in any way. That being said, first of all I want to address Romney. Now, they did not call Romney a dictator, okay? I was young, but I was alive. I was alive, and I was living in California, one of the bluest states, in a family full of Democrats. None of them ever called him a dictator. None of them ever said he was going to run the country into the ground. Romney and Trump were not the same. I am sick and tired of this narrative that, but they've always been saying that. They said it about Bush. They said it about Bob Dole. They said it about Bush again. They said it about... No, they didn't. No sane person was calling John McCain or Mitt Romney or even George Bush a fucking dictator. Spare me, please.
Sweats.
Hang on.
Proceed.
Tab. Reload. Yeah.
I wonder if they're even there. They may have dipped. They probably don't
Hang
care.
on a second.
We're still
Okay.
going to address
No,
it.
I don't care. It's worth addressing. But I want to back up what someone said earlier. Romney did not ever call anybody the enemy within. He did not ever call people vermin. He didn't call to shoot the press. He didn't talk about denaturalizing American citizens because they were born in a different country. For that matter, he never talked about abolishing birthright citizenship, which is the bedrock of this country. He never talked about immigrants poisoning the blood. Literally, verbatim, something that he said. Romney never did any of that. Oh, sure, he was pretty out there for the time. He was quite right-wing. I think he would have made a bad president. But he is leagues better than Trump. If the election were between the two of them, I would vote for Romney in a heartbeat. I wouldn't think about it twice. I wouldn't even think about it once.
Makes two of us.
So that's 1. 2.
Also, I need to start using that phrase, spare me. That's good shit.
Well, I use that phrase a lot nowadays. I have no interest in identity politics. That being said, I do think identity plays a role in politics, and I think people do vote on a group basis, largely. Religion, race, gender, these things do determine our politics because these things determine our outlook on life, and our outlook on life is what defines our politics. Our circumstances are what define our politics. The reason women are breaking for Kamala so much is because the other side wants to strip them of their basic rights. Because Trump's, I don't remember who he is, not his chief of staff, I think one of his campaign managers, is posting online about repealing the 19th Amendment that gave women the right to vote. That is why women are voting for Kamala Harris, in large part. Now, I don't like Kamala Harris. Let me be very clear about this. I do not think she
let's dispel some rumors here.
I'd like to be very clear. I don't think she'll be a very good president. I don't think she'll be awful. I have some hope she may even be a good president. I mean, Biden, I had no expectations for him, and he ended up being the best president of my lifetime, of this century. But I have no such illusions. I know Kamala's not amazing. She's not great. But earlier somebody was saying that it's this lesser of two evils thing. No. Okay? I made that video, so I am going to stand up against what I said. No, this is not the lesser of two evils, and despite what I said then, neither was 2020. It is not the lesser of two evils. It is a mediocre, center-of-the-road, not amazing, but okay Democrat versus a dictator. In his own words. Not a media narrative, not Democrat propaganda. No, his own words. Repeatedly. I'm going to be a dictator on day one. That is what he said. Publicly on television in front of a crowd of hundreds. He went on, over the last year, to praise various dictators around the world. Just last week, he was talking about Xi Jinping, the dictator of China, saying he rules over his people with, quote, an iron fist. And he said, wouldn't it be nice if I could do that? Not in those exact words, but iron fist that was his exact words, and he said it in this admiring tone. He wants to be a dictator. I don't care what anybody says. I am not going to deny the evidence of my eyes and ears. I'm reading through 1984 right now. And I
Hold
keep...
on, they funnily enough, they are still here. They're responding. Dictator on day one. It's a joke. If you want to vote for politicians... Okay, if you want to vote for politicians who do not take their constituencies seriously, be my guest. If you want to vote for politicians who want to make a joke out of your country's policies, be my guest. Do not, and I do not mean this with anything other than genuine concern in my heart, do not be surprised. Do not feel patronized when you become the butt of the joke.
I would like to just say this, because I, never try to rationalize the irrational, and never try to argue with people who... Never use logic to argue with people who defy the concept of logic itself. So this will be the last thing I have to say to this particular individual, who I've found rather disappointing.
Intellectually, politically, or all of the above?
All of the above.
Harsh critique.
Reality exists. Facts
Really?
exist. And
Could
when
have fooled
people
me.
say who they are and what they are going to do, I have learned to believe them. I have been in some abusive relationships, and I told myself that the signs I saw were not signs at all. I was wrong, and I got hurt. Now, it's been a long time. Nonetheless, I learned a valuable lesson. When people tell you who they are, believe them. And it is not a joke anytime it gets you backlash. I'm sorry, but no. I hate this way of thinking. I've been watching through old episodes of The Simpsons recently. And there's this wonderful episode with Krusty the Clown where he makes this horrible joke at the dinner table with the Simpsons, and he says, I don't remember what exactly he says, something to the effect of when you look at me like that, it's a joke, which is exactly what you're doing here. No, it's not just a joke. If he said it once, maybe. But when he calls people vermin, the enemy within, the enemy of the people, when he says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country, when he talks about people's IQ in relation to their race, which is not even a dog whistle to the far right anymore. It's literally just a far right talking point. When he says repeatedly that he wants to be a dictator, when he praises other dictators, I'm sorry, I'm not going to look at that and say, oh, he's such a little stinker. He's such a choker.
He's such a little scamp.
I will not continue this conversation any further, but I will read a passage from 1984, which I'm about halfway through at the moment, which I have been thinking about over and over and over again in relation to Donald Trump and the way the media trivializes him and runs cover for him and has normalized him and the Republican Party and Project 2025. In this case, we're going to go ahead and say that the party is the Republican Party because it fits pretty well. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. His heart sank as he thought of the enormous power arrayed against him, the ease with which any party intellectual would overthrow him in a debate, the subtle arguments which he would not be able to understand, much less answer. And yet he was in the right. They were wrong and he was right. The obvious, the silly, and the true had got to be defended. Truisms are true. Hold on to that. The solid world exists. Its laws do not change. Stones are hard. Water is wet. Objects unsupported fall towards the earth's center. With the feeling that he was speaking to O'Brien and also that he was setting forth an important axiom, he wrote, "Freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 makes 4. If that is granted, all else follows." Now,
it's like the cornerstone thing from that book.
Now, we're not quite at the point of doublethink and newspeak, but the denial of reality, the brazen denial of reality. I mean, the fact that right-wingers, Trump supporters, still say that the media is biased against Trump is laughable. I'm laughing at it now. Because, I mean, the man stood on a stage and just stood there for 39 minutes listening to music, swaying awkwardly like a tree in a light breeze, completely wordless, completely frozen, like my fucking Alzheimer's-ridden grandmother. He reminds me of her more and more every day. And what did the media, the mainstream media, the DC media, the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, the New York Times, what did they go with? The AP, what did they go with as their headline? I don't remember any of them precisely, but every single one of them was something to the effect of, "Trump ends rally in concert." It's like describing 9/11 as plane goes on wrong trajectory. Yeah, it went on the wrong trajectory. You're missing an important detail there. It's like talking about the invasion of Poland as German troop goes on expedition across the border. Special military operation, that sort of nonsense.
Yeah.
I don't care if there were 2 medical emergencies in the crowd. You fucking leave then. You don't stand there for 39 fucking minutes silently. And all of the... I mean, he was asked about breaking up Google as a monopoly, and he just started talking about voting in Georgia. This has gone on over and over and over again. He has gone on interview after interview and just sounded like a complete buffoon. He cannot finish a sentence. He cannot speak coherently. But none of it matters, because the media wants a horse race, and they will continue to run cover for him until, of course, he shoots the press, and then it won't be a problem anymore. So I'm done responding to this particular individual, but I could not disagree more vehemently with any of this. Before we move on, the race is looking as close as it should actually look. 205 to 230. Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii not yet called. Hawaii will be called soon. That'll be another 4 electoral votes to Kamala. Minnesota leaning blue, which of course it was always going to. That'll be another 10. So it's going to be 219 to 230. As well as New Hampshire, Maine, and 2 more votes in Nebraska that'll be called. So we'll really just be waiting on Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia looks... Well, Georgia is interesting. Georgia is at 91%, but the margin is 130,000 in favor of Trump. It looks like he is going to win, but it is not at all impossible that things could change and could catch up. I'm very curious to see how that race plays out. I imagine that it's lost. There remains a slim possibility that it is not, because that is exactly what happened last time. Mm-hmm. Michigan is at 42% counted, with Trump still in the lead, but that is only 42%. Pennsylvania is at 82% and looking very worrisome because Trump's still in a very commanding lead. And Wisconsin, 74%, pretty much the same margins as before. We're waiting. So this election will not be decided tonight. It looks like it will be at least a week for Arizona to be counted, for everything in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin to be counted. Let's pray.
We shall. To whatever being there is, we shall pray. Omni eo. Don't ask. I don't know. I'm still trying to maintain some form of humor. Going to happen?
I will say this, because Kamala has a slim chance at victory still, but even if she wins, what I said before, unfortunately stands. I am deeply disappointed in my countrymen. She might win. It will be close. This should not have been a close election. This should have been a 1964-style landslide for the Democrats. And the fact that it is not speaks to a deep intellectual, moral, and spiritual rot within our country, which, as I said before, I don't really know what we're supposed to do about.
I would not begin to pretend to know.
Joshua Eckel, the president of Project Liberal and my friend, posted something on Twitter 13 minutes ago. He said, Americans will get what they deserve. Political realignments are messy, chaotic, and dangerous. It will take a shock to the system before something significant really happens. I hate to say it, but he's right. What I said before looks like it might have to be true. We might just need to suffer for a while.
which fucking the very idea that we have to fucking blows.
Well,
It is not good.
I'm curious how the House is going right now. House and Senate.
How is the House?
Well, so the Senate looks like it is going to go to the Republicans. They've already got 50
Great.
seats. So if they don't win any more seats, then it will be up to the vice president. Otherwise, it will be a lame duck. House looks uncertain right now. 125 Democrats, 170 Republicans, and a whole lot not yet called, including not a single congressman from Nevada, only one from Utah. Many, in fact, almost none in California have been called yet. And in New York as well, there are many that have not been called. So, we will see. We can pray.
We will. We will.
I hope you find Trump isn't the tyrant you think he'll be. You know what? So do I. Now that we can agree on. Yes, I hope I'm wrong. I said this before. I desperately hope that I'm wrong. I always hope that I'm wrong with my political predictions because my political predictions are always very depressing. I hope to God that I am wrong. I don't think I am. I think the evidence of my eyes and ears is reliable enough. But maybe I'm wrong. Once more, let us pray.
We shall. I mean, Arkin is Arkin. I will speak for myself. Trump is dangerous. He is dangerous for his belief that he alone knows what the United States is and should be, and that he feels the need to run for political office in order to dictate that to us. That alone. The very fact that I have friends who are terrified of him should be disqualifying for a candidate. Full stop. Like, if you are friends with somebody and you know them to be of good conscience and you know them to be of good nature, and they feel discriminated exactly because of who they are, who they present as, what they represent, right? Then there is something deeply wrong with your political platform. Nobody, if you are all fellow countrymen, you're on the same team. You should be striving for the same goal. Politicians, nobody should be afraid of politicians. Politicians should be afraid of us. We pay their bills. We pay their salary. We get them the job. Public servants are that. Servants. To the public. Nobody in this country should be afraid of the ruling class. That is something we left behind in the French Revolution. Dim Dim tried to say something in the chat, but I think they ran out of characters. What'd you send me? Yeah, I understand.
I hope that is what happens.
Makes two of us.
We'll see.
Yeah. 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 All right, everyone. Let's check in on the everything.
No movement.
205 to 230.
No movement at all.
Christ.
We'll get Hawaii in a little bit.
Well, Hawaii will push the scales a little bit, but Jesus fucking Christ.
So will Alaska.
Why is Nevada?
Because
Like-
they have a special rule that they cannot count any of the votes until the last vote has been cast, which is really dumb. But we'll just be waiting on them for a long time. They don't matter, ultimately. If Trump wins any of the blue wall states, then it won't matter.
Literally any of them?
Yeah, any of them. Because Nevada's only 6 electoral votes, while Wisconsin is 10, Michigan is 15, and Pennsylvania is 19, and Arizona is 11. So if he wins any one of those states, it basically cancels out any impact that Nevada could have.
Still love how Utah was called with 1% reporting.
Is it still only 1%? It is
Yeah.
1%. Oh my god.
It's ridiculous.
Wow, California is actually way bluer than I expected. Which is saying something because it's California, but like I don't know if that's ever happened before. Let me take it. Maybe 2020, where every coastal county went blue. Usually, there's at least one red one. What is the blue wall? It's what's it called?
It
It's
is a series of battleground states that historically vote blue, who should be continued to be expected on to vote blue, who nominally will determine how well Democrats do in the election. So states that you would normally consider Democrat in this, like Michigan, Illinois, Arizona, New Mexico, California, etc.
Yeah. Also, no, it has happened before, but still, California's looking very blue. I like that. Ultimately, there's a new rule segment from Bill Maher that I keep coming back to, titled "Liberal States' Rights." One of my favorite segments of his, where he puts on a really funny Southern accent and starts talking about how the liberal states will defy the Republican, at the time, federal government. Ultimately, I am very happy to be living in California.
Yeah, fucking, isn't that just great for you? Guess where the fuck I live? What the fuck I have to deal with?
Yep.
Isn't that just Daisy?
Yep. So, I am very, very glad to be living here in a state that will more or less protect my rights.
Hawaii was instantly called blue. Should we take a minute? Should we take 10?
For what?
For a break. Use the bathroom.
I'm going to receive a phone call in a minute here. So we'll pause then.
Ladies and gentlemen, oh my god, we're back up to 32 views. Jesus Christ. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a small break. We're going to just kind of mute. We're going to put on some Be Right Back music.
We are? Do you have any? Because I don't.
Yeah. We'll do the ones from our last stream. One of our last streams is my favorite. It's my favorite chill music.
God.
Watch live now. Donald Trump delivers remarks on the election. Go fuck yourself.
Oh, Lord. That's never good. I mean, literally never good. I'm trying to find the music so we can pause for a while.
I've got it. I got it right here. Right here, sending it to into your DMs.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're gonna have more thrilling election commentary, political opining, guest appearances, including but not limited to the lovely Frankie Man. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Perhaps even some additional opining from friends. And rounding out the evening, perhaps with some thrilling gameplay.
Perhaps. We'll be back
We'll take
in a number of minutes.
We'll be back after these messages.
Actually, don't know how long, but yes, these messages, which may last an undetermined period of time.
Oh, I had to reload. Okay, we're good. Alright. I put together a Blade Guard lieutenant while we were sitting here talking. You want to see him? He's a space marine with a... Or was your dad? Alright. Go ahead and call your dad. I'll set up this later. I'm gonna clean up a bit of the mess that I made. Get a touch more roast, put up the rest. Acquire more alcohol.
We're back!
Are we?
Yes!
Definitely on stream?
That's right. We're back. Absolutely nothing has changed on the map, and you know what? I call it a stay of execution.
Republicans have won control of the Senate. The Associated Press projects. Literally just got the notification.
That's fine, I don't care about the Senate. I don't care about anything that happens so long as Trump loses. It's that one meme from Rise of Skywalker. I don't need him to... I don't need her to win, I need him to lose.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it's going to come down to the Blue Wall states, and I am increasingly growing hopeless about those states. Pennsylvania is reporting at 86%. So there really isn't that much left to go. Trump is ahead by more than 150,000 votes in Pennsylvania. In Wisconsin, it is 81% reporting. He is ahead by more than 100,000 votes. Michigan remains the one and only real hope, as it is at only 52% reporting, though he has a 200,000 vote lead. Georgia remains uncertain with 93% reporting, though he is up by more than almost 120,000 votes, so he is likely to win that state. And Arizona, our hopes seem to lie on Arizona and Nevada. Here is a election scenario, and I'm going to show my display. 270 to win. So this was the sort of barely winning scenario for Harris. There is a different version of this. She wins Arizona and Nevada. That'll be 287 now. She can afford to lose Wisconsin. Or... no, she cannot afford to lose Pennsylvania. So she can afford to lose Wisconsin or Michigan if she takes Arizona and Nevada.
You think so?
I don't think so. That's the numbers. If by some miracle she takes Georgia, that actually changes a lot of things. If she takes Georgia, that's 16 electoral votes. That's more than every other swing state except for well, that hasn't been called yet, except for Pennsylvania. 16 votes, it's a lot. So with this, if she can take, here's another path to victory. If she can take Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, god damn it, I hate this fucking thing. Nevada, and any one of the Blue Wall states, or actually no, not Wisconsin alone wouldn't be enough, but if she can take Michigan, for instance, which seems to be the most likely Democrat victory, that is another path to victory. So Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and Michigan, and then she can lose Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and it will not matter. I am purely speculating at this point. I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to expect. This is a... and unfortunately, Ann Seltzer was wrong. Iowa...
Ann Seltzer?
the woman who predicted Iowa would go to the Democrats. Iowa is at 92% reporting, and Trump has a lead of more than 200,000 votes.
That is rough.
Kansas is gone. 86% reporting. He's up by almost 200,000. And Missouri, upon which we pinned so much false hope, is at 86% reporting, and he is up by almost 500,000 votes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how liberty dies. It was good while it lasted. Well, it was okay.
You had to experience liberty for the sum total of 20 years.
It was a good 20 years, give or take.
About how many years were you cognizant during them?
I don't know, 12 or so?
But no,
What really saddens me I don't know that we're done yet, but what saddens me is that the instinctive response of Trump supporters online remains exactly as it was 8 years ago. Cry more, liberals. Oh, it's so funny. It's a big joke to them. It's a reality TV show. It's a theatrical play. These people are characters to them, not politicians. It's a performance to them. They have no vested interests. They don't like Democrats, they don't like black people, and they don't like women. That's all that really matters to a lot of them. It's depressing. How would a blue Alaska change things? Blue Alaska is a very interesting... they're saying the results are expected around half an hour from now. So, Alaska's interesting. I would be amazed by Blue Alaska. Let's see how that looks on the map. I'd be really amazed by Blue Alaska. It is highly unlikely. It is only 3 votes, so I don't believe it changes anything. Well, it does allow Harris to win with just Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada, but that's still a very slim possibility. Blue Alaska is probably going to happen at some point, but
Yeah, win lol. Probably not in our lifetimes.
No, in our lifetimes, but it's gonna be a while. I don't know, people. This may be the end of American democracy. I've got to vote twice. That was fun.
It's all over, but the crying.
Okay, Sarah. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Yeah.
Christ.
Christ is right.
Probably vote Trump. It more than likely will.
Alaska ultimately doesn't matter. It allows one other path to victory, which is highly unlikely. Our hopes are pinned on fucking Arizona. Arizona, Nevada, and Michigan.
No.
And Georgia.
No fucking comment.
I don't see how either candidate winning is the end of American democracy. Oh, that's easy. One of them said they want to be a dictator. I'm sorry I'm sounding pissed off. I am pissed off. I've been saying this all fucking night. I'm sorry. I'm tired of pretending that these are two evenly matched candidates. I am tired of pretending that this is a normal election. It is not. It was not last time. It was not in 2016. But it is especially not now. What's the difference between now and 2016? Simple. Trump is older, more senile, and more unhinged. And, most important and most dangerous of all, he has a bone to pick. He feels slighted by this country and by its institutions from 2020. He has never forgiven us for that. He has never forgiven American democracy for rejecting him. So he's going to destroy it out of spite.
When did they say they would be a dictator?
I got it. I got it.
Play the clip. Play the clip for the entire stream.
Sure. But I also sent a...
Wow, L takes. Yeah? Okay.
That's nice.
Do something about it.
Anyway,
Here's my full name and address. Go dox me on 4chan, as you literally have nothing better to do.
Yep. Okay, here it is.
We are here to enjoy our beverages
Here.
and to observe the electoral situation,
So, okay,
not
here.
engage in your puerile attempts to get a rise out of us.
Anyway, for posterity's sake,
Under no circumstances, you are promising America tonight, you would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except for what?
He's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border, and I want to drill.
That's not retribution.
I'm gonna be, you know, he keeps, I love this guy. He says, you're not gonna be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border, and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator.
So that sounds to me like you're going back.
After that, I'm not a dictator. Wow.
yeah, right. I'm not going to rape you again, just the one time. Sorry, I know that's vulgar, but it's exactly what he's saying. And there's more of this.
Now, warning, he's only on his first day in office.
You know why I wanted to be a dictator? Because I want a wall, right? I want a wall, and I want to drill.
Some of Trump's Republican supporters have dismissed the comments as a joke, but Trump went on to promise to use the power of the presidency to go after his political opponents, including threatening prosecution, saying it is justified because he now faces multiple indictments.
They've opened up a Pandora's box, and I only can say to Joe is, be very careful what you wish for.
As Trump allies outline specific plans for retribution in a second Trump term, one Trump ally recently saying journalists will be targeted too, the Trump campaign has pushed back, saying no proposal should be considered official unless it comes directly from Trump or his campaign. As Trump builds his campaign around calls for retribution and revenge, former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney is calling him a threat to American democracy who must be stopped.
There's a lot that has to be done to begin to rebuild the Republican Party, potentially to build a new conservative party.
Also,
what are you expecting? Joe Biden said he doesn't think it's going to be a peaceful election day.
Well, he doesn't have any idea what's happening in all fairness. He spends most of his day sleeping. I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But
apparently we live in the 13th century. The towns and villages are being flooded by the Mongol hordes.
I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical
My
left.
family has been very negatively impacted by the border crisis. I'd love for somebody to step in and control it. My family has not, but I can completely and utterly see what you're talking about. Unfortunately, the individual that is the candidate for the Republican Party literally torpedoed a bill to help the border crisis, to help Texas, to help the border states, to help the individuals who are negatively infected by the quote-unquote border crisis, and he torpedoed it. He literally was like, fuck this. I don't want Biden's party to have any dubs at all whatsoever. So, we're just going to torpedo this bill. We're just going to torpedo the bill. But it's everything that you wanted. Oh, we know. We don't care. Fuck you.
Because it doesn't matter.
Nothing matters.
Nothing really matters. Anyone can see. Oh yeah, also this.
Who's doing the 9 Inch Nails?
Former President Donald Trump ramping up his inflammatory rhetoric.
The threat from outside forces is far less sinister, dangerous, and grave than the threat from within.
Quote.
Denigrating his political opponents on the left as, quote, vermin during a Veterans Day speech in New Hampshire.
I've said enough, I've shown enough. It doesn't matter ultimately, because remember, Wilson, truisms aren't true, facts aren't facts, reality doesn't fucking exist.
Of course, quote-unquote crisis. Are you thinking logically or emotionally about this? I will admit, I am one bottle of wine deep.
I want to answer a lot of these.
We're gonna be taking questions from the thing. Holy shit, Wilson, you are on your Richard Spencer arc, a strong border and competent people appreciator and no wife. What?
We're gonna go ahead and ignore that particular commenter as he is mostly a troll. I love you, but no. I don't think it's over for democracy. A friend of mine who is right-leaning in the same thing said the same thing if Kamala was elected. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to... I've definitely said this on stream before, but I'm gonna repeat it. A rule we're taught as journalists: if one person says that it is raining and the other person says that it is sunny, your job, my job as a journalist, is not to give both sides of the argument. It's to open a fucking window and then report what I see. I keep using this phrase from 1984 for a reason. The evidence of my eyes and ears. I don't care what a friend of yours who is right-leaning said. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Because ultimately, we have one candidate who calls his enemies vermin, who talks about the enemy within, who openly fantasizes about assassinating his political opposition. I mean, just openly says it. Like, not even alludes to it anymore. He just fucking says it. The other day he talked about literally just shooting Liz Cheney. He just said that outright. You have that on one side. And you have boring Democrat on the other side. No, it's not just gonna suck for 4 years. If Trump wins, we are going to enter the darkest period of this country's history in 100 years. If Kamala wins, we're gonna have a Democrat in office. And then we won't. Kamala Harris is not going to go down in history books. She's not going to be one of those presidents that every American knows the name of. Trump is, for all the wrong reasons. Kamala Harris is boring. Nothing special about her. Yeah, she's the first woman president. Big deal. Doesn't fucking matter. She's just a politician. Trump is not just a politician. He has never claimed to be just a politician. He's never wanted to be just a politician. Kamala Harris is not going to be a dictator, because whatever you want to say about her, she is not in this for personal power. She is in this partially as a byproduct of party politics, and partially just because she wants to be a good administrator. She's boring. She's simple to understand. She won't destroy your life. She'll do things you and I don't like, but she'll protect your right to disagree with her. And she will run again if she wins. If she'll run again in 2028. And she'll probably lose. And she'll concede. And we'll move on as a country. The same is not true of Trump. He's already talking about running again in 2020. He hasn't even won this election. He's already talking about running again in 4 years, if he's still alive. God, I hope he's not.
You know what?
There is
I'm
no
gonna say something.
There is no
I'm not thinking
equivocation to be
rationally
had
right
here.
now. I am 150% not thinking rationally, and I don't care, and I'm gonna say it. I wish Trump won in 2020, so that he would have had his 2 terms and we could have moved on with our fucking lives.
We wouldn't. He'd be running again. He doesn't believe in term limits. He said this. We need a dictator.
Doesn't.
Okay, buddy.
Who says this?
Same fucking moron.
Ethan Rimple, first American monarchy. You, sir, are a troll, and not a very funny one.
Yeah.
Get better material.
Please.
Get better material. Come on. Come at me with my DNS. Come at me with my last fucking name. come at me with how you fucked my girlfriend or something. Get better material.
Please. First American monarchy. You know what?
I play Hearts of Iron 4 mods with better fucking storylines than your shit. Alright? I have played it. I have come up with a better idea for the first American monarchy than fucking this. And it was some it was like Sean Adams, American Emperor of the Adams dynasty. In some crazy world where fucking y'all are fuming. Love it. Okay. Are we fuming?
We hold these truths to be self-evident, etc., etc. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. They wrote that about a monarch, a dictator, a tyrant. The country was founded on the rejection of these things, and it will be destroyed by the re-embrace of these things.
Smile. Stay mad.
Anyway.
Oh wait, Platinum Sun knows about Equestria War. Hey, guess what, Platinum Sun? Many years ago, I was on the dev team for Equestria War.
By the way, I have to point out, someone said we're very intoxicated. Wilson might be. I ain't. I've had one beer. 8 beers would not be enough to take me down. I've had one. I'm fine. I'm depressed, but I'm not drunk.
I'm right there with you. I'll be entirely honest. I got like maybe 4 hours of sleep. We'll talk about that in a minute. But no, I'll talk about it right now. I have consumed 1 bottle of wine. I can walk in a straight line. My mental faculties are here. I'm just tired and I'm depressed. And this wine tastes delicious. But yeah, no, Platinum. To talk to you for a real minute. I was in high school and I was doing volunteer work as a code monkey. The entire Arcturia tree was me. The characters for the Arcturian Order was me. The Kingdom of Arcturia was me. I did everything there. I worked on I didn't work on the Dread League a lot. I was the one who introduced the idea that Rosa could be redeemed. And eventually the staff at Equestria War didn't like that I wasn't code monkeying and contributing a whole bunch. Because I was actively failing my senior year in high school, actually. So instead they tried to put me on New Maryland, which ended up becoming my favorite country to play in that mod whenever I was playing it. And I did a little work, and I do mean a little work, very little work, on New Maryland's Marisoc tree, which is very apropos considering the conversation that we are having at this present moment. So, yeah, there you go. If you've ever played the Arcturian Order, Wilhelm Stillbeak, Dotswald Vins, Torig, my characters. Smile.
Let's stay on topic.
Holy shit, Wilson, you're gonna be my Minister of Culture and Arts once I filibuster Equatorial Guinea with some Russians. Yeah, stuff your mouth with a fucking crepe and choke on it, you weirdo. Many kisses, love you.
Wait, what? What I missed?
I have no idea what the fuck he's saying. I think he is just...
Agreed.
What?
I concur. Okay, I want to stay on topic.
Okay.
I'm not sorry.
Aaron.
I want to stay on topic.
You do? Being on topic is depressing.
Yeah, well, such is the night.
Fair. I don't blame you.
Looks like Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. That's gonna be it.
I've made a very depressing Zakuski of potato chips and Dill pickles. Oh, it's awful. What I wouldn't give for some smoked meats. Please, some doktorske kielbasa. Please. I'll shut up, I promise. Oh, shit, I forget your mom might still be watching.
Indeed.
Will we have any further guests this evening?
Another in a little bit, yeah.
We're just taking in the depression this evening. I'll be entirely honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. Arkin went in this kind of hoping, praying, expecting, desiring, or otherwise hoping for a complete Democratic blowout, because nothing else would signal to the country that we are tired of this nonsense and want some sanity back into American politics than the candidate that is actively declaring that they want to be a dictator to,
Ultimately, we deserve this. Okay? That's my biggest conclusion from that. Whatever happens, we deserve it. Frankly, no. If Kamala wins, I will be overwhelmed with relief, but we will not deserve it. We deserve to suffer as a country for hopefully only 4 years, maybe longer.
We desire to suffer for what? Our transgressions against God?
No, we deserve to suffer because I don't think there's any other way to remind Americans who have grown fat, happy, and complacent of how lucky they are to live in this fucking country. Let them live in a third world country for a few years. Let them see what it's like. That's what I want, okay? I truly, I want there to be an economic recession. I want people to lose their jobs if Trump wins. I want there to
Please,
be...
for the love of God, no. I'm trying to get a new job.
Sorry, so am I. But I want chaos. Because ultimately, 4 years of chaos, followed by a return to normalcy, worth it. I think this country has to suffer for this. It's not paying for their transgressions. It's simply the only way to show them, I think. Because Americans don't know what they want. Poll after poll has shown that we're tired of Trump. Poll after poll has shown that Americans are overwhelmingly pro-choice. All economic indicators are excellent right now. Unemployment is the lowest it's been in my entire life. Real wages are up. Prices are down. Inflation is down. None of it matters. Because we don't like the Democrats. We don't like black people. We don't like women.
I could just start saying racial slurs if it would make you feel better.
No.
I just. Democracy is great because you get to choose your punishment. There you go.
Precisely. What kind of opinion is this? It's the kind of opinion that says we have degenerated morally so much as a country that we select Trump twice. The second time, long after he's out of power, for trivial nonsense reasons, simply out of ignorance and bigotry. Yeah, I think this country needs to suffer because I think we need to be reminded of what we're giving up, what we're willing to give up, and what I hope to God we do not run out of completely by the time his term is finished. Who's to say he doesn't live another 12 years and serve another 3 terms after this? Who's going to stop him? Really, who? Democracy is not invincible. I read something earlier today. I have so many comments on the How Liberty Dies video about how Palpatine is just like XYZ politician, and I've always rejected that. I still reject it. I don't think Palpatine is comparable to Trump at all. Palpatine is far too smart. But I read something earlier today, or yesterday, I don't remember, to the effect of, like, even after Palpatine gave that speech reorganizing the Republic into the Empire, the Senate still had to technically vote on that resolution. They could have stopped him. They could have prevented him from doing it. I mean, it was too late, but they could have voted to stop it. They didn't. They enabled him. If the Republicans control the Senate, if they win the House, they already control the Supreme Court, all three branches of government fully captured, as well as most state governments, there will be no stopping them. No, it isn't on... Okay, I keep hearing this. Oh, this is Kamala's fault. No, it's not. If it's any Democrat's fault, it's Joe Biden for running in the first place and waiting so long to step down. But honestly, it's neither of them. It's certainly not Kamala anyway. Kamala has run one of the best political campaigns in American history, and she had almost no time to put it together. And she ran an amazing campaign. Ultimately, if she loses tonight, it will not be a reflection of the failure of her campaign. It will simply be a reflection of the moral degeneration of the American people and the American spirit. I don't know what that portends for this channel. I've thought about it. Not as much as I should, because frankly, I believe that Kamala would win. I still think there's a minuscule chance. I really thought we had this. Nevada's reporting no.
Yeah.
6% reporting, but...
Bro, stop bringing up Star Wars like it's a real-life example. OMG, you're just like that Star Wars character from this one obscure book. You want to take your shitty taste in guns and shove it up my ass about it? Be my guest.
Point is, with regards to my content, which I haven't thought about too much, second Star Wars video is in the works.
I'm not trolling when I say these takes are genuinely delusional. Kamala's campaign was absolutely non-existent. Okay.
That's cool, bro. Anyway, I'm done reading comments. I'm kind of sick of this. To the few people who give a damn, and please do unsubscribe or dislike or harass me or whatever it is that you buffoons do for fun. I don't know what you spend your weekends doing. Anyway, for future of my content, we are in the final stages of the big second Star Wars video, which honestly I have no hope for at this point, just because of tonight, but we'll see. It took a million years to make, but it's finally being done. It's about 19 minutes done so far, about 80 to go. Part 1 out of 5 is finished. This point won't be done until early next year, but it's being edited. There are no longer weeks where I'm not doing anything. Work is being done. I'll make an announcement on Friday or Saturday. After that, Wilson and I have decided on what our next video is going to be, more or less. After that, I don't really know. I don't really know where I want to take this channel. I've grown very exhausted from political commentary. Because it's pointless. I'm just seeing it right now. I'm reading these comments, these chat messages, whatever. I don't know if I've ever convinced anyone of my perspective. maybe on a one-to-one basis, but I don't think any of my videos have ever convinced anyone of anything. Not any more than those who have been convinced otherwise by other, online nonsense. It's a waste. I feel like I'm wasting my time. I mean, look at what is going on here. I keep getting people asking me like why I'm expressing the opinions that I'm expressing. And I will list facts. I will show the evidence. And it doesn't matter. It's insignificant. Truth doesn't matter. Perception is reality, and the perception is that Trump is haha le funny meme candidate and not America's first dictator. Fine. I've always been one for accepting reality. I hate denying reality, I hate falsehood, I hate lies. So fine. If America has chosen this, then America's chosen this. I will be disappointed, but no one cares. I might be done with political content after this. I don't know. I mean, not fully, but just the political commentary, like direct political commentary, like this is what I think about the issues, probably going to cease for a while anyway. I mean, there's still Twitter, but
don't expect us to be on Twitter.
I'll be on Twitter, but nobody follows me on Twitter. I will pivot away from direct political commentary. I mean, what we got on the video ideas? What did I sent you a list of stuff the other day.
Oh, are we gonna ditch the Tale of Two Republics?
Oh no, I still want to do that.
Yippee!
I mean TBD. But so there's that video that I want to do. Where is it? Oh, there it is. So there's Tale of Two Republics.
Hold on. I need to address something in the chat real quick. Firstly, what is more pathetic here? Listening to a grown man cry on YouTube, or sticking around and complaining that a grown man is crying on YouTube when billions of hours of content is put on here? You're just here to troll. Fuck off. Suck my dick. Secondly, to the other individual, this isn't a matter of how you act when discussing politics with your viewers. My dude literally has his life and livelihood possibly being threatened and on the table. All right, this is not a matter of lol, dude. I can't believe that you aren't respecting my opinion. It is the equivalent, and I mean it is the direct, actual equivalent of a Jew talking to a member of the SA, and the SA going like, well, I just can't believe that you don't respect my opinions. I mean that literally. I don't mean that as in I'm comparing a Trump supporter to a member of the SA. I mean that as in the individual. There are individuals in this chat who has voted for somebody who has made express anti-Semitic comments, has made express comments about how they want to be a dictator, has made express comments about deporting first and second generation immigrants, that you all, and I do directly speak to the individuals who voted for this guy, right, wants to put into power because of one reason or another. These are Arkin's reasons for disliking you, because you are sitting there going like, I cannot believe that you don't want to engage with me while you are casting a vote for somebody who not only will work against your best interests, but actually want to see him dead. You are deliberately misrepresenting the situation to cry foul on a dude's stream where he can do whatever the fuck he wants and whenever the fuck he pleases.
suck my dick, floss your teeth with my pubic hair.
Wow.
Grow the fuck up and deal with it.
I don't usually like people sticking up for me, but I do agree with most of what was just said. I'm also going to completely ignore it and move on to talking about video plans.
Before you do that, somebody else came back, one of the individuals who disagreed with you earlier
Yeah, I
in the
know.
chat.
I like
They
this
have sent
person.
a very heartwarming comment, and you
I
know
like
what?
this person.
If you are not in the Situation Room, if you are not in Arkin's Discover, please swing by. We love you. We love this type of discourse. We can
I
disagree,
agree.
but at the same time,
I wanted
like,
to, yeah.
come on.
I do genuinely appreciate that. I sound tired just because I haven't slept in a week, but
fucking college has been kicking my dude's ass. Again, I will reiterate this to you. I have had one bottle of wine. It is not wine. It is Moscato. It's like I have drunk the equivalent of about 2 beers, effectively, in terms of alcohol content. I have full control of my mental faculties. I am tired. I am depressed, and I'm tired of seeing my friend who is depressed be beat down by his own chat.
I don't give a shit. I'm so used to this. There's no news on AP, but
Never mind the fact that I literally said you guys have made some of the best content on YouTube. I don't care. You are advocating for the death or displacement of my friend. Please acquaint yourself with the end of a bridge.
Jesus Christ, Will.
Anyway, yes, please come join the Discord. He has it linked somewhere.
It's linked on the channel page and on every published video. I don't have it in streams. Wisconsin is 86%. The gap is still more than 100,000. Michigan is at 61. The gap is still more than 200,000. And Pennsylvania is at 90%. The gap is still more than 200,000. So, yeah. Idiots.
What the hell are you talking about? You evidently did not graduate high school. It's okay. I didn't either. It's all right. Just bring it in. Bring it.
Okay.
Anyway, as for the other individual, Purple, I'll be entirely honest with you. For 7 years, I was deeply in love with a very conservative woman who legitimately believed that she did not deserve voter rights. You'll be fine.
Wait, seriously? I did not know that.
Yeah, she actively
God.
wanted to repeal the 19th Amendment.
How is this the first time I'm learning this?
Because it didn't feel that it was relevant, and regardless of what she decided to vote, I was just going to vote opposite, and it's not my position to judge, because if somebody wants to go on a political self-immolation crusade, it's not for me to fucking stop them. What?
Hang on. Anyway. So...
What?
I wanted to... So, to the Purple Heart person. I like you. I don't agree with you, but I like you. And there aren't many people like you who are decent human beings. Even in the face of vast political disagreements, I find such people very rarely, and I always appreciate it when I do. Clearly the breadth of the political disagreement is vast, but that's fine. I can deal with political disagreement. It is indecency that I can't deal with. We can get back to this at another time. I want to talk about content.
Yay!
Also, we're going to get Frankie in a little bit. She wants to... she said she wants to share her perspective as a woman and the danger for women as a result of this election. So we'll kind of have a little lecture from her.
This is why I watch this channel. Well, shit, my dude. Say less. We will stream more. We got a Minecraft server to stream. We will have goofy-ass, non-depressive commentary
Maybe.
soon.
So I want to talk about video plans.
Yes. Let us discuss.
So I will list off ideas that I've got. So I want to do more media analysis. Now, I don't ever want to become a media analysis channel, simply because there isn't enough good content out there for me. I have a list of ideas, but it's pretty damn short, and I'd run out of it really quickly. I still want to remain talking about politics. I think I'm going to talk more about history and geopolitics, because that is an escape for me, as it is far away. I want to talk about, I don't know if I'll ever do this video, but being a Jew in the time of the Jewish diaspora, or being a Jew in the time where there is no longer a need for a Jewish diaspora because Israel exists. That would be a very controversial video, but I want to do that. I want to do at least one history video, for which there are many options. I either want to do about this amazing historical figure that almost nobody knows about called John C. Fremont. Alternatively, the Pacific, not the Western, but the far Western theater of the American Civil War. I also might want to do a video about how the First World War began in 1914, or the modern feudalism of North Korea, or the one-party democracy of Japan. These are all ideas I have on a list out of literally hundreds. There is a video that the principal artist for Finding Hope in Hopeless Times and I have been working on. It is titled Pale Blue Dot. It is an adaptation of part of the book of the same name by Carl Sagan. I will be narrating it, and my wonderful friend April is currently working on animating it. That is going to be many, many months in the future, possibly years. It is a very background project, but we are slowly making progress. There's a video I would like to do titled How Donald Trump Broke Journalism. That would be the most overtly political content that I want to do in the next year. It's kind of what I've already been talking about how the media just refuses to be honest about who he is and what he says and what he stands for and what he's going to do. That is the broad outline. I mean, I have literally 130 things on this list. There is the Tale of Two Republics, which looks like that's what we're going to do next.
Yeah. Very excited to be doing that.
Fairly certain.
Giant Rome nerd.
What I might want to do instead is a quick kind of opinion video about. There's a lot of similar ideas here. It would be some kind of a, I suppose, repudiation of Trump and Trumpism. Bit hopeless if he's in office, but nonetheless.
I'm about to say, like, what would be the point? He's gonna win at this point.
Yeah. We'll see, I guess. Who knows? We were surprised last time. We might be surprised this time as well. So the first video idea is titled The Unwritten Rules. Parentheses of democracy, which would be about democratic norms. The other one is titled The Democratic Experiment, which is about the fragility of democracy and the preciousness of it, which will only sting more if I wake up tomorrow to a Trump victory. Make politics boring again, which is exactly what it sounds like. Real Americans, which is something I wrote down in quote marks on this list a while ago because I was very unhappy. About the hypocrisy of the nativist movement that Trump represents. The very narrow definition of what a real American is to these people. The fact that I, a native-born American, am not one of them. The fluctuation and the malleability of that term and where it leads when taken to its logical conclusion. Those are the main ideas. There's others, but those are the ones I'm most interested in at the moment.
May take a poll. May take a poll on that, but the order of precedence, it would seem, is Thus Always the Tyrants, which is we are in post-production right now. Pale Blue Dot will be coming out very soon, independently. Then the John C. Fremont one and the Tale of Two Republics are more than likely going to be worked on simultaneously, possibly by different teams. We don't know that yet. I am really excited to be working on the Tale of Two Republics. I am also interested in doing the John C. Fremont one, but it is not my area of expertise. I generally work with Arken on videos where I can leverage my expertise, the knowledge of the early, mid, and late Republic, and the early Empire is stuff that I have been studying as a hobby ever since middle school. Beyond the funny Roman stuff, I have a great respect for the original sources of that, and I have used, in regards to those historical facts that I feel will be able to put a lot of context into something. I don't know how much we want to give away.
About what
about the videos that we're working on.
I don't mind talking about it a little bit. I'm gonna make buterbrod because I don't want a full dinner, but I badly need food, so...
He needs the nutrient.
Yeah, he does.
But no,
by the way, I hope everybody's ready for their expenses to go up a shit ton because Trump is going to put a 60% tariff on China and a 20% tariff on everybody else. I hope you're ready for that to be passed along to you, Trump voters. Sorry, I just looked at my bread and realized it's going to get more expensive, which is just wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, also, a note. I know I'm alienating my audience, but fun fact, I don't care. I've never claimed to be unbiased, nor have I ever claimed to be anything special, really. 45,000 subscribers makes me look like this, to some people I assume, like this big, important, whatever. I have never viewed myself that way, and even if I reach 1 million subscribers, I'll never view myself that way. Ultimately, I'm just a person. I am a person with hopes and dreams and fears and thoughts and feelings and beliefs and convictions, and my life is going to be affected by this election, especially if Trump wins tomorrow morning. I've never really pretended to be neutral or to be especially moderate on certain things. I do apologize for the disappointment, but I will say, ultimately the people who get offended by this are going to be the people that I direct this to, and then the ones who don't are the ones who this is not meant for. I have received probably thousands, hundreds, at least hundreds of comments on my videos that are not the Star Wars video, which are people who came in through that video, assumed that my political views were one thing or another, watched my other videos, realized that they assumed wrong, and then became offended that I, in fact, did not express the politics that they thought I would express. And then they express indignation at this. To these people, some of whom are definitely present, I will say, fuck you. You are not entitled to my politics. You are not entitled to my views. My views are my own, my beliefs are my own, and my interests are my own. I do not fall into any neat category. I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican. I am an independent. I registered conditionally to vote today. I reaffirmed that I am an independent, no party preference, NPP. I am, broadly speaking, a liberal, but I have very eclectic views on a number of things. For instance, I'm very pro-gun. I'm also very pro-life, or pro-choice. Fucking slip of the tongue. I am very pro-gun. I'm also very pro-choice. I'm also very pro-immigration. I'm also for repealing the Electoral College, expanding the House of Representatives, and setting the number of justices in the Supreme Court at 9 constitutionally. I have a great many views. Nobody is entitled to them. I love you all. Go fuck yourselves. I'm gonna go make a sandwich. I'm not.
While he does that, I will.
I'm just pissed off.
Yeah. While he does that, I will take questions from the audience. We're going to start with the agitator of the evening. Pro-immigration, lol, respect instantly lost. Get Ben, he's a second-generation immigrant. Go fuck yourself.
Слушай, долбоёб. My parents are immigrants. My sister is an immigrant. Most of my friends are immigrants. Shove a rusty chainsaw up your rectum.
Anyway, I'll be taking questions from the audience now. We're going to start with the, we're going to call them the chief agitator this evening, who just keeps coming back for more. Does bias impact journalistic integrity? Yes. Next question. Any further questions? Also, just warning you all, ladies and gentlemen, we will get more vulgar this evening.
Oh, yeah.
We do not care. If you have a problem with that, okay. Uncontrollable mass immigration isn't a good thing.
Hang on, Wilson, hang on. I'm going to interrupt this. There's a chat comment that I wanted to respond to. Was it Griffin Brown? I don't know if that's a pseudonym, but Griffin Brown. This was a little bit ago, like 20 minutes ago. He says, "If it helps to hear, your videos practically changed my life. Say what you will, but you've always succeeded at that. Thank you, genuinely, from the bottom of my black heart. Thank you."
Heart react this man.
I
man.
don't actually know how. I can do it with this.
Neither do I.
I can do it with this, but I can't do it directly. Anyway, thank you, sir. Those comments keep me going. I am not joking. I'm not being facetious. I am not about to say something mean. I am being very genuine. Comments like that are genuinely what give me the motivation to keep doing this. So, I apologize. No, I don't. I'm kidding. I don't apologize at all for anything that I've said tonight, but I do thank those people who are decent and who are good faith for being here and for supporting us, because ultimately, otherwise, there would be no point in doing this. I'm gonna go finish my sandwich.
As it continues. Anyway, any further questions?
You are an
Uncontrollable
answer about
mass immigration isn't a good thing. You're full of shit. Irish and Chinese immigrants literally built this country into the strongest economy we've ever had in our entire life, and the nation's entire life, and has built this country, or give this country the foundation that has allowed it to win 2 world wars. Go fuck yourself with a rusty chainsaw, or that ridiculous thing you call a flash hider on the end of your AR. Foul for life, dog fucker. Anyway, I heard they called PA. Is that for real?
They're still watching this, by the way. I love you all.
Do what?
I assume at least I know my mom was here. I know my sister was here. I know my brother was here. So I'm sorry to all of you.
I bet they're getting a great impression of me. How do you say "I'm most deeply sorry" in Russian? Teach me later.
Deeply sorry? I don't know.
How would you express, like, how would you? Okay, so in English, right? Whenever you really fuck up and you're like, "I beg you for your forgiveness," right? What would be a similar Russian phrase? I'll let you think on that. Go make your buterbrod.
Sure.
Anyway, if your parents are immigrant, doesn't that make you a second-generation immigrant? Yes, he is. And the political candidate that is upholding the The political candidate for the Republican Party literally wants to denaturalize even like second generation immigrants.
I don't think it's second
Carry
generation.
on.
I think second generation he doesn't give a damn about. But what he's talking about is the dreamers, the DACA people, Mexicans mostly, so it won't affect me. But
let's see. Came here because of the Star Wars video. Stayed for the consistently quality content. You are blessed, etc. You have a lovely name. The phrase "etc." like spelled out entirely doesn't get enough. Doesn't give enough love in our modern society.
You're not wrong.
Are we in a Gilded Age? Are we in a Gilded Age 2? That sounds like the
Yes.
name of a video
My
game.
answer
I'd
is
play
yes.
that, like Anno 1984.
yeah, we are in the second Gilded Age. I mean, look at it. The richest man in the world is openly campaigning. He bought one of the most popular social media sites in the world, especially for Americans, and now is openly campaigning for one of the major candidates. His money is likely what has swung this election, which is amazingly.
What's your favorite pie? Apple. And pumpkin.
Apple and berry, any berry.
Any berry. If immigration's so good, why is it hard to immigrate to Israel? 1, racism. 2, tell me you're not Jewish without telling me you're not Jewish. Dude responds with the same vulgarity every time, yet you respect these guys' opinions. You're cruising for a bruising, mate. You are one rando that we could not give 2 lesses of a shit about if you're talking about my vulgarity. 46,000 people on my friends, subscribe to my friend's channel. Do you think I give a shit about you or anything that you have to say? Fuck yourself.
My dear boy, let's skip on the bragging about subscriber numbers. It's meaningless. I don't care if it's 46 or 46,000. What?
Fucking, they flaunt their irrationality as a good thing. You think they can speak shit? You're getting muted. Put user in timeout for 24 hours.
Oh yeah, I did make you a moderator, didn't I? Oh, by the
Also,
way,
don't worry about being vulgar. I'm a big fan of Laserpig. Good choice for content.
I totally skipped
not the
over
most-
this, by the way, but one of our moderators, Jansen Baker, is here. I welcome you. It's been like fucking years since we've spoken, but hello.
Mr. Jensen.
Lovely fellow. I don't actually remember anything about him. I just know I like him.
Also, Purple Heart is saying, did I hear Butterbrot? Yes, you did. As we keep
I'm still
saying,
making
my
it.
friend here is
Give
a
me
second
another, like,
generation
30
immigrant
seconds.
from the SSSR. One too many S's from the USSR. He is very Slavic and Jewish, but more Slavic than Jewish.
More Jewish than Slavic, Wilson. I speak Russian. That's about it.
I'll leave that. Gabriel is a second generation immigrant, then. Congratulations. Glad that you figured that out. I hope denaturalizing isn't a thing that you have to deal with. Even if it's the chief policy of the individual you voted for. Anyway,
You know what?
I don't know what immigration to Israel has to do with this at that guy. I don't know what you're talking about. Based immigrant, based democracy supporter, based American. Respect, brother. You have a question. What is your favorite food? Good question. Arkin, what's your favorite food?
Hang on. I will bring one of my favorite foods to the table. I'm just getting kosher dill pickle that I have in my fridge. I'm running out of them and I need to buy more. Which they're going to get more expensive soon, so thank you, people.
Yes. There was an individual who gave us $150. Gave him, I'll say, $150. Your generosity knows no bounds.
Wait, another?
No, that was earlier.
Okay. That would be...
I wish. Anyway, let's see. What is my favorite food? My favorite food is anything that I cook. I am a foodie. I love food. I have a few pounds that I need to work off, but I love food. I love making food, but most importantly, I love serving food to my friends and family.
Okay.
Literally, at around about the same time last night. This time last night, I fucking put a roast on, and it is cooked for 24 hours, and I've finally taken it out of the crock pot to cool down so I can put it in the refrigerator. And I hate roasts. I made it so that my grandfather could have it, because he likes roasts. Right? I love food, but most importantly, I love serving food to people that I care about. Good question. Next question. Are we getting Palpatines? In order to ensure security and continuing stability, the live stream will be reorganized. I'm not doing that.
The live stream will be reorganized into a published video.
Yes. What does the next year's video schedule look like? Also, a Laserpig video would be the hardest video
Okay,
to ever
slow down.
come
I
out.
gotta answer a shit ton of questions. Get Frankie on here, and then we should go play video games because I don't care about this election anymore. It's very obvious where it's going. And maybe I am wrong. Maybe we will be pleasantly surprised in the morning. But either way, there is clearly nothing new that we're going to get tonight. Maine is going to be called, and Alaska is going to be called, and we're going to be waiting for the other 5 till at least tomorrow, possibly for the next week or 2. So the election coverage is more or less done.
Yep.
So I want to respond quickly, quick fire some comments. Uncontrollable immigration. There isn't any. The problem with immigration in this country is not that there is too much, it's that there's not enough, and that there is not a system in place to process them. The difficulty and overcomplication of the immigration system is what causes the problems. The reason we have such a backlog is because no fucking legal scholar can understand it, because it is a Byzantine, ridiculous system. We need to streamline it. We need to cut it down and rebuild it from the ground up. Okay, that's immigration. I'm not fielding any more questions about immigration. Next. Do they call... They called PA? No. For better or worse, is it finally over? Not quite yet, but we're probably fucked, yes. If immigration is so good, why is it so hard to immigrate to Israel? I'm Jewish, so it's not. It's very easy for me to immigrate to Israel. I might have to do it in the next year or 2, if Trump does some of the things that he says he's going to do. I don't want to, because Israel's kind of a shithole itself at the moment, but oh well, at least they won't kill me. Or, you know, evict me from my own country. So, yeah, no, there's no uncontrolled immigration. There has never been uncontrolled immigration in this country. This is a bullshit narrative. I'm not going to bring this up anymore. Laserpig, very, very good. I like channel. I not watch much, but good channel is good. I hear butterbrot. I have that for breakfast literally every other day. Perfection. Yes, it is. One of my favorite Twitter posts of all time that nobody read was about an extra piece of kielbasa that I got. This makes me happy. Let's see. Based democracy supporter. Thank you. Do you have a favorite food? Okay, favorite food. No. There are too many to choose from. I will list some of the first things that come to mind, and they are almost all words none of you know. I'm not translating them. Screw you all. Борщ, солянка, котлетки, гречневая каша, макароны по-флотски, бутерброд. That's the main ones. My dad has a really tasty beans dish that I like. My mom's meatloaf is out of this world. And my girlfriend has the best fried rice recipe that I have ever had. And I'm going to make it at some point in the next 2 weeks because it's been a while since I've had it. That's about it. Also, I love tea.
Yes, we both love tea, as you
can
tell
see
from
that in the image, yes.
Yeah.
Potential mirror...
Also,
what?
I was going to say, Purple Heart, if you are not in the Situation Room Discord server, you should join right now. Your company would be greatly appreciated.
I'll post a link in here.
I would die for some cutlet. Yeah, me too.
I get the feeling this is a
let's
Polish
see,
person. I'm putting my money on it. This is a Polish person. Anyway,
Purple Heart. Heart. No, she said that her dad immigrated to the United States from Germany.
Okay,
after
cool.
World War II.
Huh, interesting.
She's Deutsch. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Ich keine spreche Deutsch. Okay, anyway. Oh yeah, I see that now. Let's see. Potential mirror of UK's troubles, Italy's years of lead. Yes, that is where we're going. No further comment. What would your guys' foreign policy look like? Arm Ukraine. Stop arming Israel. They're doing fine on their own. Get Ukraine into NATO. Get Moldova into NATO. Get Georgia into NATO. Burn Russia until it is an ash heap that can be swept away and forgotten about. Arm Taiwan. USMCA/NAFTA on crack. More free trade, more NATO, more military intervention.
Less involvement in the Middle East.
Less involvement in the Middle East. And more destroying the Russians. Okay.
Yes.
That's my foreign policy. Okay, next.
If you keep getting harassed in chat by supporters of politicians who have objectively fascist opinions, will you pull a political juice exit? Pretty basic and frankly. God, I miss political juice.
I knew him. I knew him rather well. I spoke to him.
I know, I'm still jealous.
I miss him. I have not spoken to him in a few years since he disappeared and he went totally offline. I wouldn't say we were friends or even acquaintances, but we were associates. We agree on most things. I miss him immensely. One of my video ideas that I'll do someday is his the myth of co-equal branches. I have that video saved somewhere. I want to go transcribe it into a script, edit it a little bit to my style, and repost it. I hope he will be fine with that if he ever sees it, but it is an amazing video, and I really think it needs to be out there. So, and obviously I'll re-edit it with all my own stuff. No, I am never going to step down if I keep getting harassed in chat by supporters of politicians who have objectively fascist opinions. No, I will never give up. We will never give up. We will never concede. No. I will never surrender. No matter how depressed I sound tonight, ultimately, liberty or death. I do not give up. I don't know how to give up. In the clearing stands a boxer and a fighter by his trade, and he carries the reminder of every glove that laid him down and cut him till he cried out in his anger and his pain. I am leaving, but the fighter still remains. That has always been me. It will always be me until my dying breath. I do not give up, ever. I don't know how. I've tried. I failed. I failed to give up. I know how weird that sounds. Is there currently a genocide? Yes, in Ukraine. Let's see. Decision desk officially called it for Trump. Yeah, it sounds about right. I don't care about the decision desk, but it does look like that is where it is going. We are fucked, ladies and gentlemen. We are fucked.
Let's see. What else do we get? What is your thoughts on Polish food? It's more German than you think. Smoked meats and delicious bread. And good, strong sauces like mustard. Love it.
There's only one more... there's only one more that I'd like to respond to, and then we'll bring on Frankie. You are Jewish, but you don't support Israel in the defense of their country? I absolutely do. I have Am Yisrael Chai in my Twitter bio. I am Jewish. I have an IDF shirt in my closet, and I might be wearing it tomorrow just to fuck off everybody. I am vehemently opposed to Hamas. I believe in a two-state solution. I hate Netanyahu, like most American Jews do. I believe Israel has a right to defend itself. I don't think they're committing a genocide. And I'm not going to expound on that any further. I have no interest in making this a stream about Israel. I do not believe they're committing a genocide. I don't believe they're going to annex Gaza, though the Netanyahu government is undoubtedly a fascist government, and they must be removed. And frankly, yeah, I'm going to say the same thing about Israel that I said about the United States. They get what they deserve. They clearly want this government. They keep voting for it. They deserve to suffer the same as we do. I think Hamas has to be destroyed. I also don't think we should be arming Israel. They don't need our help. They are one of the most advanced militaries in the world, and it's not a choice, of course, between arming Ukraine and Israel. But if we have to choose, if we only do one, I would rather arm the one that is not going to win without our help. Ukraine is going to lose if we do not arm them. Israel will be fine. They were fine in 1948. They were fine in 1956. They were fine in 1967. They were fine in 1973. They will be fine. They survived an onslaught of every last one of their neighbors. They can certainly survive a couple of rogue terrorist organizations and a government with an impudent military that is hundreds of miles away. That is my perspective on Israel, and I refuse to back any of it up because this is not a stream about Israel. Wilson, you and I are now going to figure out how to get Frankie on here while I go and eat.
Just tell her to join TSR if she's not in here already.
I will get her a link. Also, to the two people the one person who joined and stayed in the Situation Room, you do have to answer the admission questions. It is a purely administrative thing. Oh my god, a $20 donation. Thank you.
It's sweet! Sweet! I love you, sweet.
He's like half of the donations I've ever gotten. This man is amazing. I love him. He's incredible. Blech. Thank you. Yes. It's been a while. I apologize. Oopsie doopsie. Yes.
Can't wait for the next 4 years given your unique situation. Your unique situation, indeed. Sending you much love, many hugs, and I hope that my firearm recommendation suggestion was something that you took to heart.
Oh yeah, by the way, what's your opinion on the 1911? What's your opinion on the 1911 Colt?
Mine?
Yeah, yours. Should I buy one?
Okay. On the one hand, my 2 World Wars. On the other hand, it's kind of overshadowed by more modern firearms. I thoroughly love it. It should not be anybody's first firearm ever.
We'll speak about this when I turn 21.
Actually, yes, we should. Should you get one? I believe every American under the sun should own a 1911 Colt. That being said, I don't necessarily believe every American should use an M1911.
An interesting, before we get Frankie on, I sent her the link. Interesting note that I'm seeing in the debate chat on TSR, that Kamala, they haven't counted mail-in ballots yet. So Kamala could still win through that. That is exactly what happened last time. The exact next thing that was said in that chat was that if Kamala wins by mail-in ballots, the country might genuinely go up in flames. And they're not wrong, but frankly, I'd rather have Kamala in charge dealing with a Republican insurrection than Trump in charge preventing an insurrection against him. Sorry. Not sorry.
No, go finish making your sandwich.
It's done.
I will insist. Oh, is it? Where is she? Where's Frankie?
I just sent her the link. I don't know where the hell she is. I think she's not on.
Anyway, while this is happening, I will go through the chat a little bit here. I'm genuinely curious about what your thoughts are on the opinion that a vote for a third party is a vote wasted.
I'll get to that. Let me pour my second cup of tea here. Tea with
I will opine for a moment, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
From a pure democracy standpoint, it ultimately depends on which type of voting system that you want to use. Like a ranked choice, I don't believe that a vote for a third party is a vote wasted. But ultimately, whenever it comes to our winner-takes-all first past the post, I am genuinely inclined to believe it. I grew up in an era of American politics where third parties were deliberately used as political tools to, draw votes away from one party or the other. They were effectively just psyops. I can think of Taxed Enough Already and the proto-Mises but post-Reagan caucus Libertarian Party. Joshua would probably have my head over that, but we'll just have to go around and around the fighting pits on that one. But in its most purest form, I do not believe that a vote for a third party is a vote wasted, because you should, with ranked voting choice should have the ability to speak and have your mind to be heard and exercised, even if nobody agrees with it. The only thing that I would ultimately question in a first past the post system is the fact that though it is unwise, or I'm sorry, not unwise, though it is unpalatable to strategically vote, if you don't, you are advocating for a situation where you want your life to get better, but your actions are making your life get worse. It is not wise. It might be considered wasted.
All right.
I need to go get the other bottle of wine. I have pretzels now.
Very good.
I have good pretzels too. Dot's Homestyle, highly recommend. Not an ad. Hashtag not an ad. We have the Parmesan garlic ones. They're really good.
Pennsylvania at 94%, obviously lost unless there's, again, mail-in ballots make this all so weird. I'm actually curious, how long until mail ballots are counted in PA? NPR, when will mail-in and absentee ballots be counted?
I think the Amish are. Oh wow, 200,000 votes is what.
Oh no! Like if it's just the in-person votes, we're fucked. But we'll see what happens with mail ballots. I'm curious to see. Like I know, for instance,
How's
Pennsylvania.
Michigan only 67% reported.
I don't know. So look, I know
she is behind.
I know Pennsylvania was not allowed to start counting the early and mail votes until this morning. So, because of their local laws. So like, that's pretty significant. By the way, that sound you keep hearing in the background is me turning on and off my fan, as it is getting hotter and colder in this room as I go on. So
I can't hear it. Holy shit, Frankie's in the server.
Yeah, she is. We'll get her in just a second.
Also, it's Emily. It's Emily. Been a friend since the Star Wars video went viral. Came since y'all were nice on the stream. Now I have a pistol with 19 notches. I'm Texan.
So look, in 7 states, including Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, mail-in ballots can be processed on Election Day and before the polls close.
I like you. You're nice. You're getting a friend request.
Yes. In Connecticut and Ohio, election officials can start choosing. So yeah, basically, we don't know fully when the ballots are going to be all counted. A very possible outcome is that Kamala wins by mail ballots again, and the country goes up in flames because, like, Fox News is already calling Pennsylvania for Trump. Just so stupid. When did the media get to call elections?
Because it's racehorse journalism. That's why.
So let's see. Minnesota. Well, Minnesota is not really a swing state this time around. In fact, none of these are really swing states. Mississippi, Minnesota, Maine, yeah. So 23 states mandate counting to begin on Election Day before the polls close, including Georgia, Iowa. I'm just counting off the swing states. Georgia, Iowa, Michigan, let's say Missouri, even though it's obviously going Republican, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. So all of the swing states, almost all. And then 12 that allow processing to count before Election Day, which is Arizona and Nevada. Those are the only 2 swing states that we can, and Kansas, that we can expect to basically be accurate now.
Did Frankie fucking quote Helsing Ultimate abridged
I wouldn't.
in your fucking recruitment office?
I wouldn't know.
Get this woman. You know what? No. Before she gets here, I'm getting my wine. Fuck you. Eat a dick.
Right.
Fuck with it.
Have fun with that. We're just patiently waiting while I do my amateur election analysis. I'm brilliant. There she is. Hello. We're just patiently waiting. You might want to mute my stream, genius. My amateur election analysis. Hello? Frankie, mute the stream. There she is.
Hello?
Frankie, mute the stream! I don't know if she hears us. You might want to mute my stream, genius. We're just here, ladies and gentlemen, waiting for technical issues to be resolved. I'm looking straight for the chat again.
Hail to the one we selected as commander. Hail to the president. Hail to the chief. I have assorted bibblings of fucking the Cornish game hen I cooked a while ago, and the half a bottle of white Moscato, and I'm ready to get white girl wasted. Where's my blow? I'll sing Ultimate Abridged too. Did we just become Fresh Ben's? Fuck! Did I just say that on a fucking live stream? I'm gonna shit myself. Frankie!
She doesn't hear us. We're trying to fix that.
Chocolate!
Yeah, this is what you get when you get a technically incompetent person on a live stream.
She will have your ass.
I don't care. It's true. I've spoken facts.
Oh god. Alright, what did I miss? Your fan sounds like you're loading a gun. Okay, there used to be a bit that I would do on stream to where, to accentuate a point, I would rack the bolt of my foul. I do not have my foul with me at this present moment. I have it in storage. I've been meaning to bring myself into possession of it recently, so I could be doing the funny noises again. I am sad now. I'll sing Ultimate Abridged 2. Did we just become friends? And Shaliday, my brother. Shaliday, Shaliday. Who the fuck is Zykator? Who has sent me this friend?
You get one guess.
What? Two mutual friends. Is it Maya?
Huh? No.
Who is it? Who is I?
Sweet Tech.
Oh shit! Hey, Sweet! Miss you.
I'm trying to read up about because the mail vote is what it's going to come down to now.
Sorry, I'm going to use the fact. Aw, Sweet just sent me something cute. I'm happy now, and I'm now going to fill her DMs full of images of cute bunnies and autistic deer. Anyway, no, Purple or Emily. I'm going to blame this on the fact that I am very tired and more alcohol for the alcohol gods. How tall are you? May I ask? Do not answer this in the live stream chat.
While we're trying to resolve technical issues, I'm also reading about...
What do you mean the fuck?
Wilson!
No, hold on.
Shut it!
Sorry, my bad. My bad. Would you like me to...
I'm trying to do election analysis.
I'll show you election analysis. I'm so depressed over this. I'm just trying to laugh the pain away.
So I don't know what to really think. I do not want to give myself false hope, but Mail ballots. Once more, Reuters, do not be fooled by early U.S. vote counts. They might be misleading. In 2020 election, some states showed a red mirage in which Trump was leading on election night before a blue shift saw Democrat Joe Biden overtake him as mail-in ballots favored by more Democratic voters were counted. It could happen again this week, especially in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The opposite, a blue mirage apparently showing a strong result for Harris, only for a red shift to reverse the trend, could also... red shift, this is a physics joke. Could also happen this week, especially in North Carolina and Georgia. So, I don't really know what to expect. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to believe. I'm gonna have my first sandwich. Tasty food.
I, for a minute, thought that was Frankie doing a voice. I was about to keel over laughing. Also, I wanted to say what I just sent to Purple on stream, as it is very funny. I'm going to say, she told me how tall she was, and I said, I will unceremoniously pick you up and give you a piggyback ride.
I have a thought. Hang on. Might be a...
Woo! I will. I am being told many awesome things right now.
What about now? I wonder if she hears us. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Not a big deal.
Frankie!
But...
Alright, sure, but yeah. I am sending more. I have not talked to Sui in a fat minute. I call it pushing. That's so cute. I am overwhelmed. No, I'm not. Let us check stream for a hot minute. I remember this little dancing sugar plum. Where's the Arkin bunny? Oh no, she left.
I told her to try on her phone.
Oh yeah. Where's the Arkin bunny? Hold on.
Wilson, professionalism.
Yes. I'm sorry, there are two very nice women in my DMs at present, and I want to send them cute animals.
Keep it to yourself, maggot.
What are you talking about? One of them is a very close friend. And the
I
other
don't
one
give a
literally
damn.
just met today.
We're all about professionalism here. It's not like I was cursing at my own viewers.
I'll show you professionalism, you motherfucker. Where's the Arkin? Hold on, where is the Arkin? That is the depressing images of my house. That is a photo that should never see the light of day.
Okay, let's try this once more.
Frankie!
I wonder if she hears us, though.
Fuck, wait, how do I... It's so quiet. How do I put you guys, like, on speaker.
You can. Oh, you're on your phone, aren't you?
Yeah, it's like it sounds like when you take it away from your ear, like
Because
when
it's
you're
like a
on the
phone
and
call.
it's just kinda
Let
quiet.
me go and join on Discord on my phone myself, and I'll like I don't remember how to do it off the top of my head.
I do not know who Max Dankley is, but they will be my friends now.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh. There we are. So, okay, Frankie, you see... Wilson, shush. You see the three of us, and if you click on the screen, there will be some stuff that pops up from the top and bottom. At the top, you will see... For you, it would be...
I did it. I fixed it. Anyway.
I found Arkin!
It took
sorry,
a million years, but we have finally overcome our technical difficulties.
Ladies and gentlemen, and members of the court, may I introduce to you the significant other to end all significant others, the Miss.
I don't think she wants to end all significant others. Let this be said for the record.
She is. Your guest finally got maybe go professional. No, we're not going professional, and I will tell you why.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is Frankie. She is the significant other of my good friend, Arkin here. They are very much in love. They are very much hetero about it. They are... They are very much annoyingly hetero about it, and I love the two of them until the end of the earth. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, can we get applause and heart reactions for Miss Frankie? I want to use your full name. I don't want to be that rude.
You literally did earlier, though.
Dude, yeah, come on, you already did, and I also literally don't care, so...
Trauma represses memories. Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, Miss Frankie Mann, give us a round of applause. Give us a round of applause, ladies and
I'm
gentlemen.
clapping for myself, because I'm...
Yay.
Okay.
Alright, so, you wish... Yes! I love all of you. Arkin, why do you have the best community ever?
Guys, I've been having way too much fun, like, looking at everything and listening to everything, and I keep saying things, and then I'm like, oh, wait, I'm not on call, no one can hear me. But now I'm here, so, yeah.
Vanessa, no, so you wish to come, you wish to opine. You had opinions and thoughts about your perspective. Please share them with us.
As a female human.
Opine. Oh my god.
What?
I've
Don't
never
act
heard
like-
that in my life.
You've never heard of the phrase opine?
No, never.
Jacob, what are you doing?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm eating a sandwich.
Met,
What do you want from me?
You both met in a class for journalism. It's like editors.
And we did
To a
not use
newspaper.
the word opine, unfortunately.
I'm going to bury myself in the rest of this bottle of wine and respond to my DMs. Jacob, how do you want to handle this?
Oh my god. Speaking of which, I was going to make a comment on how high the alcohol sales are going tonight, the entirety of this country. I would like to,
Do go on.
I'd like to find out what that is. I would very much like to have a drink right now, but all I have is like straight alcohol, and I don't.
Not
do
true.
that because
Not
I
true.
throw up.
Lies, and I know why they're lies. You have at least one can of Angry Orchard. I gifted it to you, by which I mean I stole it from my parents' fridge. You have it?
Oh my god!
I know you have it because I
You're
saw it last
right.
weekend.
Oh, you're right. I have Angry Orchard. I have one can. It's next to all of my cold brew cans. This is amazing.
So go have some. Let's all have a drink.
I have that, and I have 2 like bottles of Malibu that have like a shot left in them, and I have Pink Whitney, and I have Bacardi White Rum.
Oh yeah, Whitney. God, I need to talk to her.
Whitney?
No,
Where?
not that
Whitney in the
Whitney.
chat?
No, but I need to talk to her about all this.
Yeah, same. I'm going. I'm gonna
Okay,
get a
you
new
guys
house.
know
and
what I was
fucking-
drinking just a minute ago?
Hmm.
I was drinking chocolate milk.
That is an excellent choice.
It was so good. Okay, I'm gonna
Our new friend.
open my.
Our new friend, the misguided Trump supporter, Purple Heart 3000, also known as Emily, is going to bed. I hope you sleep better than I do.
Wow.
Deal indeed. Misguided Trump supporter is. Listen. At least she's not calling us delusional, unlike some individuals of the chat.
Oh, I respect the hell out of her, but still. We've been going for 5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. 5 hours. 5.5 hours.
I think all of this Cornish game hen has gone bad.
I want you guys to listen to see if you can hear me opening my can.
Okay, while you do that, Sweet wanted me to do something. Say the letters that spell attic for me. Okay, A-T-T-I-C.
Ha.
You fell for it.
Ha.
I don't understand.
Oh no, that's an elementary school joke, dude.
I failed high school. Go fuck
Oh.
yourself.
Oh no.
Alright, open your damn can. I'm gonna do the same thing.
I just did. You guys totally missed it.
Conversation is crucial and cordiality is the key. Purple Heart, you get a big hug for me. You said you live in Texas. Before you go to bed, may I inquire as to where? Please say East Texas. Please say East Texas. For the love of God, please say East Texas.
Oh my God,
Otherwise,
I'm
I'm
gonna
going to die. Listen. For an individual of this character in chat, I would pull up for half the people in this chat. But the majority of them either live in New England or California. You bet I would drive the breadth of my state at the very much to meet fans of Arken.
Aww.
Wow. Woman detected, interest deflected. I
Wow.
see how it is.
I'm gonna beat you to death with one of these line bottles.
This is so sad. I'm fun too.
Yeah, you are. You
I
receive
tried.
uppies
Uh-huh.
north of Austin, but my dad lived in Lufkin. North of Austin's not bad.
Alright, we
Austin
wanted
area, anyway.
a lecture of sorts about the woman's perspective on this shit show of ours.
Miss Man.
The floor is yours.
The irony of my last name being as it is.
Yeah, I bet that you have had to come to terms with that in some point in your life.
No,
No.
it's honestly so weird. Like, you know what I say to people is that I'm more of a man than you'll ever be because I got two ends. You're not laughing as much as you should be.
Is because I'm non-verbally shaking my head up and down as I enjoy a pretzel.
I want a pretzel.
A pretzel?
I want a pretzel.
I have a bag of Dots home-style pretzels.
By the
They're
way,
garlic parmesan flavor.
I have good news, everyone.
Good news, everyone.
It looks like Prop 33 in California has failed.
Hey!
It also looks like Prop 3 has passed. Unfortunately, it also looks like Prop 6, the one that prohibits slavery, has failed, which is sad. Oh,
I think you should educate us whoever's non-California resident about what those are.
we already went over those. earlier.
Wow. Okay, I'm not smart. I had other things to do this evening.
That's okay. You don't need to be smart. You just need my lawyer advised me not to complete that sentence. All right.
Guys, I can't tell if anyone else is as anxious as I am, but I have a massage scheduled for tomorrow, so all of that is gonna go away by tomorrow morning, and I'm so excited.
I think I'm scheduled for. I think I'm scheduled for a fat shit sometime tomorrow. So let's hope that all this flies out.
better, dude.
I'm inclined to agree. Okay. Professionality again. You wanted to come on here to provide some particular insight. Please share it. I don't know how we're going to proceed with this segment. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna improvise. We've improvised the entire stream. We're gonna keep improvising. So here's what we're gonna do.
That's what we do.
We're gonna start off with a series of questions to give you some kind of base, and hopefully you will get into a monologue, and I won't stop you as I sit here and eat pretzels and drink my wine.
Hey, you can stop me whenever you want. I don't think I'm nearly as eloquently worded as either of you, so I will do my best. But I'm
your feminine voice cuts through our dulcet male tones like a splash of acidity to an otherwise dull and rich feast.
That is true.
You know what's really funny? I was just thinking to myself, I work at a place with a drive-through, and I'm on the drive-through a lot, and I've had multiple customers and managers tell me that I have the voice of a Disney princess and that I should do audiobooks.
Yes, you should.
So hopefully everyone enjoys my sultry tones or whatever. I don't know.
Sultry is not the phrase I would have used.
Okay, whatever. Yeah.
I think sultry needs to be reserved only for Jacob.
Wow.
But let us proceed. So, let's see. So, perspective. You wanted to provide onto some perspective. So, what would a Trump victory in this election, as it looks like we are headed in that direction, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you on a personal level, on a professional level, a spiritual level, perhaps?
Oh my God. Well, it's very scary. The very first thing that comes to my mind is abortion rights. Honestly, I am pro-choice, and most people in my life are also pro-choice, but no matter where you stand on it, I think that women should have the right to choose what goes on with their bodies and not have laws all over their, medical freedom. So it's very frightening to hear about what possibly could be happening. Like I actually just watched an ad today that had this woman having pregnancy complications, and her husband's there like, oh my God, we have to get you to a doctor because our doctor says you need an abortion or you won't survive this pregnancy. And then this absolute mad lad of a Republican congressman pops out of some closet somewhere and goes, I'm your Republican congressman, and we're not letting that happen because you voted for me. So it's weird, but that's reality. That's genuinely terrifying because I've not had an abortion. I probably won't ever need one, but I have people in my life who might, and I care about these people, and there is a distinct chance that if I willingly got pregnant and wanted to keep my child, something bad could happen. I don't know what is going on with my insides. Maybe I have some kind of a defect where I can't carry a child to term, and I could be in a dangerous situation. And I don't want to be in a spot where I would not be able to terminate a pregnancy if it was for my health. So it's very scary. And, everybody's in different situations with their lives, and I want to respect that. And I think that everybody deserves to do what they're going to do, when it comes to their body and their choices with reproductive rights. And it's really unsettling to see this happening, to see people willingly choosing this, especially women who are voting this in, come on, stand up for your sisters. What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I got for that.
I can, There was something that kind of irked me for a very long time, and I'm glad that you started off very strong talking about reproductive rights and freedoms. For a very long time, I have had to kind of deal with this idea or fact that because I'm a man, I don't get a stand on these things. It's a concept that was introduced to me whenever I was a teenager. I've always found the idea quite dull, especially if my opinion is mostly you should have the ability to go do whatever is necessary for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's
Like whatever.
beautiful.
And I continue to find this opinion more justified. I'm glad that you brought it up. For like medical reasons as well. There's a case going on, and I may be deliberately misrepresenting or misunderstanding, or not deliberately. I might be misunderstanding the facts of the situation. But there was a lady, a 19-year-old from Texas, who passed away recently because a pregnancy ended while the child was still inside her, and it caused an infection, or it caused something bad. There was a stillborn, she couldn't pass it, it was bad. And no doctor, not a single doctor in Texas, would want to operate on her. Everybody refused because they were worried that it could be considered an abortion, and they would be arrested for it. And she ended up dying. So, like, I wish that I could go out and just find sources like that for all of the things that I say. So it's quite troubling to me, the idea that you could be denied medical care for things outside that could risk your life. Doctors swear an oath to do no harm and to save lives. And they're putting their careers and their lives before the lives of their patients in doing that. It's sad that it has come to this. The fact that it has is disgraceful. I cannot think of a better word other than to use disgraceful. Like it's to think that it is about to be a reality that we are very soon going to live in a society where, because of your sex, you could be denied life-saving medical care.
Yeah.
Because of a law.
It's awful, seriously. Like, I mean, personally, like, I feel the same way as you. Like, I wish I could cite more sources when it comes to talking about stuff like this, but I think the reality of it is that there are so many cases of women being, denied treatment or in some other way being harmed by anti-abortion laws. There's so many of them that you can't keep all of that information in your head. And it's not just a problem here. Like, this is a worldwide issue. And we live in a country where we have the power to actually change laws and make it a better place for women. And we're kind of just throwing that away right now. And it's really problematic, and it makes me sad because we have a very privileged system. We live in a democracy, and we should be using that for good things and to give rights to people instead of take them from people. So
for now,
it makes me very sad. It's very sad.
I have a question for our lovely interview subject. So there is a charge that I have seen leveled at the reproductive rights movement, which claims that the only issue that truly matters to people who keep talking about women's rights, such as ourselves, is abortion. And nothing else really matters, that it's all just a big euphemism for that one issue, which, while important, is of course not anywhere near the entirety of women's rights. I want to know what you say to that. Well, I probably know what you say to that, but I want to know how you justify it.
I mean, it's so hard. Abortion is indeed a really important issue, and that's why there's so much talk about it. But I think a lot of the problem, like for example, how there's always people storming Planned Parenthood and standing outside and harassing these women who are a lot of times just going in to get a routine procedure done that has nothing to do with abortions, because it's about women's health, not just women's abortions. So I think that's actually a really good metaphor for what's going on here. Is that people think that all we care about is abortions and that we just want to kill babies or something like that. When in reality, that's just a small part of it. It just gets overblown.
Only a small
because
part
it's
of
such important
only a
issue.
small part of our campaign is wanting to kill babies. The rest is more serious. Yeah, normally, we're also talking about killing seniors.
Oh yeah.
Euthanasia.
And the youth in Asia.
Put the youth back in euthanasia.
Wait, what's that George Carlin thing where it's like, wait, we've killed the old people and replaced them with these senior citizens.
Not killed. We've shipped them off. Yeah.
Oh my god. No, seriously, it's like I feel like the whole like people standing outside Planned Parenthood with like the signs and all that fun stuff. It really is kind of a big metaphor for like what people think of like the pro-choice movement in general. It's like they're standing there, they're angry, they're screaming, and they're just like harassing people who are there for like a pap smear or like to get their birth control refilled or something super mundane that you could go to any doctor's office for. And it's like it's so overblown, seriously, and it makes me so frustrated that when I hear about people wanting to like close down Planned Parenthood locations and take that away from people, that's not just taking away abortion access, which is important in itself. It's also taking away just like women's health care in general. Like I can say myself, I went to Planned Parenthood earlier this year for my IV, and it was a good experience. But honestly, like I was thinking to myself, I'd never been to a Planned Parenthood before, and I was thinking to myself like before I got there, like, oh man, I wonder if there's going to be people outside. Like, I don't know if it's like that at every location, but I wonder if there's going to be somebody trying to, like thinking that I'm going to get an abortion, and they're trying to be like, don't do this, save your child. And I'll just have to be like, oh, there isn't one, so go find the next person. But, like, it was scary for me for a second, because I was thinking, oh man, that could actually happen. And it's just, it's such a hard issue, because, like, I understand the concerns about, people being, reckless and just, like, constantly getting abortions because they are not practicing safe sex or something like that. But, like, it's not, that doesn't even come from, like, that doesn't make up a lot of the issue. It's about women who are raped and impregnated, or women or girls who are, like, raped and impregnated and are not able to get that taken care of. And it's about people who just want routine medical procedures, like pap smears and stuff like that. That's the main issue, and people are like failing to see that. And it just makes me even more upset when other women are trying to say like, oh my God, we shouldn't have anything like Planned Parenthood. We shouldn't have abortions. And I'm just like, you're a woman too. Like, you understand what it's like. How could you say something like that? Like, the patriarchy has gotten to you. But, like, it's such a weird moment. But it's just so hard, and I don't want to see more of this happening, Like, it worries me a lot, but I'm going on a tangent. But, oh my God, is Maya in the comments?
Oh, she is now.
Wait a minute.
She's been watching all night.
Maya! Oh my God. We're having a real party over here.
Oh, they called Pennsylvania. It's over.
Oh, is it?
Oh.
We're fucked, ladies and gentlemen. Yep.
As I take another long swig from my cider.
They're gonna call Alaska, and that'll be it. Though, again, mail ballots, we will see. And at this point, if by some miracle mail ballots swing this election back, this country is going to go down in flames. Because all anybody's going to see tomorrow morning is Trump wins, and then Trump doesn't win. It's going to be a good time.
It's like, it's such a catch-22. It's going to be scary either way. You know, this is just a very scary time. And like I'm thinking about my grandma is a big Trump supporter, and like I'm thinking about like next time I call her. I was gonna call her tonight because I talk to her like all the time anyways, but I kind of like didn't because I knew that that's the first thing she's gonna want to talk about. And if I tell her like, oh, you know, I'm really worried about what's gonna happen, she'll go, oh, it's fine, everything's fine. The woke left media, it's tricking you, because she's one of those. She watches Fox News like morning, noon, and night. She wants to follow everything they're saying. She'll call me up and be like, oh my God, have the migrants, have they been storming the beaches outside your school?
For the record, let the record reflect, she is not exaggerating. I've heard those exact words.
Yeah. We both know this woman, and she is like, let me say though, she is an incredible woman. She's a really good person. She's so smart. She has so much going for her, which is it makes it so weird to me why she thinks this way. I feel like a lot of us can relate to that with family members of ours who we love and care about deeply, and we know that they're good people and
who have brain-dead political views.
Yeah, like it's so backwards of like if any of you knew who I'm referring to, you know, like it's so backwards of her, like knowing what kind of a person she is and having known her my whole life and knowing what she stands for, like with me and with other people in my life. Like it's so strange, and like I can't fathom it. I blame Fox News personally because she's been so radicalized, and that's happened to so many people, I'm sure. But so it's gonna be Thanksgiving is gonna be fun this year.
Oh fuck! Don't remind me, please.
For everyone, I'm sure.
Don't remind me.
Oh God.
Pray for us, ladies and gentlemen. Our Thanksgiving is fun.
I did want to ask you guys something, actually. I was thinking about this earlier. What do you guys see happening if Trump gets elected and that's like a final deal? What do you see happening with Project 2025?
It will go ahead.
Like fully, you think that is like everything?
Well, let's see. The Senate has flipped. The Senate's gone. Even if Kamala, by some miracle, wins, the GOP has 51 seats. That is it. They won. The House is not certain yet. If the House remains blue, there is some hope. Some small amount. Otherwise, we should really start looking at our passports.
God, it's so scary. I remember reading that. Like, I saw like a BuzzFeed article about Project 2025, and I was reading this, and I'm like, there's no way this could happen. This is crazy. Like, this looks like something like The Onion would put out or something. Like, this is wild, and like now it might actually happen. Like, This is like, not to pull the woman card again, but as a woman, I feel like it's like 10 times worse for me. Like, it's really scary.
It is.
Happy Election Day.
Oh, yeah.
Election Day. Speech time. Oh, God.
From Trump?
Uh-oh.
What speech?
Speech?
Trump. Speech.
Oh, no. I forgot about that. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
We just all, like, deflated at the same time.
Man.
I think I'm just gonna go into a bunker for the next couple days. I will say that I think I was fortunate tonight because I do ballet. I've danced for a lot of my life, and I decided to go to my ballet class tonight instead of sitting at home and looking at all the election misery. So I'm very happy to report that I spent an hour and a half of my evening in class and doing ballet and not thinking about this. So I got a little bit of respite, and hopefully we can all find our own ways of doing something like that tonight and in the coming weeks. It's because it's important that we all take care of ourselves.
It's important that we all arm ourselves.
That we... Huh?
I said it's important that we all arm ourselves.
Yeah.
Well, only one of us is able to arm ourselves in this call here.
Frankie, you're going to be 21 in February. We'll talk about it.
Yes, I am.
But yeah.
Dude, that's such a weird thing for me. Everybody I've ever known in my life who has had a gun has been like the most major asshole about it.
I don't know. Wilson seems okay.
Oh yes, not saying anything like that. I'm talking about like older people that make it their whole personality. So like it's been kind of warped in my head. And I also I have shot a gun before. My grandpa taught me how to shoot his rifle, and I shot some chipmunks for like half a day. It was weird, but I do not like shooting animals. But I do want to learn to shoot and learn to use a gun for these purposes. That would be very fun. That's something I should definitely think about. And according to Apple News, Trump has won Pennsylvania. Oh my God.
Yeah, he has.
See, you got that as well.
Yeah. Putting him on the brink of returning to the White House. Oh my
You got
God.
the exact fuck.
Oh, are we fellow iPhone users?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, someone's outnumbered.
Someone doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, well, sucks to suck, you know?
No, it's pretty great to suck.
Well, apparently Ochem has also suffered because of Trump.
Who?
Look at the comments. I'm the only one who ever reads the comments. You guys suck.
Oh, Maya's organic chemistry class.
Okay, but isn't Ochem always suffering?
It is.
It is a suffering place.
So, Micah Erfan, who is on our steering committee, wrote this big long thing an hour ago, and I want to read part of it because I think it's very interesting and very relevant to us. I won't read the whole thing, but most voters get their news through social media, and on social platforms we are getting washed. Since 2015, Republicans have been building up their infrastructure to control the airwaves, and right now they do. Their content gets more impressions on nearly every platform, and on YouTube and Spotify, it's not even close. The only way to fix this problem is huge investment in our digital apparatus. We need more creators and lots of them. We need our own Daily Wire, TPUSA, PragerU equivalent, etc. Until that happens, we will be fighting a losing battle. Politics is messaging war. We will only win if our message is stronger and hits more people than theirs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good stuff, dude.
I guess that's my job. Hooray.
What do you mean your job? That's our job.
I'm the one with the online platform that I need to start using again.
That is only because I am technologically illiterate and do not know how these things work. But if I did, I would be all over that shit.
Anyway, we've been going for more than 6 hours. What the hell are we doing?
Lord, I don't know. I am consoling individuals who are concerned that they are either going to have to flee the country or at the very least flee their state.
What a night.
Fuck. What a night indeed. Don't worry, everyone. Just give him all the power. He'll fix everything. I promise.
Your trepidation, don't worry about the fact that he wants to crucify immigrants. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's so fine. We are so fine. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Just give him all the power, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah.
How's that wine bottle treating you, bud?
Fuck you. Lovingly.
That's not. I don't think that's your job, dude.
No, it isn't.
Be quiet, people. Project 2025 will make criminals of us all for making that joke.
This
Oh,
is such
no.
a perfect time for both of us to be simultaneously reading 1984 and around the same part in the book.
Yeah. I already read earlier from that on stream.
Yes, that's actually right where I tuned in, is when you started reading that, and I was like, oh, I know where we're at.
She was like, OMG! Lumpy is reading the book. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I'm depressed. I'm so... my life has gone to shit. My country is going to shit. This isn't funny anymore.
The next Project Liberal Steering Committee meeting is going to be fun.
Yeah.
It'll be like, ladies and gentlemen, we had this is an unmitigated failure.
Hey, when
That's
is
not-
your guys' next meeting?
If I recall, I can look at my calendar. It's bi-weekly. So I think we didn't have one this week, so it'll be next Monday.
Next Monday, okay.
Right, 'cause this last
so
one-
on the holiday.
Actually, yes.
Holiday?
I'll probably be driving by then, but I'll just tune in from the car.
Oh, you're right.
So that meeting is going to be fun. I will inform you both of what takes place in it if I'm allowed to, because we are in the classified territory now.
Ain't no way. Serious?
Well, Whitney was already talking about hiding our identities, so...
Christ, dude.
These are the precautions that people have to take when they're dealing with a politician who is talking about killing them.
Hey, speaking of which, I don't know if you talked about this already and I didn't hear it, but what do you think is in the cards for journalists and the entire field?
Well, he did publicly say he was going to shoot us, so...
That's comforting to hear.
Very.
Don't worry, everybody. I'm certain it's just a meme.
It's all just a
I'm
joke.
certain he's just joking. Gosh, you liberals are just so sensitive.
Yeah, we're all so
worrying
uptight.
about the content of people's character.
Yeah, who needs character? Characters for liberals and sissies.
This is why I really wish that some of my journalism classes in school right now were in person, because then we would be talking about useful things like this and not what we're talking about in my 250 class, which is, like why racism is bad and why trans people are cool, which is known information. I know it already. I love trans folks. Racism is bad, but come on, we don't need a class for that.
Evidently we do, because our country just voted for no human decency.
Yeah.
Evidently we do need these classes, because otherwise people think that it's okay and chill to hunt down trans people and kill them in the street.
I wonder if they should start having some kind of an entry test for the Don't Be Racist classes for, fabulous folks like myself. And it just asks you stuff like, if you're in an elevator with people of these races, which one do you trust the most? And then, depending on your answers, they make you take the class or not. That was really weird.
Oh, God.
My mom is swearing. That's how bad it is.
No! Did you talk to your mom?
She just texted me. Taki pizdец, huh? I don't need to translate that, do I?
She doesn't do that.
Ever. I don't think I've ever heard her say that word.
Hey, she was swearing at dinner the other night.
What's the song?
Sweet Tech donated
It's
another $30. Oh my lord, I made $200 from this stream. Crazy.
Did you?
Oh yeah, I doubled my monthly income tonight.
Oh my god, that's really great. I'm very grateful for everyone.
Everyone is 2 people and I love them very much.
Hey,
What's going on?
since I helped out,
Holy Jesus.
since I've been here for like 20 minutes, you should buy me something with those winnings.
Shut the fuck up.
Where's my New Year's present? Come on.
I actually already have. I told you I already have your New Year's present. I mean, I'm not on
You
me.
do not.
I don't have it on me, but like I know exactly what it's gonna be. I thought I told you that.
I don't have your New Year's present yet.
Well, sucks to be you. I came up with it at dinner the other day.
Wow, imagine that. Yeah, you guys get to use your bilingual abilities to plot in front of my very eyes.
That is
So
literally
not
what
fair.
did happen, by the way. You're not.
Yeah,
wrong.
I know. Hey, you guys better watch yourselves. I'm gonna learn. I am in the process of learning, except my professor being gone all week. But I will learn 1 week later.
I admire your enthusiasm, young bopper.
Thank you. It's very hard.
No comment.
Hey, speaking of which, I have a Russian midterm on it opens Thursday through Sunday, and I'm gonna need someone's help.
Duly noted.
This is very important. You're my cheat sheet. You're so useful.
This
Fine
is all
by me.
that she wanted to. This is all that she wanted to be in a relationship with you for, by the way.
Hey, he's the reason I'm taking Russian.
Fair enough.
If it wasn't for him, I would be taking French.
Je suis. Fuck you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
More importantly.
Yeah. About it.
Yeah. Man, T, I'm just.
We are coping and seething, as some people might say.
I'm wondering if I opened up my balcony door and just walked outside, if I would hear the collective groans as each state was called. I'm sure I would.
Perhaps.
The collective groans. I'm gonna shit.
Don't do that. Keep
It
it
is
to yourself.
entirely possible.
Yeah. It is entirely possible.
Alright, I know you said you weren't going to talk about it anymore, but I am genuinely curious where, no matter who gets elected, where things are going to go with the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Oh God, are you kidding me? Trump is going to give the Israelis more weapons, and Palestinian culture will not exist by the end of his term. That's my prediction. I just felt Jacob roll his eyes.
You're not wrong.
Did you?
But I'm gonna be very fucking blunt with you, Jacob. It wouldn't be like
He wants to deport all brown people. Mexicans, Palestinians. He is like, they're terrorists, Lamal. They've got a fake state, fake country. I don't care what Israel says it will or will not do.
Why
no
does he
more
have a
Hamas.
British accent now?
No more Hamas.
Oh,
Get him out of here.
The very
Kill him with hammers.
warped British accent. I was really confused.
Kill him with hammers.
No, no,
This
God.
is my decree.
Don't bring me back there.
Drone
This
strike
is truly,
them until they don't exist anymore.
My mom
this
is
is
just
truly a
swearing
time where we
wholesale. This
need
is
to
really
be
sad.
rallying around our people, you know?
Y'all, my mom is just swearing at me wholesale. I am very sad.
Oh, crap. What is she saying?
I'm not gonna read our whole conversation. I value her privacy, but we're just talking about like how bad it's gonna get. She says we'll have very grim but entertaining shit happening.
She's not wrong.
No, she's not. She's telling me to update my passport. So that's where we're at right now.
She's telling you what?
Update my passport. That's where we're at as a country, ladies and gentlemen. Update my fucking passport.
Bro, what the fuck, man? Don't they not expire for like 10 years?
Rather like check that it is updated.
Bruh.
Oh no, I'm going to do it. I don't know the process, but I'll go and figure it out.
I need to find where I put my passport. It's probably in all my moving boxes still.
I ain't taking no.
I have been out of the country only 3 times, and 2 of them were to Canada, and 1 of them was to Mexico. So I don't go a lot of fun places, unfortunately, but I might now.
Christ.
Man, I can't wait to be jobless. I can't wait to not be able to pay for anything. I can't wait to not be able to engage in a single political conversation with anybody around me because I don't have either the self-confidence or self-assuredness that my grandfather has. I can't wait to not be able to refute a single claim that anybody of the opposite political ideology would be able to throw at me because there would simply be too many to refute, and we now live in an age in society where fucking it doesn't matter what you can or can't prove so long as you're able to just make the claim and substantiate the claim by sitting there and lying to people. It's fine. I was accused for the majority of this year of being a liar, of being a liar who couldn't stop himself. What do you call it? Like what do you call that? Something pathic liar.
Oh crap.
Fucking.
I know what you're talking about. It's on the tip of my tongue.
It better come out of your lips.
That's what she said.
Okay. No, fucking. Whatever. Everybody is a liar. Just don't trust anybody anymore. Have no faith in political institutions. Have a cover story by joining a church. If you're gay, fuck you. Marry someone of the other gender. Just as a cover story. They did it in Victorian England. You can do it now too.
Yeah, a lavender marriage.
Yeah. Fucking, if you are a lesbian, I'm certain there's a gay guy that wouldn't mind to be married to you for tax benefits while you two, quote-unquote, cheat on each other.
Dude, I knew people in high school who were gonna do that shit.
What?
I knew people in high school who wanted to, like, marry their best friend because, like, they had no other prospects.
Yeah, mood.
Yeah.
Pathological liar. That's what it was. Pathological liar.
Dude.
Yeah, I've already been accused of being a pathological liar, so might as well just embrace it. If this is the norm, if this is who we, the people of the United States, actually are, because the guy. Oh, hey, Ron. Yeah, it is time to
You
do
got
it
the
up.
pathological liar from the comments, didn't you? You cheated.
Yeah.
You didn't come up with it yourself.
No, I didn't. What are you gonna do about it? But no, it's fine. It's whatever. Lie, cheat, steal, have no morals.
evidently, that is who we are as a country. We don't stand for anything. We have no principles. We're not a democracy. The people of the United States love to enforce outdated gender roles. We like to invite dangerous people over the border and use them to destroy the lives of good, hardworking Americans? No. The lives of people who settled here for, completely normal reasons. We like to let criminal enterprises occur under our noses just so that we can blame the other political party. We love money. We love to engage in political discourse solely for the objective of accruing billions of dollars off of the backs of other people. We are not a nation. We are a shambling husk of a society that is perpetuated off of nothing more than emotional fortitude and lack of self-awareness. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been your host this evening. Go fuck yourself. No, I'm joking.
Thank you for the speech. But nothing we can't expect anything to change if we take it with that attitude.
I would normally agree with you.
I understand
I just
how
don't
you feel
care.
completely, though. Like, that, I know. We all feel like that tonight. We're all kind of, numbed out from it because it's been such a constant. But we can't just take this lying down, We gotta, get back up. That's all I can say.
I agree.
I mean, okay, well, you can do that. I don't know what to do. I have been shambling along in my life for the past 6 months, one tragedy after another, and this is just another tragedy. So I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I know what to say, though.
I'm just...
I know what to say.
Do you? Dear, tell me, my dear brother, what are you going to say that'll make it all better?
He always knows what to say.
Nothing will make it all better. We're screwed for the next 4 years, at least. If we're lucky, the next 2. Midterms. But there will be times when the struggle seems impossible. This is one of those times. This loss invokes a sense of dread that I don't know if it has ever been justifiable to feel by any supporter of any candidate in any previous election. No election in American history, not even 1860, had these stakes. It was a slaveholders' republic that they wanted to create, but it was a republic at least. It was a democracy for the people who weren't enslaved. Horrible. But none of them actually wanted to be dictators, just slave owners. I think in a way, dictator might be worse. We have never had an election with these stakes. So it's terrifying. It really is. The origin of fear is that which we do not know, and we do not know what is going to happen. The future is uncertain, and that is very scary.
I'm curious what the rates of people leaving the country are going to be after this.
I want to believe that there will be another election in 4 years, in 2 years and then in 4 years, and that we can win it. I really want to believe that. I badly want to believe that. Truth is, I don't know. The man said publicly, repeatedly, that he wants to suspend the Constitution. I don't...
Wait, when did he say that?
Sometime in the duration of the campaign.
Dude, I'm so caught up with the shit he says on the daily, I forget which one's which.
Point is, this is a person who wants to be a dictator. This is a person who calls his enemy, his opponents, the enemy within, vermin, scum, human scum. So at least we're human.
The Antichrist.
He hasn't said that, not as far as I know.
He didn't say that, but like people.
No, I'm talking about things he's
will
actually
say that.
said verbatim. He's called us vermin. He has called us the enemy within repeatedly. He has called us human scum. We are all in danger. That is a chilling statement because it has never been true for any other U.S. election, simply by virtue of... It's not that there are not groups of people who have not been endangered by U.S. politics. I mean, just look at black people in the 50s and 60s. Certainly that politics affected them immensely, but it's not the same. It's not as targeted. Yeah, there was the KKK. That was very targeted. But they were not a direct wing of, like, the Republican or Democratic Party. They might have been empowered by one of them. This is different. This is the force of the federal government that is going to be brought to bear against all of us. Probably. We don't know. Maybe he will be all talk, no action, bumble us through the next 4 years, and then get voted out. Maybe.
It's such a catch-22 to say that, isn't it?
Yep.
Because, like, how can we now, at this present juncture, even predict what the next 4 years are going to be if by the own record of his own supporters we cannot take his words at face value?
That's the scary thing, isn't it? So, here's what I have to say. We are living, for now, in the United States, for now the greatest nation in the world, for now the world's oldest democracy, and the world's longest-lasting democracy. That can change. I don't know how bad things are going to get. I have no optimism. None. None at all. And that's really tough to say because I am an optimist by nature, but I have no optimism. I will not refuse or deny the evidence of my eyes and ears. I know what I have seen, I know what I have heard, and I also know enough about human history and psychology to know where we might be headed. That all being said, I refuse to give up. I refuse to give in. I might have to flee this country. I don't know. I'm going to be checking my passport. But even then, I said it before, I don't know how to give up. I've tried. It fails every time. I don't know how to give up. I've never been able to do it. There she goes.
There she goes.
It is fundamentally opposed to my... let me get her back in here. Hi. You still there?
I'm sorry.
It is fundamentally opposed to my constitution as a person to give up in hopeless situations.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it.
That's how I am.
I will keep writing. I will keep speaking. In fact, I'll do more of it. I will keep working with Project Liberal and whatever other organizations spring up from that. I will start working with the Democratic Party as they appear to be our only warriors in the political arena at this point, as much as I don't like them. I will keep producing videos at whatever rate I'm able to do so. I will grow more and more brazen and more open with my political views because now is not the time to hide. Now is the time to give everything we have. Frankly, if we don't... Let me go back. I'll simplify it. There are two things that can happen, really. We can give up, in which case we lose. Or we can fight, in which case we will still probably lose, but we'll go down fighting. Certainty of death? Small chance of success? What are we waiting for? That is my rousing political speech tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
I wish I could share your optimism. I just can't.
It's not optimism.
Well, it's so close to the moment, you know? Like, you gotta sit on it for a while.
It's not optimism. Not anymore. It
have-
is blindly marching into the abyss because there is no alternative. We can stand still, we cannot go backward, or we can go forward and hope that there's something better.
Genuine question for you guys: is there what for either of you? What would be a like be all end all situation where you would actually decide to leave the country?
Denaturalizing immigrants, mass deportation.
My grandfather is dead, and the federal government is coming after my sister or my mother. That is the only. Anything else, I will have no choice but to stand the ground I own and shoot to kill.
That's
I
the
don't
American
want
way.
to. I really, really, really don't want to. But hey, the next 4 years are going to be full of Republicans, so stock up on gas and ammunition. Shrug.
I'll tell a story. Because these people are fascists. Trump himself has no ideology, but his movement is undoubtedly a fascist movement. And
How are there still 28 people watching?
I have
That's
no
wild.
idea.
28?
It actually bounced back. It dropped to like 15.
Yeah, I know.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm gonna say something a little self-indulgent. It appears on my end to shoot up from like 22 to 30 anytime that I speak, and that's kind of rude.
Oh wow.
But no, please continue to do it.
Fuck, you derailed my train of thought there.
Wow.
You were gonna tell a thing.
Yes, a story. A story.
That's pretty useful.
I want to tell you about mass deportation, what it really means, because someone on the Project Liberal stream mentioned this. Like, you send back Mexican kids kids of Mexican immigrants to Mexico, where they are not citizens, and they will be deported right back to the United States. It's not an oversight. It's not a flaw. It's not a bug. It's a feature. It's deliberate. The people behind Project 2025, I am sure, know this history, and I'm sure they're aware of what they're doing. The point is not to remove the non-existent 20 million illegal immigrants from our country. The point is to kill them. They just have to, make it look like they did all they could. And it won't be for now anyway, in concentration camps. I don't know what will happen in the next 10 years, but it won't be in concentration camps. It won't be in shooting squads. It'll be in starvation. Because this is exactly what they did with the Jews in Germany in 1938. They expelled the Jews to, I believe, Poland. Poland didn't take them, as the Germans very well knew they wouldn't, because they could not support millions of immigrants out of nowhere. So, you had millions of Jews sitting on the German-Polish border in refugee camps, much like the ones we see in Gaza today, starving, and eventually being overrun by the German invasion. It's not a flaw, it's a feature. It is deliberate.
Mm-hmm.
They have every intention upon this. This is white Christian nationalism. It's going to get really, really bad. So, when the deportations begin, truly begin, when the denaturalizations begin, I'm out of here. I'm gone. I am willing to die for this country so long as it is this country. But if we've reached that point, America's dead already. There's no country left to fight for. Welcome aboard, Europeans. We're having a very fun conversation.
Yeah.
Euros are here.
Yeah. It's early morning for it.
Euros.
Good night, Rowan. Please take my love and sympathy in the vent chat. Euros, welcome to hell. The weather's great here. Pull up a chair. Have a cold beer.
Oh, cider in my case.
We live by the sea, so happy you'll be with your cobblestone tree. Oh, whatever.
So, at this point, the only path Harris has to victory is Maine, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska. So,
if she doesn't get Alaska, she will be one vote off unless something happens and they tie.
We'll see what happens
if they
in
tie,
Pennsylvania.
I will shit myself.
We'll see what happens in Pennsylvania. We'll see what happens with mail-in ballots, but
If they tie, that would be insane.
that would be bad. That would be a Trump victory. Tie means that, yeah, because the one vote in Maine could go weird. If they tie, it will go to the House of Representatives, and the House of Representatives is controlled by Republicans, so it's a Trump victory anyway.
Yeah.
My head hurts.
Yeah. Understandable.
My head actually is in pain.
Drink water, dude.
Have been. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know why there are 31 of you here. Arkin and I are very burnt out. Hello from Germany. How bad is it? Bad.
Let's put it this
Very
way.
bad.
Let's put it this way, Sulimo. Did you ever read about 1933 in your own country?
Oh.
Fucking shit.
I think a lot of the European countries should be preparing for a mass influx of immigrants.
I feel like the European countries need to start upgrading their defense budgets because the United States is going to do everything in their power in the next 4 years to reduce their responsibilities to NATO. You are all not safe anymore. The United States is no longer willing to help people in foreign conflicts. You all should be very afraid.
I am speaking to a friend of mine about obtaining a firearm. This is where we're at. This is where the night has gone.
Yeah.
What friend? May I inquire as to the nature of this friend?
I'll keep it quiet for now. I'll tell you later.
Very well.
Mm-hmm.
I am tired, and the Reichstag is burning.
This country is burning.
Well, I guess I chose a bad time in my life to ingratiate myself with a lot of trans friends.
Well, they're gonna need you.
I don't know if I can help them.
Okay. We are getting new developments.
Oh.
Not from this country.
What do you mean?
Well, apparently, let me find an article to confirm.
Get it out, dog.
Oh, wow, it's real. Okay.
What?
I assume in the wake of this shit show. The Ukrainians are extending martial law and extending mobilization. So I guess the goal is to do one last Hail Mary pass while Biden is in office. And then they're fucked. They're gone.
Either Ukraine isn't going to exist as a nation, or
Oh, it's not going to. No.
territorial.
There's no if. It's not going to exist. It's gone. It's gone. I was thinking about this the other day. All three of us voted in the last week.
Mm-hmm.
Our votes, all three of us, our votes carry so much power, not just over this country, but over the world. This election is not going to just decide the future of this country. It's going to decide the future of the entire planet. Ukraine is doomed. They're going to, I hope, sign some kind of a peace treaty that preserves as much of their territorial integrity as possible, and hopefully whatever offensive they're preparing for succeeds, though I have no hope that it will. No real hope, anyway. Taiwan will be absorbed by China. Israel will completely annihilate any chance of a two-state solution. The world is going to become more violent and more chaotic. All because people were upset about the price of a fucking Big Mac. That's what this country is. That is what I'm talking about with moral rot. We would rather have a dictator. We would rather have a fucking puppet of the Russians and the Chinese in office. A wannabe dictator, soon to be a real dictator. A fascist. Because, eggs are $2 more than they were. It's the end of American economy. Oh, and because we don't like Mexicans in our cities. That's... yeah.
This is who we are.
This is the fate we have chosen. Nevada, 81% reporting, 50,000 votes up for Trump.
Yeah. This is who we are. This is what we are. We what did they say in PL? Whenever we went and talked to them a minute, if Trump wins, we wouldn't get to say that this is just the crazies at work here or something.
No. I knew it. I told you I hate being right. I've been saying this for weeks as the polls have narrowed. I keep saying this. I've been constantly saying this, and I've been hoping that I was wrong, and as usual, I wish it was a brag, but it's not. As usual, I'm right. This country has sold itself down the river. We have totally abandoned all standards of decency. We have totally abandoned all ideals of liberty, democracy, pluralism.
Well, that's not who we are. So I guess either put on the armband and start Sieg Heiling, or get the fuck out of our country, liberal. You ready for that? You ready for that for the next 4 years? This is who we are. This is what we are. We aren't better than the sum of our parts. This is us. This is what we chose.
This is America.
Don't catch you slipping up. Alright. Who wants to see Wilson make poor financial decisions in real time?
Let's be financially responsible.
Let's be financially irresponsible.
Even better.
I can't stop winning. I can't stop winning.
I would like to buy something.
I am going to buy something right now. I'm gonna get on eBay and I'm gonna buy some Blood Angels transfer sheets and I guess start my army from scratch. Not right now. I'm too tired. I wanted to make the political discussion more lighthearted and then play some games, but as the night has drawn on, the only thing that has been prolonged is my complete and utter exhaustion with the American public.
Yeah.
Man, TM.
Oh wow.
Just
The guy who's running against Ted Cruz lost by 1 million votes. 1 million.
Shit.
1 million.
On Ted fucking Cruz?
million votes.
Bro, have you guys seen the meme where it's like, this man ate my son? And it's a picture of Ted Cruz?
What?
They voted for the Sun Eater.
Shut the fuck up.
No, dude, I've seen bumper stickers with Ted Cruz's face and this man ate my son, and like, whenever I see that shit, I want to follow them and like be their friend. I need one of those now, fuck.
Oh, fuck. Man, TM. Man, TM is right. I'm reminded. I am reminded of a. I'm reminded of the first thing that I saw in regards to the 2016 election, which was a really upset journalist from, I think, CNN. She had like a pixie cut, and I could not remember her name, and she was like, "This is who we are now. This is us." And I wish that I knew, I wish that I knew who that was. Because I would go look up that clip and watch it on repeat constantly.
You know, as trivial as it seems at the moment, I want everybody to make sure that we're all taking care of ourselves and getting enough rest and, you know, taking care of our mental health, which may mean stepping away from this when needed, because for us to be a strong fighting force for democracy, we all need to be mentally healthy and well slept and whatnot. So I want to extend that message to everyone at the moment.
It is appreciated, but I feel it's going to go unheeded for a while.
That's okay. Oh god, we're being asked which prop we think is most important.
33 and it failed, thank God. The one
California?
The one victory of tonight.
Yeah, let's not be so selfish and just talk about California.
What proposition is desaturated chaos talking about? Also, hello, Super Salumi. We want Wilson. Wilson is here. Please redeem your Wilkin Tosins? Please redeem your...
Put the line down, man.
I've drunk all of it. I'm not even drunk. I'm just tired. Okay. I'm gonna make this exceptionally fucking clear for everyone who's still left in chat. Here was my plans for today. At around about 2 hours, or rather, at around about 4 o'clock,
the conversation that I was having with Arkin in regards to what we were going to do today concluded as he was rudely interrupted to have an interesting, to say the least, conversation that we are not going to touch on. But he sold him away for 2 hours while I was doing nothing more than sitting around with my thumb up my ass.
Wait, who are we talking
So I was
about?
like, it is okay.
When was this?
You.
What?
Anyway.
What?
Anyway, I then proceeded to think to myself, it's okay. I have a meeting with a college at 1 in the afternoon. Okay? It is 4. I'm going to go to sleep. I will wake up at 11:30. That is the timer that I'm going to set. We're going to go vote at 3. I will be back by the house by 5 with alcohol. We will have a lovely dinner and start the stream at 7. And then I was woken up at 9. I am tired. Ugh. Yeah, the Reichstag is on fire.
I need alcohol. Yeah,
Star-Lord.
me too. Shit.
All of us do. Let's see. Let's check the chat. What's going on? They've even got the popular votes. This is now the average voter on top. Yep. Well, we'll see voter turnout. I want to know if voter turnout was more than 66% this year. Yeah, this is who we are as the United States, and I guess we'll have to start getting comfortable with that.
Hell no.
I'm sorry, Frankie. Congratulations. We are now a minority.
I ain't getting comfortable with nothing. Fuck.
Well, I completely and utterly hate to break it to you, but our fight is going to look a lot like sit-ins and protests with fire hydrants than it is going to be standing in solidarity at rallies where the police do little more than just observe. Anyway, yeah. Iowan, 3-0. I cannot wait to see people remember why they hated Trump in the first place. What a joke. They won't. They love it.
Maybe.
They love this. They actually love this.
I
This
want
is-
a note. In 2016, after Trump won the first time, which I can't fucking believe, half my life been dealing with this chuckle fuck. In 2016,
Apparently, Kamala is not addressing supporters tonight.
I already knew that.
I don't blame her.
In 2016,
And everybody in the comments of this is saying, "Oh, the Gaza genocide has cost her presidency," and that is like the only issue
great,
they're focusing
cool.
on.
Anyway, Gaza genocide, wonderful. There's not going to be a Gaza by the time the Trump presidency is done. Anyway, in 2016, when Trump won the first time, John Oliver did a segment about it, and he ended it by saying this. This is not normal. Write it down on a sticky note, on your arm, in your phone. Have someone tell you every day. Make it a mantra. Don't forget it. This is not normal. 4 words. Remember them. This is not normal. It is very human. I wish I could say it wasn't, but it is very human, very stupid what we've just done as a country. But it is not normal. Whatever happens, the economic collapse that is inevitable due to tariffs, the mass deportations, the denaturalizations, the political assassinations, I don't know how bad it's going to get. I just know it's going to get bad. And whatever it is, it's not normal. Don't forget it. Don't
That's true.
let this become normal, because that is something we cannot recover from. I read something the other week, said, like, I'm not an anti-voting guy, but I voted to stop fascism in 2020 and now it's back. What do we do? And I can't help but agree. Elections are not enough. The problem is the people, not the ballot box. This is not a battle that will be won at the ballot box. It is a battle that will be won in the hearts and minds of the American people. Right now we're losing. We've lost. We have to keep trying. I don't know, maybe it's too late. Maybe it's fait accompli. In which case, we're fucked. But there's a chance, a slim chance. And we can hope. That's about all we got. That is all I've got to say.
Yeah.
You will be cursed to live in interesting times.
Damn straight. Oh God, companies prepare to raise prices in response to Trump's promised tariffs.
Of course.
That's all. But still.
Let's see. So in summary, we lost President, Electoral College, popular vote, Senate, and the House. That guy, I was rude and mean to you earlier in the stream. I do apologize. I am not having a good day. I don't know if that AR that's your profile picture is yours, but it's a very nice looking piece. If it's yours, you should take pride in that weapon. I'm just I'm gonna be that dude. I'm gonna be that guy. I legitimately thought Kamala was gonna win.
So did I.
We had energy. We had hope. We were running. I was feeling like it was 2012 again. I felt like we were running an Obama campaign. I really did. And yeah, I 150% bought into the idea that Kamala could win. Jacob knows this. He knows that one of my fears that I have adopted as a trauma response from all of the things that has been happening to me over the past 4 months is that I will I don't even remember what I was going to say. What was I going to say? Something profound, I bet. Now I legitimately don't know.
It's late, dude. You're good.
I'm just... Jean-Claude, is French your first language? Just guessing. Mon français n'est pas si mauvais.
Wilson does need more wine.
I need drugs. Wine, alcohol isn't enough at this point.
I need sweet.
I need hope. I don't need a wine. I need hope. Jean-Claude, I would say something profound to you in your mother tongue, but I would probably just butcher it, so I'll just apologize instead.
I'll say something in your mother tongue. Merde.
I'll say something in your mother's tongue.
Oh wait, you lost the house? Oh no, Salimo. I may have misread. I believe we still have the house.
Well, we don't. We never had it to begin with, but we haven't lost it yet. It's still a toss-up.
Yeah, we didn't. Speaker of the House was already. Yeah. Yeah, House is elected every 2 years.
Damn, looks like every other word is a proper noun.
Beating you to death with hammers.
It's the grammar nerd in me. Leave me alone.
What time do I go to work tomorrow? I'm legitimately thinking about not going to work.
I'm not going to class. Fuck 'em.
When do I go to work tomorrow?
Dude, my coworker asked me to cover her shift like Thursday morning, and I'm like debating it.
From 6 to close.
Shit.
Am I the only closing driver? Why am I a closing driver? Jonathan is the closing manager.
Fox called
and he has
Wisconsin.
He
has two closing.
Oh god, there's a picture of Tim Walz like with his that face he kept making during the debate, and it just says campaign election or campaign update. I mean, fuck.
Agreed.
Yeah. And someone says, should I skip my exam? You should skip your exam. No, you shouldn't. Don't skip your exam. Stay in school.
Don't. Gives a shit.
Skip class. Don't skip the exam.
Wilson. Very niche
What?
joke. I'm just glad we killed that fucking squirrel while we had the chance.
Fuck you.
Am I not in on this?
You're not, and it's too stupid. You should not be in on the joke.
I want to know.
The state, literally the day before the election, the state of New York SWAT raided a fucking influencer who is like an animal rehabilitationist and took their pet squirrel and the 2 raccoons that they were rehabilitating and fucking euthanized them. The squirrel was like famous. It had 12 million followers on TikTok.
Fuck.
Yeah, and people were like, lol, the Democrats just like to euthanize your pets, lol.
That's the most random shit.
It literally happened to the day prior.
You know what kills me?
What kills you, Jacob? What beyond anything else that has already happened?
I'll tell you what it is.
What kill you more?
The fact that, well, we'll see what happens with the popular vote. It could change pretty drastically. But there's a high probability that tomorrow morning, when the majority of the votes that are not yet counted are counted, Kamala Harris will still be in the minority for popular vote, which would be the first time in 20 years that a Democrat has lost the popular vote. And we won't be able to say, oh, this is the Electoral College. Because it won't be. Trump would have won either way. That's what gets me.
Yeah, I was watching there's a lawyer that I like to watch. His name is Devin J. Stone. He goes by the name of Legal Eagle.
Yeah.
I love him.
He's great.
He is wonderful. He posted a video yesterday. Where he pretty much went like, what shit is being prepared in case somebody wants to do some dumb shit over the election. He brought in a lovely lady whose name escapes me. And they pretty much went like, Republicans are already filing to overturn the results of the election.
in all of these key battleground states and this and that, and now I think of just how pointless it all is. The Republicans were so ready to just come in and contest the election, and they don't need to. I bet that the whole fucking entire GOP is just patting themselves on the back for being overprepared. And if I had an ounce, a shred of either dignity or self-awareness, I would say that will be their downfall. They will not prepare like this. They will become overconfident. Your overconfidence is your weakness. I would say those things, and I would feel really good about myself for saying them. Unfortunately, we don't know. Isn't just not knowing so fun? And not having anything else to distract yourself with? Because the federal government is just everywhere. Isn't that great? Isn't that awesome? As far you like to say this to me when dealing with my life situation, Jacob, you would say, don't try to make sense. I think you're drunk, mate. I'm tired. I'm not inebriated. I'm exhausted.
Maybe a little bit.
I'm exhausted. I am exhausted and depressed. Okay? Anyway, aside from that, moving on from that, you tried to tell me, Arkin, don't make sense of the incomprehensible. You'll waste your time and not get anywhere with it. I'm paraphrasing, but you get the gist. So we cannot sit here and try to comprehend the incomprehensible. We can attest cruel attributes to the GOP, that they want to take our democracy, that they want to take our liberty, that they want to take away our friends and families, and deport them. We don't know that for certain. As far as we are aware, this was a ploy. As stupid as that sounds, it could be right. We have literally nothing, one way or the other. We cannot make sense of the incomprehensible. We are wasting our time. These two statements could be as true. The GOP might get overconfident and they might lose the next election because they think they will be able to just dismantle our American institutions of checks and balances. Just like that, and institute a dictatorship where we don't have to worry about elections anymore. I mean, fuck, Trump said it himself, no more elections. Alternatively, there actually will be no more elections because they found a winning strategy. And they just have to keep doing it until they are able to dismantle those institutions. Which, with control of the House and the Senate, we're just going to be red. There will be no pushback the Democrats will be able to provide. At least for 2 years. This is us. This is who we are. This is America. Land of the free. Home of the brave.
The nausea comes in waves, and I just saw another one. I saw Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, congratulating President-elect Trump.
It's not even official yet.
It doesn't matter.
No, it isn't, Frankie. No, it isn't. The AP says that he still has three votes to go. Yeah.
I think we should call it.
I think we should too.
Yeah, I'm dead.
It's been 7 hours. We're actually at our highest viewership of the night, which is really disappointing.
42 people
Oh,
here.
look at us.
But I've been talking for 7 hours now.
Hey, we're being personally invited to Scotland.
And no, I think I'd rather die in a concentration camp.
What?
What?
I mean, if
I want
that's,
to go to Scotland.
if that's the well, sure, go there, not live there though.
But yeah, I mean, a Scottish vacation. You know what? We're gonna have a bit of optimism. I don't care. My grandfather.
Yes, we are.
My grandfather likes to say, "Don't worry if you've got that Republican itch. It only lasts for 4 years."
I hope so. I dearly hope so.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the evening, I'm going to try to summon the last reserve of my willpower and sanity and energy to give you a bombastic conclusion to this evening's events, in order to not leave you all on a dour and depressive note. I'm not drunk. I fucking promise you. I'm just going to try to regain my senses. Give me a minute. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, thank y'all this evening for coming out here. Y'all's attention, y'all's contributions to the chat were truly made this evening what it was. Y'all are the reason that we stream. Y'all are the reason that Arkin continues to work so hard on his videos. Y'all are the reason why I love to sit down and talk with him. He's a great friend, but above all else, he has cultivated a community here that I don't need to speak for him, but he knows, and I know, and y'all know, that it is for y'all that we do things like this. We love to keep y'all informed. We love to interact with y'all. We love y'all. We love everything that y'all do, and we appreciate the hell out of it, even if we don't say it as much. We've already talked to y'all about the upload schedule that y'all should expect in the next couple of days,
Wilson,
if not months,
too
if not
many
at the very
y'alls.
least next year. Do what?
Too many y'alls.
I'm Southern. Fuck you.
Wow,
Then play into it more. Be more creative. Come on.
Fine. No more y'alls. You all. Ladies and gentlemen, we have discussed this evening with you all about the upload schedule for the next couple of months, and at the very least for the next year. We've got the Star Wars video, which great progress is being made. It is in post-production. We have the Pale Blue Dot, a production made by April and Arken that is going to be coming out sometime soon. And then, of course, we have 2 videos. We have a John C. Fremont video, and we have the Tale of Two Republics, of which I am very excited to get started on, which will be more than likely happening sometime soon. We aren't going to make any particular promises, but streaming more often, especially on YouTube, and especially to drown the misery, is something that we have been interested in, something that we want to do. Schedules being what they are, and life being what they are, the situation is just a little unstable at the moment, so we will attempt to communicate with y'all. If anybody is in the chat and they are not presently part of Arkin's Discord server, please, we encourage you, join the Situation Room, get interacting with the community. It's a great, top-tier community.
That took you too long to say. You know you're lying through your teeth. You know they all suck.
Fuck you. Anyway,
I'm kidding. I
love
you all.
We love to interact with y'all more. Y'all have been a pleasure, and that's pretty much all that I wanted to say. Anything you wanted to say, to
No, you kind of did it all for me.
Alright, well, ladies and gentlemen, my name has been Wilson. We've had the lovely Frankie Man as a guest, and the star, the host, the man who has the Uncle Ira with all the tea, Arkin the American.
And I think we're going to be signing off this evening to lick our wounds and restore our pride. Y'all have a wonderful evening. Good night.
God
Good
help
luck.
us all.
And be safe.
And may the Lord preserve us, though we don't deserve it. Good night.
That's right.